Oh, hello, hello. I believe, technical issues aside, we will now be live on YouTube. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's great to have you with us. I'm just going to do a quick check to make sure we are now live. That's brilliant. Thank you for joining us. Please let us know in the chat where you are joining us from. And as I do a few bits and bobs of checks to make sure that the tech is all sorted, we will get going very, very soon with the whole of the show. But thank you so much for tuning in to episode 4 of Bright Green Live. And I can see, yes, there are people watching. Please do let us know where you're joining from in the chat. I would love to hear from where you are watching from and also how you're doing on this fine morning. Going to get going with the show very, very shortly. In about 1 minute's time, I just have a few bits and bobs of very minor admin to sort out. Hopefully less than usual. But still a little bit. Great, that's fantastic. So please bear with me for all of 30 seconds. Fantastic. Brilliant. Well, thanks for joining us today on episode 4 of Bright Green Live. For those of you who are new to the show, this is a monthly show that is hosted by Bright Green. What we're going to be doing over the next 8 hours is talking to some of the leading figures from across the British left, from the UK's Green parties, from the Labour movement, from social movements, the media, and more. So we've got absolutely stacked lineup today, which I'm going to be running down for you very, very soon. Welcome to everyone who is just joining. Please do let us know how you are doing in the chat and where you're watching from as well. So today's show, absolutely stacked lineup. Kicking things off very, very soon, we will have Mark Serwotka. Now, Mark Serwotka is the General Secretary of the PCS Union. You may be familiar with the PCS. They are the trade union that represents civil servants. And over the last month or so, couple of months now, they've been engaged in a major industrial dispute across a lot of the public sector. So you will have seen that civil servants have been on strike. You will have seen that border force staff have been on strike, and you'll have seen that people like driver examiners have been on strike too. That's all the doing of the PCS. And so I'm going to be talking to Mark today about why his union is engaged in that industrial action. What are the big issues that are underpinning it? How close are they to getting a deal negotiated for their members? And also, we're going to be talking a little bit about the anti-strikes bill that has been making its way through Parliament as of late. Following Mark, we will then be speaking to Mal O'Hara. Now, Mal O'Hara is the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland. And I'm going to be talking to Mal about the current political deadlock in Stormont. So for those of you who don't know, at the moment, Northern Ireland does not have a government. The executive hasn't been formed and hasn't been formed for quite some time now. We're going to be discussing what's underpinning that, why that deadlock is there, and crucially, how the Greens would work to fix it. I'm incredibly excited early in the afternoon to be joined by Zoë Garbett. Now, some of you may know Zoë Garbett is a councillor in Hackney, and just this week she was selected as the Green Party's next candidate for London Mayor. So she'll be contesting the 2024 London Mayoral election for the Green Party. So incredibly privileged to be joined by Zoë so short after her selection. We're going to be talking about why it is that she stood for that selection, what she wants to achieve as the Greens candidate, and a little bit about her vision for London. Following Zoë, we will then be speaking to Patrick McAllister. Patrick is another Green that's been making headlines recently. You may know him as the newest Green Party councillor. He was elected in Bristol. And his election meant that the Bristol Green Party has become the single largest party on Bristol City Council. In doing so, in becoming the largest party in Bristol Council, it completely reshapes the political map for Bristol. It means that not right now, because Bristol has a mayoral system, which means the executive is controlled by the mayor. But after the next set of local elections, when the mayoralty has been abolished, it's quite possible that the Green Party will be running Bristol City Council. It will be potentially the second place in the country where the Greens have been in sole administration after only Brighton and Hove. So I'm going to be talking to Patrick about his by-election win, which came in about a week and a half ago, and also going to be talking to him about what the balance of power shifting in Bristol means for Bristol's politics. At 2 o'clock, I'm going to be speaking to Molly Scott Cato. Some of you may know Molly Scott Cato is a former Green Party MEP. She represented the southwest of England, and she's now the Green Part of England Wales' spokesperson on finance and economy matters. We're living in a cost of living crisis right now, almost unprecedented, the worst crisis for over a generation. I'm going to be talking to Molly about what the Green Party would do to tackle the current crisis. So what are the kinds of practical policies that the Greens would like to see put in place to address the needs of people right now? At 3 o'clock, I'll be speaking to Alia Butt. Now, Alia is the chair of NHS Staff Voices. She's also a member of Keep Our NHS Public. And there's a big mobilisation that's going to be taking place on the 11th of March, where thousands of people will be marching through London to defend the NHS, to tackle the crisis in the health service, and also to support striking workers in the health service. I'm going to be speaking to Alia about all of that and more, why this march is taking place, the issues that it is trying to solve, the demands of that demonstration, how it fits into a wider strategy for change in the health service. Coming towards the end of the show, at 4 o'clock, I'll be speaking to Catherine Rowett. Now, Catherine Rowett is the Green Party spokesperson on work and social security. We're going to be discussing the Green Party's policy that supports a £15 an hour minimum wage. We're going to be discussing why it is that the Greens want to see a minimum wage introduced at that level, and address any of the issues that people raise about that £15 an hour minimum wage, the impacts it could have on the economy, and tease out some of the criticisms that people have made of that policy. At 4:30, I'm going to be joined by two members of Greens for HS2. Greens for HS2 is a campaign group that is seeking to shift the Green Party's position on HS2, the high-speed rail link from London to the north. They have got a motion coming to the next Green Party conference in March, and they are seeking to get the party to support the funding of HS2 and its continuation up on until Manchester and the north. And we're going to be discussing why it is they want to see the Green Party supporting HS2. And I'm going to put some of the criticisms of HS2 that environmental NGOs, that Greens, that others have levelled at that project. I'm aware that's going to be a very contentious conversation, because I know that lots of people have lots of views on HS2, and particularly for our viewers who are in the Green Party, that's especially the case. And finally, closing the show, I'm going to be speaking to Sophie Perry. Now, Sophie Perry is a journalist at Pink News, and she's the co-founder, or rather the founder, I think, of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. That's a network that's set up to try and create a network of LGBT journalists across the British media and provide support for them. I'm going to be talking about why she set up that network, what she hopes to achieve, and also we're going to be delving into a little bit about whether that network can support an improvement in the way that LGBT issues are reported on, particularly in the current context, trans issues. So that's our lineup today. I hope you agree with me that it is amazing, and we're incredibly lucky to be joined by all of those guests throughout the day. Before I get any further with the show, I just wanted to ask a couple of favours. So if you're watching this video, if you're looking forward to the interviews, the chances are other people you know will too. There are two very, very easy things that you can do to make sure those other people get to see this show. The first is to hit that like button. There's a little thumbs up underneath the video. You can hit that button, and it means that this video will appear in more people's feeds. The second thing that you can do is you can share the video stream. You can copy the link, share it on your Twitter account, on your Facebook, on your Mastodons, on your Instagrams, whatever social media you wish to, and it means that the video will get in front of more people. The next thing that I wanted to ask you to do is to please do let me know how you're doing in the chat and line up questions for our guests. So one of the brilliant things about Bright Green Live is not just that I get to put the questions to our interviewees and our guests, but you also get to put questions to them too. The easiest and best way that you can make sure I get to your questions is to pop them in the chat nice and early. So if you've got anything you want to ask any of the guests throughout the day, please do get them in the chat and I'll make sure to get as many of them to our guests as possible. As I say, nice and early, the easier it is for me to put them to them. I'll try and get as many questions put to people as possible throughout the day. And not only can you put them in the chat, you can also pop them on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive and let people know what you want to ask and also about the show more broadly. So thank you so much for tuning in and watching. We have a little bit of time before our first guests join us. So please do make sure that you get yourself nice and comfortable, get yourself a cup of tea, and let me know how you are doing in the chat. I'm just checking to make sure all the tech is working because we have had some hiccups in the past. And by the looks of things, everything is working. We've got one comment in the chat. Thank you, Adriana. I know you're not watching because you said that you have to be at work. I'm very, very sorry. Adriana is one of our regular viewers, and it's a shame you won't be joining us. But of course, you can catch it all back on our YouTube channel after the show. Another thing I have to ask of you is to hit the subscribe button. The reason I ask you to do that is because if you enjoy this show, if you enjoy the content that Bright Green puts out, by hitting subscribe, it means that you won't miss out on any of the other videos and content that we put out in the coming weeks and months, including future episodes of Bright Green Live. We're currently on 483 subscribers. Every single show I have a target of how many subscribers we're going to reach by the end of the day. And today, we're going to hit 500. But we can only do that with your help. So make sure that you hit subscribe right now and join in with the fun. Final bit of admin from me is that I am recovering from a pretty nasty cold. So throughout the show, I'm going to be coughing, spluttering, sneezing, and so on. I apologize very much for that, but hopefully it won't be too distracting and we'll be able to get on. But if you hear me doing any of those things, if I'm a little worse for wear, it's probably because a virus infected my being and I'm in recovery mode from that. So please bear with me if that's evident at any point in the show. Hi, Finn. Thanks so much for joining us. Finn says that they're looking forward to the interviews today. Finn is another regular viewer of the show. It's brilliant to have you with us as always, Finn. I'm sure you have already, but if you haven't, please do hit the like button, Finn. As I said, those coughs are going to be coming, so I apologise. I'm going to go on mute so that you don't all have to experience it. You just get to see it, which I guess in some ways is better, but perhaps not in others. So for those of you just joining, I can see that some people are flowing into the show now. Just going to do a quick rundown again of what we've got coming up and to introduce you to the show. So you're watching episode 4 of Bright Green Live, which is a monthly show bringing you interviews, conversations with some of the most interesting, insightful, inspiring figures across the British left and further afield. We try to bring people together from the UK's Green parties, from social movements, from the Labour movement, from media and the arts as well. And today we have an absolutely stacked lineup of guests covering most of those spheres. So kicking things off, we're obviously right now in the biggest wave of industrial action for a generation. And one of the trade unions that has been leading the struggle for workers has been the PCS. And at 10:30, in 15 minutes time, we're going to be joined by our first guest, who will be Mark Serwotka from the PCS union. Throughout the conversation I'm going to be having with Mark, we're going to be getting into the detail of what's underpinning the disputes that his union is engaged in. So you may remember or be aware of driving examiners being on strike and border guards being on strike and civil servants being on strike. I'm going to be discussing with Mark why that industrial action is taking place, I'm going to be specifically talking to him about the mobilisation that's taking place on March the 15th, where over 100,000 civil servants will be going on strike on budget day. Going to be looking at why that day of action is taking place. And we're also, of course, going to be talking about the legislation currently going through Parliament, the biggest attack on trade unions for almost a decade, which is the anti-strikes bill, the minimum service levels bill. And we're going to be talking about how the trade union movement can defeat that damaging legislation. Following Mark, I'm going to be speaking to Mal O'Hara. Now, Mal O'Hara is the leader. I'm just going to stop my camera out whilst I'm talking. Mal O'Hara is the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland. And right now in Stormont, there is political deadlock. There hasn't been an executive formed for quite some time. I'm going to be talking to Mal about the reasons why that executive hasn't formed, what's going on behind the political deadlock, and how the Green Party would resolve that deadlock. I'm also going to be talking a little bit about the Greens' prospects in the next set of elections to Northern Ireland Assembly, because if this political deadlock isn't resolved, then the way that the constitutional setup in Northern Ireland works is that theoretically there should then be a fresh set of elections to elect a new assembly, who hopefully then could appoint a new executive. The reason I said theoretically is because there's various wranglings that have gone on, and the deadline for that election has passed at numerous points. But I'm going to be talking to Mal about if fresh elections are held very, very soon, what the Green Party of Northern Ireland's prospects are in those elections, because at the last set of elections to Northern Ireland Assembly, the Green Party lost its 2 seats, which means that for the first time in I think almost 15 years, the Greens haven't had representation in Stormont. So I'm going to be talking to Mal not just about the political deadlock, but also if there are elections, how the Greens see themselves re-entering the Assembly in Northern Ireland. The interview that I think I'm most looking forward to today is with Zoë Garbett. And the reason for that is because she has been freshly selected as the Green Party's candidate for London Mayor. It's the 2024 London Mayor election, which is taking place in 2024, obviously, because it's got 2024 in the title, where Sadiq Khan will be seeking an unprecedented third term. Zoë Garbett has been selected to fight that election for the Greens. Now, the Greens came third in the last 2 or 3 mayoral elections, particularly the last election in 2021. Sian Berry came 3 points ahead of the Lib Dems on first preferences. I'm going to be talking to Zoë about why she stood for this election, what her vision is for London, and what the Greens want to achieve in the 2024 London mayoral election. Incredibly exciting to be speaking to Zoë so soon after her selection. Into the afternoon, I'm going to be speaking to Patrick McAllister, who is the newest Green Party councillor to be elected. He was elected in a by-election in Bristol. And I'm going to be talking to Patrick about the impact his by-election victory has had. So for those of you who don't know, Patrick winning that seat means that the Green Party is now the single largest party on Bristol City Council. That's the first time that's ever happened, so it's a really historic moment. That doesn't mean that they're in administration, because at the moment Bristol operates on a mayoral system, which means that the executive is controlled by the mayor, which at the moment is Labour. But that mayoral system is being abolished as of the next set of local elections. So there's a real chance that the Green Party could be running Bristol City Council very, very soon. It's also worth noting that because of Patrick's victory, 17 of the 20 councillors that represent wards in the Bristol West constituency are now Greens, Bristol West being one of the Green Party's most obvious places where they could potentially win a second MP, and they now hold 17 out of the 20 wards. So it's a very, very interesting by-election. Local by-elections don't tend to be interesting, but this one has been very significant. So I'm going to be talking to Patrick about what the impact that victory has had on Bristol politics. Following Patrick, I'll be speaking to Molly Scott Cato. You may know Molly as a former Green Party MEP representing the southwest of England. She's now the Green Party spokesperson on finance and the economy. And because we're in a cost of living crisis, because we're in an unprecedented wave of industrial action, I'll be speaking to Molly about what the Green Party would do about all of that, how the Green Party's policies would address the cost of living crisis, and the sorts of approaches the Greens would like to see to address it. At 3 o'clock, I'll be speaking to Alia from NHS Staff Voices. She's the chair of NHS Staff Voices, which is part of Keep Our NHS Public. The reason I'm talking to Alia is because there is a massive demonstration taking place on the 11th of March in London. That demonstration is in order to attempt to put pressure on the government to tackle the NHS crisis, and also it is a solidarity demonstration with the health service strikes that are taking place at the moment, with nurses, ambulance workers and others taking industrial action. We'll be talking about why that demonstration is taking place and how it fits in the wider campaign for a effective, publicly run, well-funded NHS. Apologies, I will be sipping on coffee throughout because I didn't sleep well last night. At 4 o'clock, I'm going to be joined by Catherine Rowett. Catherine Rowett is also a former Green Party MEP, but she's now also the party spokesperson on work and social security. Very recently, about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, can't remember now, the Green Party passed a policy which says that it supports a £15 an hour minimum wage. I'm going to be talking to Catherine about that policy, why the Greens support it, how it will be implemented, and what the ramifications would be for the rest of the economy. At 4:30, I'm going to be speaking to two people from Greens for HS2, Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson. The two of them are members of the campaign group, which is seeking to get the Green Party to shift its position on HS2. They've got a motion coming to Green Party Spring Conference in March. That motion would shift the policy. It would see the party support fully funding the HS2 project. And so I'm going to be asking them why they put that motion forward. And I'm going to be putting to them a lot of the criticisms of HS2 that have been made by a huge proportion of the environmental NGO sector, as well as Greens, transport campaigners, and so on. And wrapping up the day at 5 o'clock, I'm going to be speaking to Sophie Perry. Sophie Perry is a journalist at Pink News, and she's also the founder of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. I'm going to be speaking to her about that network, why she set it up, and what she hopes to achieve, and how that network can improve reporting on LGBT issues, particularly on trans issues in the current climate, where we know that trans rights are derided in the vast majority of the media. They're under attack from the Tory government, and there is a lack of accurate, fair, reasonable, people-centred reporting on trans issues. So that's our guests. I hope you agree it's a fantastic lineup. They're going to be joining us very, very soon, starting in about 5 minutes' time. So thank you for everyone for joining us, and for those of you who are just joining us now, please do let us know where you are joining us from in the chat, how you're doing today, and any questions you have for our guests, please get them in the chat as early as you possibly can. The earlier I get to them, the earlier I see them, the easier it will be for me to pick them up. Because I get lots of messages, and when I'm interviewing someone, it can be challenging to see all of the questions. You can also put your questions on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive, preferably sharing the show link as you do. Now, I have a final thing to ask of you before we get going with our first interview, which is that you hit the like button. That means that this show will appear in more people's feeds, and it means that more people will see it. So the interviews that you're about to experience, others will see them as well. And I mentioned it earlier, but for those of you who are joining later, you're not late, you're on time. I do have a cold, so I'm going to be coughing and spluttering throughout. I'm going to take a moment off mic to address it. Brilliant. I've now cleared my throat. My horrendous cough, which is a compounding of the virus that is spinning through my body right now, and also me being an asthmatic smoker. That cough is now gone for now. Thanks so much for joining the show. We will be getting ready with our first interview in about 5 minutes' time. If you haven't already, hit like, hit subscribe. Let us know what you think. Let us know where you're joining from, how you're doing, and any questions you have for the guests in the chat and on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. And of course, you can follow Bright Green on all of the socials. On Facebook, we're on facebook.com/brightgrn. On Twitter, we are at BrightGRN. On Instagram, we are at Bright Green Online, and on Mastodon, we are we are at Bright Green on the UK server. So make sure that you follow us on all those channels. And I can see that Mark has joined us a little early, so I'm going to crack on with our first interview very, very soon once I've let Mark into the call. And I'm just going to do one final bit of admin, and then we will get going with our next interview. Our first interview of the day. Thank you so much. Okay, brilliant. So I am now going to let Mark into the room. And as Mark joins the call, hopefully he will be able to join. I can see that he's joined. As he connects to video, I'll just do a brief introduction to Mark, who hopefully for our viewers is a household name by now. But Mark Serwotka is the General Secretary of the PCS Union, the union that represents civil servants and civil servants that have been going on strike across the country in recent months. Over the next bit of time, we're going to be talking about the industrial action that his union has been engaged in. But before we go any further, I just wanted to welcome Mark to the show. I can see, Mark, that you are connected to audio, but I can't see your video. I don't know whether you're able to sort that. But if not, I'll just ask you how you're doing to kick us off.
Good morning, Chris. And I'm pressing the link, but unfortunately the video is not starting and I'm not quite sure why that is. Okay, I have just sent you a request to start video again. That worked? If not, we'll have to do this as an audio interview, which is fine. Yeah, and it keeps saying that the video won't start. I pressed the link. I'm awfully sorry. I can do it on my phone if you wanted to do it on a phone to see if the video worked. Let's try on your phone, Mark. Yeah, if you're able to join on your phone, we'll try that because it'll be great if people can see you. Okay, 1 minute then. Brilliant. Thanks, Mark. And apologies to our viewers for technical difficulties. These things do happen, and they've beset Bright Green Live before. Whilst we're waiting for Mark to connect to video, please do get your questions lined up for him in the chat. I can see that Ben Samuel has already stuck some in the chat. That's brilliant. Please do keep them coming, and I'll put as many of them as I can to Mark, hopefully when we're able to see him as well as hear him. Okay, so I can see Mark is just joining via another device, and hopefully, brilliant. Yes, we have Mark on video now, which is brilliant. So Mark Serwotka is the General Secretary of the PCS Union. It's an absolute pleasure to have you on the show, Mark. How are you doing?
Hopefully you can hear me and see me now.
Can hear and see, which are the two big important things. So that's brilliant. Thank you so much. Great. So I'll kick us off then, Mark. So obviously we're in this unprecedented wave of industrial action, at least for a generation. And there are some big disputes that people are very, very familiar with, the rail disputes, the NHS disputes, the disputes that your union is engaged in. Some of our viewers may be slightly less familiar with. So I wondered if you could talk our viewers through what the big issues are in your dispute at the moment.
Certainly, Chris, and apologies to the viewers for all those technical difficulties. We represent civil and public servants, and so that is people who work directly for government and in public bodies that are funded by government. We represent some of the lowest paid workers in the UK. And the reason we're in dispute is very similar to colleagues in other unions. We've been offered a 2% pay award when inflation, as we know, is running in excess of 10 to 11%. We've had 10 years of pay offers below the rate of inflation, so much so that, to give you viewers an example, our workers who work in tax offices, 30% now of the entire workforce of tax offices are on the national minimum wage. That is because their pay has been suppressed for 10 consecutive years. So we've got a 2% pay offer. We're demanding 10%. But in addition, the government is still threatening to cut up to 90,000 civil service jobs, even though most people recognise we need more jobs to provide frontline services. They're forcing people to pay too much money for their pension every single month, 2%. We're paying too much, according to an independent valuer. And finally, at a time they're threatening to make 90,000 job cuts, they want to cut the redundancy terms that people are contractually entitled to by a staggering 33%. So it's an existential set of issues that frontline public sector workers are facing here. And that is why we voted to strike by a historic high vote in the civil service. 87% of people voted to strike.
So your union's been engaged in a number of different days of strike action over the last few months. People probably most remember the border guards strikes that took place over Christmas, but you've announced a major strike day on March 15th to coincide with the budget, where over 100,000 civil servants will be going out on strike. Why have you chosen to escalate the campaign in that way?
So essentially, the government are giving us the same story that they're giving all other workers, which is that there's no money on the table and they're not prepared to reopen the pay from 2022. And that is completely unacceptable. So our tactic has been to have everybody out on strike. So we were out on the 1st of February alongside hundreds of thousands of teachers, train workers, and college lecturers. But before that, we've run a series of targeted, sustained strikes, bringing people out for extended periods. So you're right, we've had the border force out over Christmas at the airports, but we've also had DWP workers out in the Northwest, and we've got another 20 days of action there. We've had strikes in the DVLA, the people who issue driving licenses, strikes of driving examiners, strikes in the DEFRA area. So next week, we've got the Animal Plant Agency out on strike. We've had the Rural Payments Agency out on strike. And we've now announced everyone out on the 15th of March, but also further strikes in the border force, in the ports that serve Dover, more strikes in the DWP. The British Museum will be out on strike all of next week, meaning that the British Museum is likely to be closed in London. And this is part of escalating our action to increase the pressure. So the 15th of March, we chose, number one, because it's budget day. And many of the civil servants involved in supporting the government to deliver the budget will be on strike, including people in the Cabinet Office, including people in Downing Street. And if we win our reballot, every single member in the tax office. So industrially, it's an important day for the civil service. There will be picket lines literally at the bottom of Downing Street when the Chancellor leaves Downing Street to drive across to Parliament. So it'll be a very eye-catching, significant industrial day. But also, we know that the teachers are out on strike on the 15th of March, and we're hoping again to see lots of workers come together to make it clear to the government that we're not giving up and we're prepared to escalate if we have to.
And so in terms of making it clear to the government, obviously you're seeking a resolution to this. Your members don't want to be on strike. You don't want to be asking your members to take industrial action. Do you have any update in terms of where talks and negotiations have got to? Do you think there's any prospect of an agreement close on the horizon?
No. And I'm blunt with that question because the government is playing a silly game. We can see that wherever the government is not directly involved, progress has been made. So if you look in Scotland and in Wales, for example, we'll see that the Welsh and Scottish government have increased their pay offers. And we are expecting a significantly approved offer from the civil service in Scotland, for example. We've seen that in a health service, better offers in Scotland and in Wales, and action has been suspended. We saw last week the firefighters receive a much improved offer because of their strike vote, essentially negotiating with local authorities. But where Westminster is in charge, so that's for the health service in England and Wales. So, for example, we see paramedics and nurses, train workers, where the companies are clearly being instructed by the government to block a settlement. Very little progress has been made, and that's the same for us. So we get invited to meetings. The famous door is open, we're told. We walk through the door to find there's no one there. There's nothing on the table. And they keep saying things to us like, we've closed pay for 2022. We'll be imaginative in 2023. Well, frankly, our members don't want imagination and creativity. They need money on the table, and they need it now. For civil servants, if we waited for this year's pay, people wouldn't get it until the summer. The reality is there is in-work poverty now. I don't know if you know, Chris, but 40,000 civil servants are using food banks, and 45,000 civil servants claim in-work benefits many of whom administer those benefits in our job centres because they are the in-work poor. So we can't wait for creativity in the summer. We need hard cash on the table now. And at the moment, the government is saying no. And that's why the strikes are escalating.
So just to move a little bit broader on the kind of wider context of this dispute and the action that your union is engaged in, obviously you were a general secretary of the PCS in the early 2010s when there was the kind of last major massive upsurge in disputes, with the pension dispute being the big one. This set of action that a range of unions are engaged in feels different. It feels like this is well, firstly, that unions are fighting and they're really winning, like the FBU have, like Unite are across the country and others. But also the scale of it appears to be and feels much bigger, and the public support for the industrial action appears to be much stronger than it was in the early 2010s as well. What's your assessment of what this wave of industrial action means for the trade union movement, not just in the short term for your members and the pay that's in their pocket and their conditions, but for the trade union movement and its power and strength in the economy and society more broadly?
Well, it's a great question, and I think you correctly identify this is very different to 2011. Our union was one of the instigators of the 2011 mass strike. We took action in the June of that year alongside teachers and lecturers over pensions, 4 unions. Some attacked us at the time, including the leader of the Labour Party, who was attacking people for going on strike over pensions. But our action directly resulted in 29 unions and 2 million people being on strike in the November of that year. The problem with that is that I think some unions went into that dispute very much seeing it as, the famous quote was, people need to let off steam. And it was a one-off gesture that faded away. And in fact, it was only PCS, Unite, and I think one other union who carried that strike on past the 2011. This is different. This is different because essentially we've got a series of separate disputes, all caused by the same reason, the cost of living crisis, both in the public and private sector, that have their own dynamics. Unite have won some stunning victories. In my own union, we have private sector members working in the disclosure and bargain service employed by Hinduja Global Systems. They are billionaires, the Hinduja brothers. And they were on strike for 6 weeks and they won a stunning victory where they achieved a much, much higher pay rise because they were prepared to go on strike. So where employers are often left to their own devices, the power of the workforce is winning. Where the government still is in charge, they are desperately trying for political reasons to not make concessions. But of course, we all know this government is weak, mired in catastrophe, has no real mandate, has crashed the economy. And I think the reason these strikes are so significant is they enjoy immense public support. I mean, I've been a general secretary for 2 decades. I've never seen opinion polling that supports strikes the way that it is now. And although the NHS strikes are the most important, even civil service strikes, that people don't often know what civil servants do, you still find 40% of people strongly support the strike. I think that's because everybody's suffering. Everybody can see the government's incompetent. Everybody's paying huge energy bills, sees inflation going through the roof, and people have had enough. So I think these strikes are winnable. I personally believe it's a matter of time before we win significant concessions right across the board because of the government's weakness and because of the strength of our case. And long term for the unions, this could be such a significant moment. The NEU recruited 41,000 new members in under 3 weeks. In my own union, our membership is now higher than at any time since the Tories stopped us deducting union dues from people's pay packets in order to try to bankrupt the union. We are growing at a rate we've never seen before, but also more people are becoming active. And the picket lines, Chris, that we had on the 1st of February were an absolute joy to be at. They were young, they were diverse, they were full of people being on strike for the first time who, if I can put it this way, were enjoying the fact that they felt liberated and were prepared to fight back. Some of the spontaneity on picket lines, you could see that people felt empowered. And I think when that genie's out of the box, it cannot be put back in. So I think now we have to keep fighting and winning. And I've always believed when working class people come together and win, that gives them the power to fight for more and more, and it can be actually quite transformational. And I hope that is where we are going to go. I very much hope so, and I think the conditions are very promising.
So I wanted to ask you about the minimum service levels bill and the anti-strikes law that's currently going through Parliament, but I had a quick question for you before that, based on what you said at the beginning of that response. So you mentioned that in the 2011 disputes, the Labour leader criticised the trade union movement. In the current context, we have this biggest wave of strike action for a generation. I think it wouldn't be uncharitable to say that the Labour leadership's position on these strikes has been tepid at best. What do you make of the Labour Party's position on these disputes?
Well, I think it's tragic that history seems to be repeating itself, that we have a Labour leadership, I think, that believes it's going to win, but believes it's going to win because of the unpopularity of the government, rather than itself presenting, I think, a fairly bold and radical programme. And I believe that is a massive missed opportunity, because Keir Starmer's popularity, in my view, amongst working people would go through the roof if he got off the fence and stopped just saying the Tories should negotiate and say where he stood. If he came out and said, no worker in Britain, whether public or private sector, should be poorer at the end of the year than they were at the start, through no fault of their own because of cost of living crisis, people would think that here's a man who's actually got some convictions and he's prepared to talk about them. So I think that their position actually is a massive missed opportunity. But I take some comfort from the fact that we've had loads of progressive MPs on our picket lines. And they've been, so Caroline Lucas supports our picket lines, the SNP have been on our picket lines, so have Plaid Cymru, but so have a core of Labour MPs, those who are ignoring the instruction to stay away, you know, not just the old guard like John McDonnell and Jeremy Corbyn, although now he's not officially a Labour MP, but the new breed, Zara Zoltana, Bel Rabiro Adi, and many, many others have been standing with workers, and I think they get it. And I wish Keir Starmer would actually get it, because waiting for an election to fall into your hands, I think, is a very dangerous game. I think you should fight for every vote and inspire people. And this is a missed opportunity.
And so then finally, on the anti-strikes bill that's currently going through Parliament, there appears to be some disagreement within the trade union movement about the strategy to defeat this. So you've seen the TUC in particular talking about legal action. I spoke to Matt Rack from the FBU a few weeks ago, and he expressed scepticism of that, about the legal system being the mechanism to defeat the bill, and instead talked about mass mobilisation on the streets. How do you think the trade union movement can defeat this pernicious piece of legislation?
So I tend to take the view that you should try everything. You shouldn't try one thing and promote it necessarily over another, or try one and wait and then take plan B. So I am in favour of taking legal action. You know, my own union has won, I think, 8 High Court victories over the government in the last 5 years. I think workers quite like it when you go to the courts. It's not in our interest to make illusions in the courts, and ultimately we shouldn't put all our faith in that system, but we should try. I saw the leaked emails from government. Part of the beauty of being a civil service union leader is you get lots of things fall into your lap. and I can tell you that those emails made it clear the government considered 3 options. One was to completely ban trade unions in swathes of the public sector. Second one was to do a prison officer style ban on any right to strike in certain parts of the public sector. Thirdly was minimum service levels. And the staggering thing was they ruled out the first 2 because they didn't think they could legally get away with it, not because they had any moral concerns that it may be wrong. So when I see Grant Shapps saying, of course we believe in the right to strike, Grant is lying. Grant Shapps is lying. He would have banned the strikes if he thought he could get away with it. They know on minimum service levels, according to the briefings I've seen, that they're legally vulnerable. So we should fight it legally. But at the same time, we must also do mass mobilizations. We should get people on the streets. We should make clear the right to strike is critical. And it's not a coincidence that they're clamping down on it now when there's more strikes in Britain than many of us will have seen in decades and decades. So ultimately, the best way to defend the right to strike is to strike now and to win. And in striking, making sure that all of our members understand that the Tories want to remove that right from them in very real terms, that a minimum service level is legally conscripting people and forcing them to work. It is actually giving people no rights whatsoever. So we need to be on the streets, yes. We need to make it a core of the mobilization that we're doing now and explaining to people that they're fighting now and winning, but the Tories want to take that right away from them. And we need to ensure that we make it very, very difficult for the government to believe it can get away with it. At the same time, fight legally in the courts. But thirdly, and I think this is equally importantly, we have to make sure that the Labour Party now gives unequivocal and very public commitments that were this to come in, they will not only oppose it, but they will repeal not just this legislation if they win the election, but they will actually repeal the legislation back from 2016. And I would like them to repeal all the anti-union laws. Because, Chris, when I started work many moons ago in a benefit office in South Wales, we did not have to give notice, have a 50% requirement, jump through hoop after hoop. Workers could get together, collectively make a decision and could go out on strike. The scales have tipped now so massively in favor of employers that it's actually a miracle that so many unions are able to fight now. That is a cause of workplace organizing and fighting hard battles. My own union, we tried twice to beat the threshold and failed. This was the third time we got over the line, and it is hard work. When you're organizing in thousands of workplaces, if you don't have reps in the workplace, activists, lay activists on the ground, very, very difficult to win. So we've got to do everything we can. And my view is whatever option there is, don't choose one over another, do the lot. Legal action, mobilization. But if I could say one thing, most importantly, win the strikes that we're involved in now and ensure the members understand they've won those strikes, but they won't have the right to do that in the future unless we defeat this bill.
So before I let you go, Mark, could you just let our viewers know who many of them will be wanting to support PCS in these disputes, how they can show that support and solidarity?
Yeah, we would love loads of solidarity. People often think of civil servants and they think of bowler-hatted Sir Humphreys walking down Whitehall in tweed suits. And the reality is our members work in job centres, in courts, in tax offices, in borders. They are incredibly low paid, but they work in every single part of the UK. When we're on strike on the 15th of March, that will involve 2,500 workplaces in cities, in villages, in towns. We will have picket lines. We currently have on our website the ability for people to donate to our hardship fund. We have ways of people showing their support. My own view is the single most important thing people could do is get to a picket line, organise supportive meetings in towns, marches, and ensure that what we say, and I think this is a key point to finish, is there are no deserving and undeserving workers. There are no group of workers who deserve more than other. We all deserve, whether we're in the public or private sector, whether we're a nurse or a job centre worker or work on the railways, to not be bullied at work, be threatened with job insecurity and have our cost of living cut. So in supporting PCS, I hope people also support the picket lines and disputes of the health workers, the train workers, the postal workers who've been fighting massively. And then if we do that, we won't just see one victory, or we won't just see victories in some parts of the economy. We could see a real return to an upsurgent trade union and labour movement that is winning. And I think that is the best contribution that we could make for the future generation of trade unionists, for students and young people who will be going into the workplace. We need strong unions ensuring workplace justice and justice across the economy. So donate if you can, get to the picket lines, but most of all, support all the disputes that are taking place. And hopefully, Chris, on your show towards the middle and latter part of the year, we can be reviewing how this was the year when workers fought, they won, and now we're looking forward to improving our lot even more in the future.
I'll definitely make sure to get you back on when the PCS wins these disputes. Mark, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Really enjoyed it. And sorry again for the technical glitch at the beginning. Cheers.
Absolutely no worries. So that was Mark Serwotka, the General Secretary of PCS, the union that represents civil servants. I'm just going to get you out of the call there, Mark. There we go. So that was Mark Serwotka from the PCS union talking about the strikes and the disputes that his union is currently engaged in, as well as the wider wave of strike action we're seeing across the country. Please do let me know in the chat what you thought about that conversation. I've spoken to Mark a few times and I always find his insights particularly insightful, I guess, about the trade union movement, but also he's a general secretary who's been in post for over 20 years. He's seen the ups and downs of the trade union movement, and has been at the forefront of many, many struggles. I would love to hear your thoughts on what he said about the impact of these strikes on the wider trade union movement, on how we defeat the minimum service levels bill, the anti-strikes law currently going through Parliament, and any of the other things that we discussed. So please do let us know in the chat or on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. We've got 17 people watching, but there's only 8 likes on this video. Those numbers don't add up. Make sure you hit like to make this video appear in more people's feeds. And of course, hit the subscribe button to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the other videos and interviews and episodes of Bright Green Live that we will be putting out in the coming weeks and months. We've got a target of hitting 500 subscribers by the end of the show. We're currently on 485, so please do subscribe and help us hit that target. Sorry, Ben, I did catch your question on for Mark, but unfortunately I caught it too late because I was scrolling through the chats, so I wasn't able to put it to Mark. But Ben says things have moved on a bit since Mark staffed a benefit office in Wales. I think in those days the M25 had not even been built. Yes, many things have changed since Mark staffed a benefit office in Wales. One of them, the big things being that we've seen the demonisation, the decimation and repeated attacks on the trade union movement, which hopefully Mark made clear throughout that interview. Thank you so much for the 3 or 4 people who've just clicked like. It's brilliant. We're going to be kicking off with our next interview, which will be with Mal O'Hara, the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland, very, very soon. I'm going to take a quick break. Apologies for taking a break so early, but I need more coffee because I still haven't properly woken up yet. I've got a long old day ahead of me, so please forgive me. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back very, very soon to get on with the rest of the show. Whilst I'm gone, please do pop your comments in the chat, any questions you have for our guests throughout the rest of the show, and of course, as always, any questions you have for me. And I'll see you in a few minutes. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to episode 4 of Bright Green Live. I have in my hands a cup of coffee, so hopefully I'll be able to get through the next section of the show. Thank you so much for people who are joining. If you're just joining us now, you're watching episode 4 of Bright Green Live, a monthly show which features interviews with a range of guests from across the UK's left, the trade union movement, the UK's Green parties, the wider Labour movement, the wider left, social movements, the arts, media, and much, much more. We are going to be having an absolutely stacked lineup of guests throughout the show, which I'll talk a little bit about in a moment or two. But if you are just joining, you're more than welcome to rewind through the video and watch the interview that I've just done with Mark Serwotka, the General Secretary of the PCS. There were some technical difficulties on that interview, and Mark had to join via his phone, so you'll see him in portrait mode, but that's fine. And hopefully you'll enjoy the conversation, because I definitely did. If you're just joining us, make sure to hit the like button, make sure to hit subscribe, and make sure to pop in the chat where you're calling from, where you're calling from, where you're watching from, how you're doing, who you're looking forward to, and any questions for our guests throughout the show. So our next guest, who's going to be joining us in a little bit, is Mal O'Hara. Mal is the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland, and he is going to be talking to us a little bit about the current political situation in Stormont. So there's currently political deadlock in Northern Ireland. They haven't been able to form an executive. For those of you who don't know, the constitutional setup in Northern Ireland requires a first minister to be will be the largest political party in will be appointed by the largest political party in Northern Ireland, and the deputy first minister has to be from the political group that first minister is not from. So if the largest party is a unionist party, then the deputy first minister has to be a nationalist deputy first minister, and vice versa. So after the last set of elections, Sinn Féin became the largest party, and the DUP, the Democratic Unionist Party, refused to appoint a deputy first minister, saying that there were issues that needed to be resolved around the Northern Ireland Protocol, that mechanism that was set up in the aftermath of Brexit, before they were willing to appoint a deputy first minister. They still haven't done that, and that means that we haven't had an executive throughout that period. There is still no executive formed, and there is deadlock currently in Stormont. However, the constitutional framework requires that a fresh set of elections have to take place if an executive can't be formed. The deadline for that keeps being pushed back by the UK government, and so those fresh elections haven't been called yet. But we're going to be talking to Mal about what the Green Party's position on this deadlock is. We're going to be discussing how the Greens would resolve it. We're also going to be looking at whether the deadlock we've seen there means that the constitutional setup that was established by the Good Friday Agreement, the Belfast Agreement, needs to be revisited. And finally, we're going to be talking about, if there is a fresh set of elections, whether the Greens, what the Greens' prospects are in those. So in 2022, the last set of elections, the Greens lost both of their seats in the Northern Ireland Assembly. The first time in 15 years there haven't been Greens in the Assembly. So we're going to be talking about how the Greens will plan to regain their seats in the Assembly. Following Mal, we have Zoë Garbett, who is a councillor in Hackney, and you may have seen the news that she is also now the Green Party's next candidate for London Mayor. She'll be contesting the 2024 London mayoral election for the Green Party. We're going to be talking about why she stood to be the Greens candidate, what her vision is for London, what the Greens' prospects are in that election, and much, much more. Incredibly excited to be joined by Zoë so soon after her selection. At 1 o'clock, we'll be joined by Patrick McAllister, the newest Green Party councillor in the country. He was elected a week ago in Bristol in a by-election. That by-election made the Greens the single largest party on Bristol City Council. We will be talking about the impact of his election on Bristol politics, what it means that the Greens are now the largest party. Of course, for those of you who are eagle-eyed viewers of local politics will be aware, it doesn't mean that the Greens are in administration. The reason it doesn't mean that is because the Bristol operates on a mayoral system. So the mayor of Bristol controls the executive rather than other councils which operate where the largest party or a party that has a majority will form an administration. That setup is set to change after the next set of local elections next year. And so the Greens being the largest party now for the first time ever in Bristol means that after the May local elections next year, we could see the Greens in administration in Bristol, possibly in sole administration, becoming the second place in the country where that has happened, only after Brighton and Hove. So I'm going to be talking to Patrick about the impact of his election victory, what it means for Bristol politics, and also whether it gives us any insight into whether the Greens will elect a second MP in the Bristol West constituency, where the party's co-leader, Carla Denyer, is standing as a candidate. After Patrick, I'll be speaking to Molly Scott Cato, who is a former Green Party MEP representing the southwest of England. She's now the Green Party of England and Wales's finance and economy spokesperson. I'm going to be talking to Molly about the current cost of living crisis that is gripping the country right now and what the Green Party would do to tackle it. We're going to be looking at some of the short-term measures to alleviate the pressures that people are facing day to day, and also some of the policies the Green Party would see to address the long-term causes of the crisis, because, of course, this crisis didn't come out of nowhere. It comes from deep-rooted issues within the UK economy. So we're going to be talking about how the Green Party would reform the British economic system in order to ensure that we don't experience more unprecedented cost of living crises. Following Molly, I'll be speaking to Alia Butt. Alia is the chair of NHS Staff Voices and a member of Keep Our NHS Public. Those groups are coordinating a mass demonstration in London on March the 11th, which will be a march, I think it's March the 11th, yes, the Saturday, March the 11th, which will be going through London, demanding that the NHS crisis is tackled, and also showing support and solidarity with striking health service workers, so the nurses, ambulance workers and so on, who are currently engaged in industrial disputes. I'll be talking to her about why they're going on, why that demonstration is taking place, and how it fits in with wider campaigns for a properly publicly run, fully funded National Health Service. At 4 o'clock, towards the end of the show, I'll be speaking to Catherine Rowett, who is also a former Green Party MEP. She sat alongside Molly Scott Cato and represented the Eastern region. She's now the Green Party spokesperson on work and social security, and I'm going to be discussing the party's policy on the minimum wage. The Green Party supports a £15 an hour minimum wage, and we'll be discussing why the party supports that, what the ramifications of that will be for the wider economy, and much, much more. Our penultimate guest will actually be two guests. I'm going to be speaking to Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson, who are both active within Greens for HS2. They've got a motion coming to the Green Party's spring conference, which seeks to change the party's position on HS2. For those of you who don't know, the Green Party's policy has passed policy in the past in opposition to HS2, citing environmental concerns, issues with the route and so on, and the costs and a whole bunch of other things. So I'm going to be talking to Emma and Pete about why they want to change the party's policy, because the motion that they're putting forward and others in Greens for HS2 are putting forward would see the party's policy shift from opposition to HS2 to supporting it and wanting it to be fully funded and going the whole hog up to the north of England as well. I'll be putting a lot of the concerns that NGOs, particularly environmental NGOs, some transport campaigners and Greens have had about HS2 and why there is widespread opposition to them, and teasing out some of those things. I'm sure that will be, people will have strong views on that. I can see that Adriana has just posted in the chat #StopHS2. So I'm sure that will be a conversation which will spark much interest, debate and controversy. So please do get any questions you have for those two guests in the chat, and I'll do the best I can to put them to them. And finally, our last guest of the day will be Sophie Perry. Sophie is a journalist at Pink News, the LGBT news website. She's also a founder of the LGBTQ+ journalism network, which she founded to address some of the issues that LGBT journalists have and to provide a network for those journalists. We're going to be talking about what she wants to achieve with that network, what its impact has already been, and also whether that network can improve the way that LGBT issues, particularly trans issues, given the context we're in around trans rights right now, whether it can improve the reporting on those issues. So that's our lineup for the day. I hope you agree it's absolutely stacked. Let me know in the chat who you're most excited for, and please do get questions lined up for any of our guests in the chat and on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. I'm going to have a little sip of coffee now, have a break from speaking, so apologies for the dead air, but take a moment to reflect on the show coming forth and also to pop any questions in the chat. Brilliant. So if you haven't already, please hit like and subscribe. We've got an aim to get to 500 subscribers by the end of the day. We started on 483. We are now on 486. So that means we've got 14 to go. We're on track. We've been going for an hour and we've got 7 hours left, 14 to go. But if you haven't already, please do hit subscribe. You have the added perk if you do hit subscribe that you are able to engage in the chat. So if you want to ask questions, you are going to have to hit that subscribe button. Also, please, of course, do follow Bright Green on our socials. We're on Twitter at BrightGRN, on Facebook at facebook.com/BrightGRN, at Instagram at Bright Green Online, and on the Mastodons, we are at Bright Green on the UK server. If you can't find us in any of those places, there are links in the description of this video, so you can check them out there. Now, Bright Green doesn't have the backing of billionaires and big business. The only reason we're able to run shows like this and to publish all the articles we're able to publish on our website is because of the kind and generous donations of people just like you. If you are able to, please do head to our website right now and set up a regular donation to support this show, to make sure that we can continue to put out more videos like it and support all the work that Bright Green does and fund and support a better media landscape. Head to our website, bright-green.org/donate. There's a link in the description. I'm going to pop a link in the chat right now that you can click, set up a donation, and help Bright Green with everything that we do. Click that link. That's not a clickable link, so I'll make that link clickable, and then you can set up a donation and help us out big time. Get that link that's in the chat now, and please do support Bright Green financially if you're able to. Now, we've got a little bit of time before our next guest, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about next month's show. So, as many of you will know, Bright Green Live is a monthly show broadcast on YouTube. The next episode of Bright Green will not be in our usual slot. So typically, we host the show on the second Sunday of every month. We're not going to be doing that in March because the second Sunday of March is Green Party of England and Wales Conference. So I'm going to be at conference reporting on all the goings on there. I'll be bringing you exclusive interviews with interesting people from across the Green Party. I'll be bringing you all the news from conference floor, the speeches, the motions, the debates, everything else on our website. But that means that I can't broadcast Bright Green Live on the second Sunday of the month. But do not worry, do not fear. We will still be hosting a March show. It will be on March the 19th, the week after conference, and we already have some brilliant guests lined up for that show already. We have Jay Clark from People and Planet, the student campaign group that seeks to address climate change, workers' rights, migrant rights, international justice issues, and on that show Jay is going to be talking about the Fossil Free Careers campaign. That's a campaign which is seeking to get fossil fuel companies kicked off of campus so that they can't recruit students at their career through their career service anymore. It's an amazing campaign which is already building momentum across the country. I'm going to be talking to Jay about that campaign, the successes it's already had, and why they're targeting specifically the recruitment aspect of the fossil fuel industry's presence on campuses. We'll also be talking to a representative of UEA UCU. So UCU is the University and Colleges Union. It represents academic staff across the country and also some non-academic staff too, particularly those who work in libraries and other places. I'm going to be speaking to someone from UEA UCU because they're UEA, the University of East Anglia, which is for disclosure, is the university that I attended as an undergraduate, has recently announced major financial problems and is consulting on redundancies. I'm going to be talking to someone from the UCU branch about their response to the university's financial difficulties and how they're trying to save jobs at the university. I'll also be talking to someone from Extinction Rebellion, who have got a big mobilisation coming up, I believe, in April. We're going to be talking about why they're mobilising, their tactics, what's going to be happening in April, and so on and so forth. And finally, we've already got Tyrone Scott booked, who is the chair of Greens of Colour. You may remember him, Green Party members, as a candidate in last year's deputy leadership election. Was it last year? Yes, it was last year. I'll be talking to Tyrone about his plans for Greens of Colour and the work that he's seeking to do through Greens of Colour in the coming weeks and months. So that's the next show on March the 19th. Get it in your diary now so that you don't miss out. But the best way that you can make sure that you don't miss that show is to hit the subscribe button. And the best way to make sure that you can, that other people watch this show and the interviews that we put out as part of it, is to hit like so that this video appears in more people's feeds, and to share the show link on your social media channels, preferably using the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. Those of you who are just joining, you missed a bit at the beginning where I explained to everyone that I have a horrible cold. What I'm going to be doing at various points to avoid you having to hear the various utterances as a result of that virus's penetration of me is that I'm going to be going on mute very briefly to cough and sneeze and snuffle and all the rest of it. So I'm going to do one of those now. I'm going to do a little bit of a cough and take some coffee whilst I have a chance to. Throughout the show, we'll be taking your questions that you put to our guests, so please do get them in the chat. Line them up nice and early so that I can make sure to get to as many of them as possible. You can also put questions in the chat for me. I'm always happy to answer them. I can see that there is a flurry of questions from Ben Samuel in the chat. Ben is a regular viewer of Bright Green Live and a regular asker of questions, if that is a phrase, but a friend of the show, consistently here throughout most of the day, and a great contributor to the interviews that we put out. Be more like Ben. Get your questions in the chat now for our guests coming up throughout the day. And of course, please do share the show link on socials and any questions you have on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. Thank you to those of you who've already shared the show on Twitter. So thank you to Greens for HS2, who you know we're speaking to later. Thanks to Green Elects. Thanks to Rosie Rule, to Oliver. Thanks to, I'll do your handle, Oliver. So that's Tyne WRC. And your name is Oliver Climate Action Socialist. Thanks to Zoë Garbett, who of course we'll be speaking to later in the show, to Patrick McAllister, and to all the others who have shared the show link on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. If you share the show link, you'll get a special shout out, so please make sure that you do. So in 10 minutes time, I'm going to be joined by Mal O'Hara for our second interview of the day. We're going to be talking about the current political situation in Northern Ireland, the deadlock that is currently facing Stormont, and how the Greens would tackle it. That's coming up in about 10 minutes time. So get yourself nice and comfortable, get questions written in the chat, let me know how you're doing, and I'll speak to Mal very, very soon. And of course, if you're joining us just now, I spoke to Mark Serwotka, the General Secretary of the PCS Union, earlier on the show. You can rewind through and watch that back if you wish to at any point. We started into about 10:30. There was a couple of technical difficulties, so it might be a little bit after that. So if you scroll back about 50 minutes in the video, you'll find the interview with Mark, where we discussed the PCS disputes, the disputes that are going on in the civil service right now, why civil servants are taking strike action. We spoke about the big mobilisation of PCS members that's taking place on March the 15th to coincide with Budget Day, where over 100,000 civil servants will be taking strike action. We spoke about the current wave of industrial action that's sweeping across the country, what it means for the trade union movement, and we spoke also about how the how the trade union movement can defeat the anti-strikes bill, the minimum service levels bill that's going through Parliament right now. In particular, on that issue, Mark made some, I think, interesting comments about the options the government were seeking to look at as part of their work on anti-strikes legislation. He said that they were considering banning trade unions in certain public sector roles altogether. He also said they were seeking to ban all strike action full stop in some areas of the public sector. And then the third option they were considering was the one which has come forward, which is the minimum service levels bill, which would require trade unions to ensure that in some sectors there is a minimum service provided on, say, for example, in the health service when industrial action takes place, essentially forcing trade unions to require their members to scab on their own strikes. Mark said that they were considering those two other much more militant, aggressive, anti-union options, and the only reason that they chose the one they did is because it's the one they thought they could get away with. He said that Grand Chats would have banned strikes in some areas of the public sector if he thought he could have got away with it. That is a really interesting conversation I had with Mark. Please do rewind through the video if you wish to watch that back. So Mal's going to be joining us very, very soon. Because I've got this awful illness that's plaguing me, I'm going to take another very, very, very quick break. Please don't go away because we will be joined by Mal very soon. Get yourself a cup of tea, get yourself nice and comfortable, and I'll be speaking to Mal O'Hara of the Green Party Northern Ireland about the constitutional situation there right now in about 7 minutes' time. So see you very, very shortly. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. And very, very shortly, we'll be joined by our second guest on the show. Before I bring them in, though, I just want to say a massive thank you to the 2 people who have donated since we've been on air. You are absolute superheroes. We've raised £15 already. Let's keep those donations rolling in. So please do head to bright-green.org/donate to support the work that Bright Green does, to support this show, and make sure that we can continue to put out all the videos, the articles, everything that we do. The best way that you can support Bright Green is by setting up a regular donation. And you can do that at the link that's in the chat, in the description, and at bright-green.org. So without further ado, I'm going to let our next guests into the waiting room, into the call. And as they join the call, I'll just do a quick introduction to them so that you know who you're about to hear from. So I'm next going to be joined by Mal O'Hara. And Mal is the leader of the Green Party of Northern Ireland and also a councillor. And throughout the next bit of time, we're going to be talking to Mal about the current political deadlock in Stormont and also the Green Party's response to that. And I can see that Mal has now joined. So without further ado, Mal, thank you so much for joining the show. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Chris, and thanks very much for having me.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for joining. So let's kick things off then. So a lot of our viewers will be outside of Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
I wondered if you could give us a little bit of an overview of the current situation at Stormont, the political deadlock, how we got here and what's going on.
Okay, Chris. So I suppose that firstly, thanks for having me and welcome to the listeners. So in Northern Ireland, we have a structure which is from the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, and that provides our governance in Northern Ireland and our government and our institutions and how they operate, or as the case might be, not operate, Chris. Your listeners might be intrigued to know that since 1998, over 40% of the time we've had no executive or government, and we've had a series of crisis and collapse of the assembly throughout that period. But essentially, the Good Friday Agreement is premised on 3 strands. Those strands are the East-West relationship, so between the islands of Britain and Ireland, the North-South relationship between the North and South of Ireland, and then the third strand is the internal relationship. And that's about mechanisms and institutions that prevent majoritarianism and a return to the potential conflict of the past. So our structure requires that in appointing a First Minister and a Deputy First Minister, that you must have majority support from the MLAs who designate as nationalist and the MLAs who designate as unionist. We have 90 MLAs. When they're all elected, they have to designate nationalist, unionist, or other. And in this instance, the DUP withdrew from the executive last February, and because they have the largest share of the unionist identified MLAs, then government cannot function without their support. So they withdrew. That's because of the protocol situation. They'd been threatening it for a period of 6 to 9 months. And essentially what they're saying is we will not operate the functions of government in Northern Ireland while the NI protocol remains in place. And their sense is, although the protocol is about trade and movement of goods, their sense is because there are barriers to internal trade within the UK, so GB to Northern Ireland, then that diminishes their identity as British citizens. They don't have full rights because they can't trade without unfettered access. So that's where we are. They have withdrawn from government. That has caused government to collapse. We had a period of 6 months where ministers could operate in a zombie form. They couldn't bring anything that was cross-cutting or controversial because we had no executive. So ministers were operating within their own purview as a minister, but with very limited powers to make decisions or resource because we'd set no budget. So we've had that stasis. The legislation was that after a period of time, 28 weeks after an assembly election, the Secretary of State had the power to call an election. But as I'm sure you've all seen in the news, he has repeatedly delayed that. And now we have a delay until potentially February 2024. This is not the first time we've had that crisis. In 2017, Sinn Féin withdrew from government. We had no government for 3 years. We had a period from 2002 to 2007 with no government. We've had in and out ministers. We have had rotating ministers. We've had a series of talks and amendments to the Good Friday Agreement over the last 24 years, but we still keep reaching crisis and collapse, and it's hugely frustrating for those of us who want good governance and delivery for people in Northern Ireland. That was the short version, Chris. I hope that was okay as a 101 to the governance of Northern Ireland.
That was incredibly helpful, and actually one of the most succinct and clear explanations as to the whole setup and the crisis that I've heard, actually. So you're obviously the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland. How would your party solve the problems that have led to the deadlock?
Well, I think, Chris, for us, I suppose the repeated frustration is we have a rinse and repeat approach in Northern Ireland. So every time we have crisis and no government, what happens is the executive parties, so Sinn Féin, the SDLP, the DUP, the Ulster Unionists and the Alliance Party, alongside the two governments, British and Irish governments, go behind closed doors, cook up a deal, come back, produce a shiny new document, which is essentially sweeties for everybody, and promise it'll be different. Inevitably, 2 to 3 years later, we reach crisis again. So we had an agreement in 2016 after one of the previous periods of crisis, after the in and out ministers. They called it Fresh Start. 9 months later, we collapsed for 3 years and had no government. Then in the face of the nurses' strike in winter 2019, 2020, nurses for the first time in Northern Ireland were going on strike because of pay agreements. Rightly so, we stood in solidarity with them. And that put huge political pressure, and we had a return government. And that was called New Decade, New Approach. Promise it's different this time. And of course, I think it's fair to say if we hadn't had a global pandemic, we may have had collapse before last year when the DUP withdrew from government. The New Decade, New Approach commitments have not been fulfilled to any great extent. And that's because that was a deal that was sweeties for everybody and put the pressure on the parties to go back to government. So we don't want a repeat of that process, because inevitably we will be back here in a number of years. So what we actually want and what we're advocating, and we're going to produce a policy paper on this, is the use of citizens' assemblies to address the areas of concern that are repeated stumbling blocks. And just for your listeners, citizens' assemblies, they're starting to be used in local authorities in Britain. Scotland has used them a few times, but the example that might be useful for people is in the Republic of Ireland. They had citizens' assemblies on abortion and reform to the Constitution and equal marriage law. And essentially what that is a randomly drawn selection of individuals, and they'll be weighted for demographic balance, will spend a series of weekends debating a controversial or challenging issue. They will take evidence from academics, stakeholders, political parties, trade unions, civic interest groups, and then they will formulate a proposal or a way forward on that. And what it does is it provokes a wider civic debate, Chris, which is great because it's in the political discourse, it's in the news, it's in the media, it generates a conversation. And then when the question comes, and in the case of the South, it was 2 referenda on abortion and marriage, people had a well-formed opinion and they knew what they were voting on. It wasn't the mistake that Brexit was, where Brexit means 17.4 million things to everybody who voted for it. There was a really reasoned debate in advance of it. So we advocate using citizens' assemblies as a way forward to address the fact that one party can have a veto and stop us from having government. This time it's the DUP. The time before that it was Sinn Féin. So we can do that. We can reform our structures of government to make them sustainable. They can have a mechanism that protects against majoritarianism or majority rule, and protecting minority rights, but also that we can have good and stable government. We can also maybe address some of the other vexatious issues that we haven't addressed, such as legacy, which is still an issue and a hot topic in Northern Ireland 25 years after the Good Friday Agreement. But then also, we would want it to be looking at climate change, around looking at poverty and inequality, drug deaths, healthcare reform, etc. And I think that's the way forward, because it gets public buy-in rather than a closed doors deal by political parties.
So we've talked a little bit about the kind of constitutional setup in Northern Ireland, and just the last time I was in Belfast was in 2017.
Okay.
And it was I was actually at Stormont on the day that the deadline for an agreement was supposedly in place for the DUP and Sinn Féin to agree to form an executive, which obviously then got delayed and pushed and so on. But the political context in Northern Ireland is, of course, built out of the conflict, of the Troubles, and the Belfast Agreement. It's 25 years since that was signed, and it came from a political context of essentially, of the Troubles, of conflict, of political violence, and so on. And that's what the institutions that were set up and the mechanisms that were set up were designed to address and to tackle and to stop a reverting into armed conflict as a way of resolving political issues. We're 25 years on from that now, and Northern Ireland has changed significantly since then. Do you think that in that context, and given what you said that, I think the figure you used was 40% of the time that since the Belfast Agreement, there hasn't been a functioning executive. Do you think it's time to look fundamentally about the principles of the Belfast Agreement, particularly as we've seen in recent years, that actually voters, a growing number of voters are voting for parties which aren't unionist or nationalist, but come into the other categories, so whether that's Alliance or the Greens or others. Do you think it's time to look again at the institutions and whether we need a new constitutional framework which doesn't require, entrenching the political conflict of the past?
Yeah, Chris, and I, fundamentally, we think it's time for that review. The Good Friday Agreement, there's a phraseology that they often use about it, is the ugly scaffolding of the Good Friday Agreement. So that kind of, if you're thinking about renovation or building works, that hold something together for a period of time while we're repairing. And I think that the idea was that from the Good Friday Agreement, there were certain issues that were left unaddressed. Legacy is one of them. We've never had the Bill of Rights that we were promised from 1998. The input of civic society was at the start, but very quickly done away with. We didn't have a second chamber. We didn't do an anti-poverty strategy based on need. So there are lots of elements of the Good Friday Agreement that haven't been delivered. And what has happened in that period of time, and I go back to the 2007 agreement, we had no government for 5 years, and then that was the St Andrews Agreement, and it changed the mechanism for how we appoint First Minister and Deputy First Minister. In a later agreement, we were meant to have 6 MLAs for every constituency. We dropped that to 5. So there were significant changes made to the Good Friday Agreement by the political parties and government without the input or consent of people, directly. And I think that's the real challenge, that it maybe got us to a certain point in terms of the absence of violence, but we need to go much further. And I think the hope and optimism that we had in 98, and also the inclusivity, we did a mechanism before 1998, which was the forum election and the talks, and it was the 10 parties who scored the most votes were all invited to participate in talks. So we had an inclusive process. We made sure that the voices of loyalism were brought in. We had a party called the Women's Coalition because they formed because women's voice very often wasn't at the table in Northern Ireland, so that we had a more inclusive approach. But over the last 25 years, our approach has become more exclusive and narrower and narrower. And that means that only the interests of political vested interests are being heard in those talks. And that's why we keep changing the agreement. That's why we keep getting the political instability, collapse, crisis, and then a shiny new document that pretends everything's going to be different. And then we repeat the same process. So fundamentally, we need to bring citizens and civic society in, and that's what the mechanism of the citizens' assemblies will do. And that also means we get a wider buy-in and a societal discussion about how we can have structures that provide sustainable good government, protect from majoritarianism, and respect minority rights. I don't think the solution that the big five parties will come up with in hoc to government will last or be sustainable. I think we need people to buy in. And I think, Chris, the other frustrating thing for us is that, the areas that were the most deprived and disadvantaged, that are on peace lines, that are on interface lines at points of contact, particularly where I am in North Belfast, they're still deprived. The difference is there's not the violence, but the deprivation, the poor mental health, the other wider health inequalities, lack of opportunity, lack of access to services, lack of good jobs, all of that still exists. And, there's a significant portion of the population who don't feel that the promised prosperity and peace and opportunity that we was sold to us in 98 has really been delivered. So that's a huge frustration.
So I've got one final question for you before I go to a couple from the chat. And so the context we're in at the moment is that there could be fresh assembly elections soon. We don't yet know whether they will take place or when. But in the last assembly elections, the Greens lost both of their seats, which made it the first time in 15 years where there hasn't been any Greens in the assembly. What do you think the prospects are for the Greens in a new set of assembly elections if they take place, and how are you going to ensure that Greens do get elected to the assembly next time?
Yeah, so it's hugely frustrating for us, Chris, that we lost our two seats. I want to pay tribute to those two MLAs, the former leader Claire Bailey and Rachel Wood's MLA. They passed two landmark pieces of law. Private backbenchers and members in the Northern Ireland Assembly can make law. Claire made a piece of law which is around buffer zones that will ensure that women can access reproductive health care and other pregnant people without being harassed or intimidated. And that will be in effect from the 7th of May. That's landmark legislation across these islands. Scotland's following suit, the Republic's following suit. And the Supreme Court was unanimous in its verdict that it balanced rightly between rights and responsibilities. Rachel's piece of law was paid leave for those experiencing domestic violence. Again, the first in the UK and Ireland, or the first in the UK, 10 days of paid leave. And we also forced the minister to bring a climate bill. If we hadn't put a rival one on the table, the minister would not have brought his forward. And I think for us, we were going into that election hopeful of expansion and increasing our vote. And I think in the last week or 10 days, it really tightened to a constitutional question about whether a nationalist first minister or the protocol on the DUP, on the unionist side. And that squeezed us. And ultimately, people wanted to give the larger two parties a bloody nose. They identified alliance as the best vehicle to do so. So that was disappointing. We only lost a small share of vote, but it was enough to take our two seats. If there are fresh assembly elections, we will be throwing everything we have at it to try and recoup those seats. Narrowly, politically, we would want an assembly election as soon as possible. But the reality is that on the ground, the appetite amongst the wider population is not there. They cast their vote last May. They want to see that honoured. So I kind of stuck in that position of wanting an assembly election for our own political interest, but being frank about what the wider public appetite is. So I don't think we'll have an assembly election. So we do have scheduled council elections in May. And our focus at the moment is on those and ensuring that we increase our representation and we consolidate the seats that we've held. So we're running strong campaigns on local delivery on those issues. But I think if we do go to a snap assembly election, we will be putting everything that we can in place to make sure that we get representation in the assembly again. And I think, Chris, there's an appetite. People are disappointed to see that there's no Greens in the assembly. Even those who maybe give us a lower preference would be minded to say, actually, I do want a Green back in the assembly. I've seen the strength of the work that they've done, the issues that they're talking about, how they've dragged other parties forward on progressive issues, and they will vote for us. So it's not within our purview. It's up to the Secretary of State to make that decision, and he will be making that decision based on talks and considerations with the larger parties.
So you mentioned the Secretary of State there, which leads me on nicely to one of the questions that come in the chat. So Ben Samuel has asked what your view is of the Westminster government's role in all of this, the current situation with the deadlock at Stormont, particularly in relation to its policy on Northern Ireland and the government's support for Brexit.
Yeah, okay, so it's a difficult one. You know, we're Greens, we believe in grassroots democracy. We want decisions made at the lowest effective level. You know, it's not fair that there is an unelected Tory Secretary of State, elected in England, but not elected in Northern Ireland. And the Tories never do very well in Northern Ireland. There's no real mandate for them here. We have our own version of Tories actually in Northern Ireland, so people can vote for them. But I think Chris Heaton-Harris is trying to move things forward to get a deal and get a restored government, and I'll give him some kudos for that. And the reality, Chris, is that in Northern Ireland, the Assembly can't sort out the protocol. It's an international agreement between the UK and the EU. That's the space that it needs to be sorted out in, and it looks like from the mood music and the choreography that there's going to be a deal pretty soon. The question then becomes whether or not the DUP can sell that deal to its supporter base. And I think what we need from the Secretary of State is as much kind of leeway, as much good grace as possible to persuade people to go back to government here in Northern Ireland. We need local accountability. We need decision making. We have the worst crisis in the parts of the UK for our healthcare waiting lists, either inpatient or outpatient. You know, we've creaking public services that haven't been invested in or reformed in decades. You know, and we still have some residual elements of political toxicity and lack of trust within communities or cohesion. So the Tories have been broadly emphatic about Brexit. We always knew, we said from the very start that Brexit would have a disabling impact on Northern Ireland because it was a constitutional issue. And people didn't, you know, they were too focused on ripping up red tape or rolling back workers' rights or environmental regulations or food safety standards or whatever else it might be, to even consider the impact that it's had in Northern Ireland. And you can see since the vote in 2016, we had a period of 3 years without government. Then we had 2 years managing a global pandemic. And now we've had another year without government. So 4 of the last 6.5 years without government. And in large part, that's down to the Brexit vote and the instability created by this. I say to my pragmatic unionist friends, get the NI protocol sorted in some way or another, accept the deal. And it gives Northern Ireland a unique position with access to both the EU and the UK markets, which nowhere else in the world will have. That will mean that companies, business will develop here, will research here, will base here. That creates jobs, opportunity, and wealth. Who would want to change that political constitution with all those benefits? But there doesn't seem to be anybody in unionism who's been pragmatic about that as a longer term future.
So my last question from the chat before I let you get on with the rest of your Sunday is on a unrelated point, but still I think an interesting question for you. So Finn White has asked, what is the Green Party in Northern Ireland's relationship with the Greens in the Republic? And how do you feel about the Irish Greens' record in government? So obviously at the moment, the Green Party in the Republic are in government with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. I think that's right. So what's your take on the record in government?
So firstly, we're an autonomous part of the Green Party of Ireland. So similar maybe to the Wake Up in England, Wales, we have our own leadership, we have our own executive, but we're part of the Green Party in Ireland. And I think that's a practical realization that we're 2 different jurisdictions on the island. We operate under different legislative process, laws, etc., particularly now post-Brexit. So we have that frank realization, but we have the all-Ireland relationship. And I think for lots of people who are Greens or passionate about the environmental and biodiversity crisis, recognizing that this island is one biodiverse unit makes sense. Air pollution doesn't stop at the border, and water pollution doesn't stop at the border. Species decline doesn't stop when you cross an imaginary line. So there's a frankness about that. We also have strong relationships with the English and Welsh Greens, with the Scottish Greens and the European Greens. I voted against the programme for government. I didn't think we should go in. On balance, for me, there weren't enough Green wins in the programme for government, and I voted against it, and I was vocal. It's rare in politics that you want to be wrong, Chris, but there are certain wins that are definitely coming from having Greens in government in the South. I think about the fact that they have a climate bill, they have a climate action plan, the fact that they are putting significant amounts of money into public transport infrastructure. They're moving the budget away from roads to more sustainable transport. The minister, Catherine Martin, is the Minister for Culture and Arts and the Gaeltacht and tourism, and she's brought a universal basic income pilot for the arts community in Ireland. So there's investment in town centres outside of major urban areas to do a town centre first and help regenerate those more rural communities. So there are certainly wins coming through, which is great. We were involved in the programme for government negotiations. One of the successes from that, I think, is we have a shared island unit, which is up to £500 million in infrastructure and capital investment. Now, some people in the negotiations wanted to call that a United Ireland unit. But on this island, semantics and language is really important. So we argued, don't spook the unionist horses by calling it a United Ireland unit. Call it a shared island unit, because that doesn't predispose what the constitutional future might be, but recognises the reality of a shared island. And we've started to see lots of infrastructure and capital investment coming through that mechanism, which is really great as well. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in the election in the South. We've had recent discourse about Sinn Féin in government with the Greens. So that might be another interesting conversation in 18 months or 2 years' time. But again, that'll be premised on what can be the Green wins out of any sort of negotiation for government.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Mal. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Chris. Slán.
Thank you so much, Mal. And that was Mal O'Hara, who is the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland. A fascinating conversation there, I think, really getting into the detail of the issues that are currently going on at Stormont in Northern Ireland and so on, in a way that you don't get, I don't think, from a lot of the British media. So I think that's a really valuable conversation. I hope that you valued it too. Let me know what you thought about it in the chat. And of course, if you haven't already, hit the like button to make sure that this video appears in more people's feeds. So in a few minutes' time, not a few minutes' time, a little bit longer than a few minutes' time, we're going to be joined by Zoë Garbett. Now, Zoë is the Green Party's newly selected candidate for Mayor of London. She'll be contesting the 2024 London mayoral election for the Greens, and she will be talking to us about why she stood for the mayoralty, what her vision is for London, and much more about the London mayoral campaign, and so on. So I'm going to be talking to you, Zoë, very, very soon. We've got a whole stacked lineup of guests still to come, which I'll run through again in a moment, but just quickly to go through some of the comments that have been coming through on socials and in the chat. So Finn has said thank you to Mal for Mal's answer on the relationship between the Green Party in Northern Ireland and the Irish Greens, of which the Green Party of Northern Ireland is a constituent part. I'd love to hear people's thoughts on Mal's comments on that, because I know that there are a range of views on the Greens' role in government in the Republic, particularly as they're in a coalition with two right-wing parties, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. Just having a quick look on the hashtag and on notifications. So thanks, Finn, for sharing the show link as well. Much appreciated. Please do be more like Finn. If you haven't already, share the link on socials. Daniel Laycock has shared the show link and saying it's fascinating to hear from the leader of Green Party Northern Ireland Mal O'Hara on the issues in Northern Ireland with the collapse of Stormont, and says we need to get Greens back in the Assembly. I'm sure that is a sentiment many of our viewers agree with. So thank you so much for sharing the link, both Daniel and Finn. So in about 15 minutes time, I'm going to be speaking to Zoë Garbett, but we have a stacked lineup of guests coming up after that. We've got Patrick McAllister, the newly elected Bristol Green Party councillor. We've got Molly Scott Cato, the Green Party's finance and economy spokesperson. We have got Alia, who's the chair of NHS Staff Voices and from Keeper NHS Public. Catherine Rowett, the Green Party spokesperson on work, employment and social security. We have Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson from Greens for HS2. And finally, closing the show, we have Sophie Perry, a Pink News journalist, who is also the founder of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. Now, I'm going to take a moment off mic because as people who've been watching since the beginning know, I'm not very well. I need to do some coughing. So I'll be back in all of 2 seconds once I've done a massive cough and cleared my throat so that I continue talking. Apologies for the sight of my cough, but at least you didn't have to hear it. Thank you to the 15 people who are currently watching. If you're just joining, we're just between interviews. Please hit the like button, hit subscribe if you haven't already. We're trying to hit 500 subscribers by the end of the day. And I'm just going to do a quick check and see where we are currently at. We're on 487, so that means we've still got 13 to go. So if you haven't already, hit subscribe. It means that you won't miss out on all the videos that we're putting out in the coming weeks and months. It also means that you won't miss future episodes of Bright Green Live. If you're just joining us and want to watch back the interviews that we've put out so far in this show, at 10:30 we spoke to Mark Serwotka, the General Secretary of the PCS Union. The union represents civil servants. We discussed his union's strike action that's been ongoing over the last few months with Border Force, with driving examiners, with a whole other range of civil servants out walking out over pay, pensions and conditions, or other issues in a range of disputes. We discussed those industrial disputes. We discussed his union's role in the wider context of industrial action that's taking place across the country. We talked about the impact this wave of industrial action that we're currently experiencing will have on the trade union movement in the long term. And we also discussed the minimum service level bill, the anti-strikes legislation that is coming up through Parliament at the moment, and how the trade union movement can defeat it. So if you scroll back to about 30 minutes into the show, you should be able to find that interview. You can also rewind and watch the interview that I've just done with Mal O'Hara, the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland. That was at 11:30, so that started at 11:30, so you can rewind about half an hour to catch that interview as well. We discussed the current constitutional deadlock in Northern Ireland and Stormont, and how the Greens would see movement through that. We talked about reform of the institutions of Northern Ireland, the relationship between the Green Party of Northern Ireland and the Irish Greens, a whole bunch of things. So please do rewind and watch that if you didn't catch it. And still to come, we have all those amazing guests. In 15 minutes time, I'll be joined by Zoë Garbett, who'll be our next interviewee. Pete Johnson, thank you so much for the comment in the chat. Pete says it's really interesting insights from Mal. Thank you. Thanks, Pete, for joining. I believe that's Pete who's going to be joining us later in the show from Greens for HS2. Steve C, thank you so much for sharing the show on Twitter. Steve C, if that's the same Steve C who always pops up in the YouTube chat, you are a hero, a classic, a veteran of the show. Please do keep watching. I'd love to hear your questions and comments in the chat. You always produce great ones. Finn White has again shared the show link on Twitter. Thank you so much for doing that. You are a star. So throughout the show, we're going to be speaking to a whole range of guests, and you have the opportunity to put your questions and comments to them. The easiest way for me to get to them is if you put them in the chat on YouTube or on Twitter nice and early, preferably in the chat, but also Twitter is good too, so that I can pick up as many of them as possible. When the questions come in during the interview, it's more challenging for me to do so. So please do get them in nice and early. And I'll try and line up as many of them as possible. Throughout the show, I'm also happy to take any of your questions. So please do put questions in the chat for me as well. I can see that we've got some questions lined up already for Zoë, who is our next guest on the show. I've got one from Ben Samuel. I don't think there's any others, but please do get more in the chat for Zoë, who'll be joining us very, very shortly. And of course, if you haven't already, you can find Bright Green on all the socials at BrightGRN on Twitter, facebook.com/BrightGRN on the Facebooks. On Instagram, we're at Bright Green Online, and on the Mastodons, we are at Bright Green on the UK server. 17 people watching, that's absolutely fantastic. I'm going to take a very, very quick break before I interview Zoe. So please do stick around. In 13 minutes time, I'll be speaking to Zoë Garbett, the Green Party's candidate for London Mayor. So please do stick around for that. I can see a great questions come in from Finn White for the interview with Zoe. So please do get them in. Please do stick around. Get yourself coffee, tea, whatever you need to make yourself nice and comfortable. We'll be speaking to Zoe very, very shortly. And I would love to see the chat full of questions and comments for me, for our guests, and for the show when I return. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. I'll see you very, very soon. Hello, and welcome back to episode 4 of Bright Green Live. Thank you so much for all of you who've stuck around and are still watching. We've got some great questions and comments that have come through in the chat already for our guests throughout the show. Please do pop more of them in 5 minutes' time. I'm going to be speaking to Zoë Garbett, who is the newly selected Green Party candidate for Mayor of London. I'm going to be talking to her about the London mayoral election, why she's the candidate, why she stood, how she feels about being the candidate, and the Greens' prospects in that election. Before I get into the conversation with Zoë, though, I just have a couple of things I wanted to update you on. So thing one is, at the start of this show, I said that I wanted to reach 500 subscribers on the channel by the end of the show. We're on 487 now. That means we've got 13 to go. So if you're watching and you haven't already hit subscribe, please do that right now and help us get to that total. We've also been asking for donations throughout the show. There's a link in the description and in the chat, bright-green.org/donate, where you can set up a donation, whether it's one-off or regular. So far, we have raised £35 in one-off donations from the show. Let's try and hit £100 in donations by the end of the show. So we're on 35 now, £75 to go. If you're watching, if you are able to donate, please do that and help support Bright Green, help support independent media. I would say that there is probably no other media outlet in the country that would have the lineup and range of guests that we have, where you have trade union general secretaries talking about, in their own words, without hostile interviewers, their disputes, the issues their members are facing and why they're taking industrial action, having the in-depth conversation about the political situation, the constitutional situation in Northern Ireland that we just had with the leader of the Green Party of Northern Ireland, Mal O'Hara. You don't get that from anywhere else. The only reason we're able to put out these videos, these interviews, the articles, everything that we do at Bright Green is because of the kind of generous support of people like you. We don't have the backing of billionaires and big business. We're not subjected to the interests or the pressures that media outlets that are funded that way. We don't operate in their interests. And so the only way that you can get the kinds of content that we put out is by funding it and supporting it. So if you are able to, please do hit that link in the description and in the chat and set up a regular donation if you're able to. We're trying to hit £100 in donations by the end of the day. So please be a part of that. And of course, if you haven't already, hit like on the video so that we can get this video appearing in more people's feeds. There's 17 likes the video. Let's try and hit 50 by the end of the show. So we've got 3 targets, 500 subscribers, £100 a donation, and 50 likes on the video. That is your challenge for the day, and let's see if we can meet it. So thanks to Hackney Green Party for sharing the video on the Twitters. So Hackney Green Party says, our very own Hackney Green group leader and newly selected Green Party candidate for Mayor of London, Zoë Garbett, is about to go live on the excellent Bright Green live show. Tune in, get your questions in here. Be more like Hackney Green Party. Please do share the link and on your socials and make sure that more people can see the show. And thank you to whoever just clicked like. It is massively appreciated. So I can just see that Zoë is in the waiting room. So I'm going to let Zoë in a little bit earlier, which means that hopefully we'll be able to speak to her for a little bit longer. So as Zoë connects to audio and video and joins the call, I'll just do a quick introduction to Zoë, although I'm sure as of this week, Zoë no longer needs an introduction. So Zoë Garbett is a Green Party councillor in Hackney. She's leader of the Green Group on Hackney Borough Council, and is now, as of this week, the Green Party's 2024 candidate for London Mayor. Zoë, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. How are you doing today?
Hi, Chris. I'm really good. Thank you. It's great to see you. And thanks for having me on here so quickly after the launch on Friday. It's really exciting.
Well, thanks for joining us so quickly after the announcement. It's an absolute pleasure to have you. So let's kick things off nice and easy. How does it feel to have been selected as the Green Party's mayoral candidate?
Oh, gosh, it's really exciting. I'm really overwhelmed with the support that I've received. There was lots of support during the campaign as that was kind of building towards the selection and the vote in January. But it was really overwhelming to get like 51% of the vote on people's first preferences, which was, the competition was really tough. But Alia and Scott Ainsley, as the other candidates, ran really good campaigns and a really great kind of councillors, campaigners, and ran really good campaigns. So we didn't know how it was going to go. So it's been really, really exciting. We obviously had the launch on Friday with loads of coverage from kind of ITV London and BBC and stuff, which was really good. We're the first party to get out our candidates, which is just showing how kind of exciting this election is for us and what our kind of possibilities are. It's been really good hearing from kind of residents and other people I know and organisations I work with, straight from the just a little story, straight from the launch. I went to Ridley Road Market, and I know Ridley Road Market is kind of quite famous, but it's in my ward in Dalston, and it's it was started in the late 1800s, and it's really kind of heart of Hackney. And like markets are across the city, and like markets across the city, it's kind of under threat of gentrification. So I've been working really closely with all the market traders, and I popped to see them afterwards and just explain what I'd been doing, and they were overwhelmingly supportive and really excited about the platform I was going to have to talk about some of the things that they're experiencing. So it's been really good, like getting out and talking to people about it. So yeah, it's really exciting.
You mentioned the word platform there. So what are your priorities going to be as the Green Party's candidate for London Mayor?
So, yeah, as we know, Chris, our party is extremely democratic. So we will be going through a really intensive process to write our manifesto and decide with residents, with our members and with community groups what those priorities should be. But the things that which I'm really looking forward to, and I really hope that lots of members get involved in that process, because I was involved in it before, and it's just brilliant kind of creating that vision for London together and kind of imagining what a green powered London would look like. Our top kind of values around kind of tackling inequality and getting more power for London and more power for residents, and taking genuine action on the climate emergency and stuff like that. But the priorities that I spoke about during the campaign and the things that I'm passionate about and hear from residents and organisations that are really important are things like the fact we have a wonderful transport system, but there's lots more we could be doing to tackle kind of the affordability and to kind of protect that and kind of make active and public transport more accessible and quicker and faster and safer for people. So this builds on work the Assembly members have been doing. So this is about kind of freezing bus fares and making fares free for those under 22, like they have done in Scotland, and really looking at kind of fairer road charging. And then there's that's part of also making London, looking at making London kind of more affordable and accessible to people. Because what I hear a lot from people, and a lot of concern I've got about this city, is it's becoming more and more expensive. A lot of the casework I've got is around kind of people being evicted and really struggling to stay in this city. So another priority is all around kind of lobbying for rent controls, holding landlords to account. I've written about some work around holding, making the landlord checklist that the mayor holds more accountable, so that keeps kind of landlords accountable for providing kind of proper, good quality housing. And then, of course, an issue that's really important to residents is all around, and Londoners, is all around the feeling safe and the accountability of the police. We've seen some horrendous stories coming out recently around the Met, kind of attacks on women, as well as like the rights of young Black people. And I've been really clear on the things that have to change about policing and holding them to account in the work that I've been doing in my borough role. So, that's all around kind of proper vetting, ending child strip search, and addressing the overuse and misuse of stop and search through deprioritising the policing of cannabis. So that's, the Greens have often been kind of the fierce, the strongest lone voice on policing in the Assembly. So it just builds on kind of what we hear from Londoners, but also what we're already kind of doing in our boroughs and also kind of on the Assembly. So
the 2024 mayoral election is going to be held under a different system than previous mayoral elections have been. So for some of our viewers, you may be aware that in previous mayoral elections, voters were given two preferences. So you could vote with your first preference for one candidate and your second preference for a second. And your second preference would have been taken into account if your first preference didn't make it into the final two, the top two candidates in that election. After the 2022 Elections Act that the Tories have introduced, which has introduced a whole bunch of awful things like voter ID and a bunch of other stuff that's really damaging to our democracy, one of the changes that's been made is that the London mayoral election will be taking place under first past the post for the first time. And that has major implications for that election, one of which is that it may be harder for the Greens to perform well because historically voters have been able to give their first preference to their Greens, safe in the knowledge that if the Green candidate doesn't come in the top two, their second preference will be counted. With that not happening in 2024 and with first past the post being introduced, what do you think realistically the Greens can achieve in the mayoral election?
Yeah, it's really great that we're covering this, Chris, because it's really surprising to me how many people haven't realised that it's, going to be run under this first past the post system. And you're absolutely right in highlighting the fact that this is an attack on our democracy and lots of other difficult ways it's going to make for people to participate in voting. We are really proud of our kind of achievements in the London elections. Last time we went from, we got almost 8% in, Sean Berry almost achieved 8% in the London mayoral election. And we know that we can win, and we are doing well under first past the post. Some of our borough results and local results. Last week in Bristol, I know you've got Patrick on today, and it's really exciting that people are still trusting us even under that system. But you are right that it is something for us to think about and consider. And the new context, the context we've got in 2024 is completely different politically in terms of where the Tories' votes are and where Labour's support will be. And I think this is our real opportunity to just stand firm in our values. We do campaign for more proportional systems, so we can't just wait until those happen. We have to, really platform our policies, and we know that people, want to vote Green. Sean got the most second preferences in 2021, which was almost 486,000 or around that mark, which is huge. So we know that there's kind of, a huge amount of people who do have a preference for us. We just have to work really hard in this election to show them why we should be their first preference. And
so the mayoral election is taking place concurrently with elections to the London Assembly. And alongside the mayoral selection process, Green members in London have voted to select their list for the PR element of the London Assembly election. So the incumbent Assembly members, Sean Berry, Caroline Russell and Zach Polanski, are the top three candidates on that. And then yourself, you're next on the list, and Benali Hamdash, who is also a candidate in the mayoral selection, is fifth on the list. So alongside the mayoral election, the Greens are going to be fighting a campaign to get more Greens elected to the Assembly and defend the seats that they hold. How do you think that you can use your mayoral candidacy to support the Greens in the Assembly elections?
This is a really important part of this election, because obviously this bit being proportional, it's a real opportunity for us. And we obviously went up from 2 to 3 Assembly members last time, and we're really excited to run a really strong campaign and get even more Greens on the Assembly. We do know, this is part of the building story in London. We had, great success last year in the local elections here. We've got a number of boroughs that achieved over 20% of a borough-wide vote, and lots more over 15%. So I think it's part of this building story in London that people are choosing to vote Green. And that's, it's that bit that we can push on the Assembly vote. It will be part of the way we reach out to people and communicate with people and run a, really kind of engaged campaign with residents and voters to make sure that they know why to vote Green and what we're doing, building on our credibility, explaining what the, London Assembly members are already doing in the Assembly. They're holding the mayor to the account, they're pushing for Green policies. And it's the huge part of the mayoral campaign is to go and kind of support the local borough campaigns and to really kind of help build those campaigns, which I'm really looking forward to doing. I'm already going to Kingston next week to talk about drug policy, but it's part, I can now talk about the mayoral campaign, and it's all part of reaching out to those parties across the city, helping them to build those campaigns, because it will be in the boroughs where people are having those conversations, delivering the literature and kind of increasing that vote share. There was an incredible number of people to choose from on the list, lots of new people getting involved and standing in this election, which is really exciting, because we've also got the constituency bit where there will be hustings, so hoping lots of those people put themselves forward for those so there'll be lots of opportunity for people to be hearing from Greens, and I just think it's part of our growing story here, building towards those local elections in 2026, and I just think it's a really exciting time to get involved in this election.
So you mentioned the constituency element of the Assembly there, and just for viewers to explain briefly, so the London Assembly, it operates with 25 members. 11 of them are elected via a proportional system across the whole of London, and the remaining members are all elected in sort of massive mega constituencies. And we've got a question about the constituency element of the campaign of the election that's come in from the chat. So Emma Garnett, who's coming up on the show later today, has asked, which boroughs have the best chance to get a Green London Assembly constituency member elected?
Yeah, great question. So in 2021, so obviously the election was delayed by a year due to COVID, so it's meant to be every 4 years. But in 2021, we did really well in, it is quite a strange split up of London. So we came second in the kind of northeast, which is Hackney, Islington and Waltham Forest, as well as doing well in Lambeth and Southwark. But you know, that's their run under first past the post, and it's, you know, we try and stand candidates in all of those seats, and as I was saying, they're the ones that tend to have hustings. We had loads of people doing some great hustings throughout that campaign, and I'm really excited to see who puts themselves forward and what the competition will be. But yeah, it's those two, but obviously I think we came second, but it'll be it'll still be the list where we've got the most opportunity.
Another question from the chat. So Steve C has asked, how do you feel that you can get sufficient media coverage for the campaign when the mainstream media seems so biased towards the mainstream parties?
Yeah. So I was really excited on Friday that we already had coverage from BBC London and ITV London coming to cover the launch. So they sent kind of people to interview, and then we had coverage from a couple of the papers as well. So I think that our coverage in London, you know, we have got an opportunity to reach out and get on, you know, as much as possible to promote the green message. I think we're quite excited. We're building the campaign team, and you know, towards next year, it will really build up around the attention on the election. And last time we did get, you know, Sian Berry got loads of coverage in the run up to the election when we were kind of launching kind of policy ideas, and was able to kind of talk to those kind of, you know, as we had those different things running through the shorter campaign. So yeah, I do think we're up against obviously a bit of bias, and we've got, you know, to kind of keep pushing for that platform. But yeah, I was quite, you know, excited by the coverage we got on Friday, and I'm hoping that will continue.
Brilliant. So I'm going to just give people an opportunity to pop any final questions they have for Zoe in the chat. But whilst I've got you, Zoe, slightly related to the mayoral campaign, but I guess slightly different. Obviously, one of the things that you have done within the Green Party is you've been really heavily involved in the party's work on drugs policy and shifting and improving the party's policy on drugs. So I guess I'll put this in two parts. The first question is, I wonder if you could sort of explain the current party's current policy on drugs and the work that you did on that. And secondly, to make it relevant to your candidacy for London Mayor, how would you want to see some of those proposals that you put forward as part of the drugs policy working group implemented if you were elected as London Mayor?
Always happy to talk about our amazing drug policy, because I think it should be one of our pillar kind of social justice, racial justice, environmental justice policies. So yeah, we rewrote the policy back in kind of 2018-19 to make it really clear that we stand to regulate and legalise all drugs. And I think often when people hear that, they think they're just going to be able to buy everything off a shelf, which is not the way that the policy is designed. It's around kind of looking at kind of evidence around the harms that those drugs cause, and then kind of putting them within a framework of access. So that's from kind of licensed venues, which you see from kind of alcohol, up to kind of being able to access things through a GP or a health professional based on that, you know, based on the kind of perceived, you know, the evidence around harm. But our policy is also rooted in being kind of, you know, globally responsible and environmentally responsible, and kind of not just profiting off drugs, which we've seen the legal, you know, the way those models have worked in other countries and created a kind of two-tier system. But our drug policy is split into two. There's the short-term policy, which is stuff we're saying that we'd want to do now, and then there's a long-term policy, which is like if we're in government or if someone else wants to pick this up, we're very glad for them to legalise drugs, because the war on drugs is responsible for, the over criminalization of black people, as well as huge amount of deaths. Like the death rate from drugs has continued to increase year on year, showing the absolute failure of that approach. But to speak to the London part, there's absolutely loads that we could be doing around drugs to make it, to take a least harmful approach. So one part of that is all around, which you hear about kind of a lot more in London, is around the policing of drugs and how the criminalisation of young people is kind of shackling them with, really bad kind of criminal records that really damage their kind of life chances. So we've seen this across the country. It's not an extreme approach, but people are deprioritising the policing of cannabis, or just changing their approach to drugs if someone is caught with a larger kind of small scale or personal use, that they go down a kind of diverted route away from criminal justice systems. So we want to think about those models and have those conversations. And you've got people like the Met Commissioner said to Caroline Russell in the Assembly that he does think that we should be taking those approaches. So it's really exciting to see that might happen, but obviously we don't think that's happening quick enough. There's loads of evidence to show that we should just be doing that. So that's the kind of criminal justice bit. And then there's the other health bit, which Caroline Russell also did a session at the Health Assembly at the London level around reducing drug deaths, and that's all around drug safety testing, so making sure that people know what's in their substances, which is often done in the nighttime economy and festivals, but obviously a huge London issue and something we should be doing. And then there's the kind of reducing drug deaths, so making sure that it's building on kind of needle exchanges that people might be quite familiar with, but making sure that people have safe places to take drugs. So that's looking at overdose prevention centres, so they're able to use kind of sterilised equipment, but also have kind of naloxone available, which is an antidote to people overdosing on opiates. And that's making sure that naloxones are free, available in the community and with first responders. And then there's a whole bit around heroin assisted treatment, which starts to get a bit complicated, but for people who are kind of resistant or other treatment, you can have a different way of implementing heroin assisted treatment to help people with their manage their use of that drug. So there's loads that we could be doing, loads to kind of make people's lives better. And I'm so proud of our policy. I love speaking to members about it, because I know that it's a big issue in local areas. So local councillors come to talk to the drug policy group about issues in their local area and how they can approach it compassionately. I did a shout out on Twitter the other day that the drug policy working group is more than happy to come to speak to anybody about our drug policy. So do just shout out and we'll find someone to come and talk to people.
Brilliant. So I've got one last question that's come through in the chat, which is brilliant, and it's in some ways related to what we've just been talking about. So Steve C asks, if you're elected as London Mayor, you'd be essentially the Police and Crime Commissioner for London. How would you change the Met's relationship with the public?
Wow. Okay. Well, I'd love to be the Police Crime Commissioner for London. I think if we'd had a Green Mayor, we would have taken action on what we would have been really making sure that action was taken, and that the police were really held to account, because it's our London Assembly members that were often the only people calling out Cressida Dick and kind of pushing for that, calling out the misogyny and the racism within the police. So I think, leading with our principles, I think it's all about listening to people and putting their voices centre to what's happening with the police. That's women, that's kind of Black communities, that's anyone who feels that they're being, trans people, like anyone who feels that they're being, they're not being kept safe by the police. So it's really holding them to account on their processes and their accountability around kind of safeguarding and vetting, which I think we're seeing recently is a huge kind of alarming that they don't have those processes in place. And then just, making sure they're not shying away from that action. So I said earlier that the commissioners obviously said some great stuff about things that they could do, but obviously it's saying it, and it's just making sure that those things are actually happening, because I hear a lot from communities in Hackney that they're fed up of us hearing that we're on a journey with the police, and the journey has to end and we have to be taking action now. So I think it is just, really, I think we'd be bringing those ideas in of evidence. So I've spoken about kind of deprioritizing, diversion, better use of resources around priorities that communities want to see being prioritised. That's the work I've been doing in Dalston and Hackney, is listening to people, trying to get the local Safer Neighbourhoods team to be responding to people and working with communities in a way that keeps them safe. We've had, lots of conversations about what safety looks like in Hackney. And it would be doing that at a London level, like revisiting what consent looks like, revisiting those kind of basic kind of principles of policing, so people feel like it's a service that they that they can trust. But it's a big, I'm not saying it's something that could be done quickly or easily, but I just think people need to see that action's happening and see that it's that you're on their side and it's genuine.
Zoë, it's been an absolute pleasure. Firstly, before I let you go, congratulations on becoming the Greens mayoral candidate, and I'm sure lots of our viewers will be watching eagerly to see how the campaign unfolds over the next year and a bit. But I'll let you get on with the rest of your Sunday. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you.
So that was Zoë Garbett, who is the Green Party's candidate for London Mayor in 2024, freshly selected as of this week. Please do let me know what you thought of that conversation in the chat, and let us know your thoughts on the things that we talked about, whether that be the drugs policy, her response on Metropolitan Police, her ideas for London as a whole, and your thoughts on the London mayoral campaign in general. I can see that Steve C. Firstly, welcome, Steve, and thank you for contributing as always. Steve being one of our regular viewers. Steve says it's great listening to Zoë today, and has done a series of emojis which I won't attempt to imitate. I found that conversation fascinating. If you're just joining us now, you can rewind back in the show and catch all of it over the last 20 minutes. There's 16 people watching. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're trying to get to 50 likes by the end of the show. We're currently on 21. So some of you who haven't done so already, you can help us out. If you've enjoyed the interviews that we've had so far on the show today, make sure you hit subscribe so that you don't miss out on all the rest of the episodes of Bright Green Live coming up in coming months. And of course, all the other videos and interviews that we put out throughout the rest of time. If you've enjoyed the conversation we just had with Zoë, there's another interview with Zoë on our YouTube channel, which you can go and watch as and when you like. That was the interview I did with Zoë prior to her being selected and as part of her campaign, so you can go and watch that as and when you want to. Pete Johnson, who's coming up on the show later today as well, said great to hear from Zoë. It's going to be fun supporting her campaign in the coming months. And Elite Saber Coaching, who's a regular viewer, thank you so much for joining us, says it's really interesting. Thank you. Well, thank you, Elite Saber Coaching, and for continuing to watch the show. So just to give you a quick rundown of what is coming up in the rest of the show, we will soon be hearing from Patrick McAllister. Patrick is the newest Green Party councillor in the country. He was elected the week before last, or last week, a week or so ago, in Bristol in a by-election. His by-election victory means that the Green Party is now the single largest party on Bristol City Council. So we're going to be discussing the impact of that, the impact of his election, what it means for Bristol politics going forward, the council, and also the parliamentary seat of Bristol West, which the Greens are hoping to get Carla Denyer, the party's co-leader, elected in at the next general election. At 2 o'clock, we're going to be speaking to Molly Scott Cato, a former Green Party MEP, who's now the Green Party spokesperson on the economy and finance. We're going to be discussing the cost of living crisis and what the Green Party's response to it is in the short term, as well as the policies that the Greens would put in place in the long term to ensure that we don't experience more crises like it. At 3 o'clock, we're going to be speaking to Alia from who's the chair of NHS Staff Voices and a Keep Our NHS public member. There's a massive mobilisation demonstration taking place on the 11th of March to save the NHS, to tackle the NHS crisis, to demand a publicly funded, publicly owned rather, properly funded NHS, and to support the pay demands of the health strikers that are taking industrial action right now. We're going to be speaking about why that demonstration is taking place and how it fits into the wider campaign around the NHS. At 4 o'clock, towards the end of the show, I'll be speaking to Catherine Rowett, who is also a former Green Party MEP, and she's the party spokesperson on work and social security. We'll be discussing the Green Party's policy on a £15 an hour minimum wage, why the Greens want to see the minimum wage raised to that level, how it would be implemented, and the impact it would have on the economy. The penultimate interview we'll be doing will be with two members of Greens for HS2 who have been in the chat so far today. Pete Johnson and Emma Garnett will be discussing the Green Party's position on HS2, why Greens for HS2 wants to shift it, and I'll be putting some of the concerns and criticisms of that project that environmental NGOs, Greens and others have made. And so we'll be discussing all that at 4:30. And finally, closing the show, I'll be joined by Sophie Perry, who is a Pink News journalist and also the founder of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. We'll be discussing why she set that network up, what she seeks to achieve with it, and how it can improve reporting on LGBT issues, particularly around trans rights. So that's our lineup for the show. An absolutely stacked and stellar lineup. I hope you will agree. If you want to ask questions of our guests, that's the brilliant thing about Bright Green Live, is I get to put your questions directly to the guests that we have. So if you do have questions for them, please do line them up in the chat. The earlier you get them in, the more likely it is that they will be asked. You will also be able to put questions on the hashtag Bright Green Live. I'll try and pick up as many of those as possible as well. 15 people watching right now, that's brilliant. We're just between interviews, so if you haven't already, please do hit like. It'll mean this show appears in more people's feeds. We're trying to hit 50 likes by the end of the show. We're currently on 25, so we are well on track. If you've enjoyed the show so far, please do hit subscribe. We're trying to hit 500 subscribers by the end of the show. We're on 489, which means we've just got 11 to go. So again, we are on track. And if you haven't already, please do donate to Bright Green. We're not funded by billionaires. We're not funded by big business. We're not funded by vested interests. We are funded by people just like you. We're trying to hit £100 in donations by the end of today. We've hit £35 so far. Please do head to our website, bright-green.org/donate. The link is in the chat. The link is in the description. Click on that link, head to our website and set up a donation, because the only way we're able to put out these shows is because of people like you. Just to come to a couple of comments that come out on socials. So Steve C says, hashtag Bright Green Live, more media should be this way. Can't think of anywhere else where viewers can directly interact with interviewees. Give Bright Green a follow. Couldn't agree more. Please do give Bright Green a follow, and please do keep putting your questions in where you can interact with our guests. Thank you to everyone who has shared the show link on their socials so far. Rosie Rule has just shared the link. Finn White says it was great to hear from Zoë Garbett about her campaign to be London Green Party's mayoral candidate. Thank you, Finn, for your relentless tweeting throughout the day, and as always, your questions and comments throughout the show. Ben says we need to hire a PA for Zoe so she can line up more interviews. I very much suspect that the London Green Party will be hiring staff to support that campaign soon. They had a brilliant staff team working on the last London mayoral election and assembly election, and I'm sure they will do so again. So I'll be joined by Patrick McAllister very, very soon. Before I before I am joined by Patrick, I'm going to take a quick break because, as many of you know, I'm a little unwell. I need my coffee, and it's a long old day. So I'm going to take a few minutes break. I'll be back very, very shortly, and we'll be joined by Patrick McAllister. In the meantime, please do all the things I've asked you to do. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the video link, and if you're able to, donate. And please do get your questions and comments in the chat. They can be for our guests. They can be for me. Absolutely fine to ask whatever it is that you want to, and I'll try and pick up as many of them as possible. And we'll be joined by Patrick very, very soon. I'll be back in a few minutes. Please don't go away. I'll see you soon. We are back. Hello, hello, hello. You're watching episode 4 of Bright Green Live, a monthly show bringing you interviews from across the British left, from UK's Green parties, from the Labour movement, social movements, the arts, the media, and much, much more. Throughout the show, we're going to have an amazing lineup of guests still to come. I think we've got 6 interviews still to come throughout the rest of the show. We're going to be live until 6 p.m. If you're just joining us and you haven't already, please do hit subscribe and like. I'm going to do a quick rundown of our running totals on the subscribes and likes and so on that we've got targets for. So we're aiming for 500 subscribers by the end of the show. We are currently on 489. That means we've got just 11 to go, and we're not even at the halfway point of the show yet. So please do hit subscribe. We're aiming for 50 likes. We're on 26 right now. Please do hit like if you haven't already. It means the show will appear in more people's feeds. And we're over £100 in donations by the end of the show. We're currently on £35. So please do, if you're able to, head to the Bright Green website. There's a link in the description and in the chat, and set up a regular donations. I am going to run through a few of the questions and comments we have had in since I went on my break. So Jake Welsh says, is very excited to hear from Councillor Patrick McAllister. Patrick McAllister is next up on the show. We'll be speaking to him at 1 o'clock about his by-election victory in Bristol, the fact that the Green Party is now the largest party on Bristol City Council and what that means for politics in that city. Zoë Garbett, who I just interviewed, has piped in the chat saying, thanks for the questions, really great to join today, and huge thanks to Bright Green for the coverage now and for the selection. Thank you, Zoe, for joining us. We have a comment from Steve C, who says, for a future episode, it would be great to hear from Oxford City councillors on the proposed traffic zones, active travel, etc. I see an MP was apoplectic about it this week, and I was fascinated by Ghent too. I'm more than happy to do that. I myself am an Oxford City councillor, so we'd be more than happy to talk about the traffic filters, low traffic neighbourhoods, active travel, and more on the show at some point. Steve C is has pointed to something though that I think I haven't mentioned it on the show, which is please do let me know if there are any particular guests you would like to see get booked on future episodes of the show, and we'll try and get as many of them booked as possible. So let me know if there's anyone that you want to see on future episodes of Bright Green Live in the chat. I think that's all the comments I haven't got to yet for now. But I will, of course, read out more of them as and when they come in. So very, very shortly, I'll be joined by Patrick McAllister, the newly elected councillor in Bristol, to talk about politics in Bristol after that by-election victory. We're now at 490 subscribers, so just 10 to go. Thank you so much, whoever just clicked subscribe. And just for people who are joining, we're currently between interviews. The next one will be in about 5 or so minutes. The interviews we've had so far have been with Mark Serwotka, the General Secretary of the PCS Union, discussing the what did we discuss? We discussed the PCS strikes that have been taking place across the country. PCS is the union that represents civil servants. We discussed why PCS members have been in dispute, why they've been taking industrial action, and what the wave of industrial action across the country means for the trade union movement. I spoke to Mal O'Hara, who is the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland, about the current political deadlock at Stormont and what that, how the Greens would solve that deadlock, what kind of changes we need to the constitutional framework in Northern Ireland in order to tackle the issues that it has raised, and much, much more. And just now I spoke to Zoë Garbett, the Green Party's candidate for London Mayor in the 2024 elections. You can go back and you can watch all those interviews by rewinding in this video. And of course, you can watch back all episodes of Bright Green Live on our YouTube channel. We've had an amazing array of guests over the previous 3 episodes, including Green Party Deputy Leader Zach Polanski. We've had Natalie Bennett, a Green Party member of the House of Lords. We had so Jake has just posted in the chat saying that Jake would love to see Al Folan from Stats for Lefties on I think the last episode or the episode before that. We had Al Folan from Stats for Lefties on Bright Green Live, so you can go back on our YouTube channel and see that as well. We have had councillors, we have had spokespeople from across the Green Party, the Labour Party, from campaign groups, social movements and so on. So please do go back after the show and watch those videos. All of the full episodes are available on our YouTube channel, as well as individual clips of each of the interviews as well. You can watch all those back on our YouTube channel, but the best way to make sure that you don't miss out what we're putting out on the channel is to hit subscribe, including the next episode of Bright Green Live, which will be on March the 19th. On March 19th, I'm going to be joined by Jay Clark from People and Planet, Michael Huriaku from UEA UCU, someone from Extinction Rebellion, and Tyrone Scott, the chair of Greens of Colour. And we'll be discussing lots of things with all of them, and more guests still to be announced. Sean Thomas has said that they would love to hear more from International Green Party elected representatives, i.e. Germany, New Zealand, Australia. Yes, that's on the to-do list, is to book more guests from across the globe. Watch the space and stay tuned, because I'm sure some of them will be booked very, very soon. Please do get suggestions like that in the chat for future guests, and please do get questions and comments lined up for the guests that are still to come on today's show. We have an amazing lineup of guests still to come, including Patrick McAllister, the newly elected City Councillor in Bristol, Molly Scott Cato, the Green Party's Finance and Economy spokesperson, Alia from NHS Staff Voices and Keep NHS Public, Catherine Rowett, the Green Party's Work, Employment and Social Security spokesperson, Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson from Greens for HS2, and Sophie Perry, a Pink News journalist who is the founder of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. Steve C says it would be great to have someone from Greenpeace on the outcomes of their campaigns, like the big plastic count and how they're lobbying the government on those issues. I'll take note of that, Steve, and I will see if I can get someone from Greenpeace on a future show. I'm literally just making a note of it, which is why I've stopped talking. I'm just making a note on my script of the suggestions we've had in the chat. Thank you so much for the people who are just checking into to watch the show now. If you haven't already, please hit subscribe and like, and get any questions for our next guests in the chat. Our guests have been unbelievably punctual today, and they've been arriving early, which is not at all characteristic. So I'm going to let our next guest into the call very, very shortly, and we'll get started a little bit earlier, which hopefully means we'll have a little bit more time to talk to them. But before I do that, some of you have been watching for a while know that I'm a little bit unwell, so I'm going to go off mic for a second, just do a quick cough. And with that out of the way, I am just going to let Patrick McAllister into the Zoom call now. And as Patrick connects the call, gets his audio and video sorted, I will just do a quick introduction to Patrick. So Patrick McAllister is the newest Green Party councillor in the country. He was elected in a by-election in Bristol just a week ago, and in doing so, in that victory, he's made the Green Party the largest single group on Bristol City Council. So we're going to be talking about the impacts of that by-election and what it means for Bristol politics in general. But before we delve into any of that, Patrick, it's an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much for having me. It's Chris. It's great to be here. I'm doing well, thank you. It's been a whirlwind of their first week of being elected, but very steep learning curve. But I've got an amazing team around me, and I'm really looking forward to cracking on with the jobs.
Brilliant. Well, we're going to delve into some of that now. So firstly, nice and simple to start things off, how does it feel to have been elected as a Green councillor?
It's an enormous honour to be entrusted with that responsibility by the people of Hotwells and Harbourside, my ward in Bristol. I'm incredibly thankful to have had this opportunity and to represent my area, and I'm thrilled to be able to work in City Council to hopefully make a real difference for people's lives in the future. It's a huge responsibility. I'm still over the moon about the election result, really. But at the same time, it's a big challenge. There's lots of stuff to do, lots of things to learn, especially in the first couple of weeks. So I'm just looking forward to plowing through that, really, and getting used to systems that are in place. And just, as I said again, just incredibly thankful to the 24 councillors who are there already, who have been so supportive of me. I'm very grateful to all of them for all the help there. But it just, the thing which really sticks with me is the feeling you get when you have a positive response from a resident, when you've helped them with some casework and you've actually managed to make a difference for them. I've already had a couple of instances of that, and it's just an amazing feeling. It's really it's all worth it for that, I think.
So your election means the Green Party is now the single biggest party on Bristol City Council. So there are 25 Greens and 24 Labour councillors. What do you think this means for Bristol politics?
So in the immediate term, we will probably get a few more seats on committees maybe, and possibly another committee chair role. And those are important roles which often aren't so much in the public eye, but they're really important for the government of the city. And additionally, one more vote for the Green Party in the council chamber is really important. We've got the city budget coming up later this month, and we're going to be voting on amendments to that and so on. So one more Green vote is going to make a big difference there, we think. For now, for people who don't know, Bristol is under a mayoral system where a huge amount of the city's government power is concentrated in the elected mayor, who is a Labour member. At the next election, there will no longer be a mayoral position because we voted in the referendum last year to abolish the position, and we'll be moving to a more democratic committee model of government, which means that hopefully, as the largest party in the city council at that point, and we're in a really good position to be that because we'll be moving into those local elections in 2024 as the largest party already, we hope to be running the council in the committee system as the administration. It will be the first Green Party administration in a core UK city ever. I think the longer term, the power of the moment it's the symbolism. People in Bristol and the media in Bristol can see that we're the biggest party in the city now. We're the most popular party in the city. People know that if they vote Green, they can get Green. And that's a very powerful thing that I think the Green Party in general has struggled with a bit for most of its history. People are told a lot across the country that a Green vote is a wasted vote, but in Bristol, it's a winning vote. It's also the final thing I kind of want to talk about with this bit is it's really quite symbolic because this seat has been Liberal Democrat for decades, very safe seat. And we beat in this campaign a former Liberal Democrat government minister. The result shows that Greens can win anywhere in Bristol and that Greens can take seats off any other party. It's not just we're not just taking seats off Labour politicians. We're winning against Conservatives. We're winning against Liberal Democrats. I think that shows the broad appeal of the Green Party, not just in Bristol, but across the country.
So you mentioned the citywide local elections that will be taking place in May next year, and indeed that after those elections, it will be the first time in a while where Bristol City Council won't be governed through the mayoral system, but through a system that most councils use. So in those local elections, do you think that the Greens are going to emerge as the largest party and will be running the council after May next year?
I absolutely do think that the Green Party will be.
I don't know whether that's my connection or if it's Patrick's connection, but Patrick has frozen for me. I'm hoping people in the chat, when the chat loads, will be able to tell me whether that's Patrick or me. But in the meantime, I'll just wait for a few moments to see whether Patrick reconnects. I'm hoping in some ways that it is Patrick, because if it's me, that has major implications for the rest of the show. But assuming that it's Patrick, please do take this opportunity to get some questions lined up in the chat, and also let me know if you can hear me and it's just Patrick that's frozen. I can see that Steve C's got a question. Yes, Patrick has frozen, Finn says, and Patrick has just dropped off the call. So we'll hope to get Patrick back very, very soon. But in the meantime, yes, I'm going to be talking to Patrick a little bit more about next year's local elections and whether the Greens will be emerging as the largest party, and also what this election, by-election result and elections in Bristol more broadly mean for the next general election. I can see that Steve C's got a great question in the chat about the Bristol City Council Green Group and how it got to the situation where it had 25 councillors. So I'll put that to Patrick when Patrick is back. And I can see that Patrick has just rejoined the call. I'm hoping they can connect to video. I'm hoping that Patrick can hear me. Patrick, you're back. You froze for the start of that question. If you are back properly, then just to put that question to you again, it was about the next set of local elections and whether the Greens will be emerging as the largest party after them.
Yeah. Sorry, very sorry about that. Yes, I do absolutely think we'll be the largest party going into the next set of elections. I think we will be forming the administration as the first core city in the UK to have a Green administration. I think that will be a hugely symbolic moment for the whole country, as it will reshow the direction of travel and politics for the future. We spent the last year and a half building a world-class election-winning organisation here in Bristol. I couldn't be more proud of the system we've got going for us at the moment, and I couldn't be more excited for the new crop of candidates we've got ready to enter City Hall themselves as the next batch of Green councillors here. It's important to note just because we're the largest party, that doesn't mean we're going to be ruling alone. The committee system will require collaborative working between parties. We think that that's a strength, not a weakness. And that's why that the Greens campaigned, by and large, for that system in the referendum we had last year to remove the mayoral system.
So I'm going to move on to the general election question in a bit, but there's some great questions that have come in about Bristol and local elections and so on, which have come in from the chat that I wanted to put to you. So Steve C asks, what are the key things that have been done in Bristol to get to the position where there are now 25 Green councillors that could be done in other cities, for example, like Sheffield, where there's been a slowing of momentum? And a related question from Jake Welsh. Jake asks, what challenges have Bristol Green Party had in terms of building their councillor number across multiple wards within the city? And have you at any point suffered from resources being stretched too thin?
That's really good questions. So in terms of what we've done in Bristol to get to this point, it's 3 words. I think everyone's probably tired of hearing them, but it's target to win. We were lucky in that we were a fairly, I think, early adopter of target to win strategy. And I think while the demographics of Bristol do swing in our favour in a lot of ways, we're not just strong in areas where you would expect us to be based off demography. We've been working at this for a long time. Been slowly building strength, and that has snowballed. We are fortunate to have a concentration of amazing people here, but I don't think that that's specific to Bristol. I think the effects of building campaigns over time will snowball. It just takes a decade to get to the position that Bristol is in now. We're standing on the shoulders of giants who came before us and helped make this situation possible. So what my message here really is, don't think like Bristol, we are ahead of the pack, so to speak, but that's because we've been sort of plugging away at target to win for a long time. I don't think there's any reason that other local parties can't get to the position we're in now with proper management and application of our electoral strategies.
And so the second question there was around whether you found yourself in a position where resources have been too stretched at any point, and how you've overcome the challenges of spreading the Green councillor base across a wide number of wards in the city.
Yeah, it's an issue. We've got an amazing staff team here in Bristol, and we've got a really good fundraising operation as well. And those obviously feed into each other, and you can't really have one without the other. We in the Green Party, we do need to be doing more work at proper fundraising and going after all sorts of revenue that we can access, and we would need to be investing that in staff capacity, because it's staff who are properly trained and have the time to devote to these things who can then work on writing literature for dozens of ward campaigns at the same time, not to mention a general election campaign, which we've obviously also got in Bristol at the moment. I think in staff fundraising, and then making sure that all of that operation is overseen by a really cohesive and smoothly working management structure. So sorting out the constitution documents, I suppose, from first principles is really important, and making sure that you've got people who are reliable and dedicated in those management roles is super important, I think, to really build the foundations of success.
So let's chat now about the general election. So many of our viewers won't be surprised to know that Bristol is one of the best prospects the Greens have of winning a second MP. And Carla Denyer, the party's co-leader, is the Greens candidate in what's currently the Bristol West constituency and is going to become Bristol Central. And your by-election victory takes the tally of Green councillors in Bristol West up to 17 out of the 20 seats there are in Bristol West. What do you think your election tells us about the upcoming general election in Bristol West?
I think it tells us that our chances of electing a second MP are closer than they've ever been before. As you say, we've got 17 out of 20 councillors in the constituency, and we've already got some amazing graphics to go out on the next pieces of literature for every ward in that constituency, showing that it's, again, as I said earlier, it's the if you want green, you can vote green and get green. That's a really powerful message that we as the Green Party haven't had the opportunity to put out too much, but it's something we can put out now in Bristol. We've got the time to do it. Excuse me. People in Bristol are used to voting green. We had the most votes in the last EU Parliament elections, and then now we're also the largest group. People like what they see when they vote green when we're elected. In terms of Carla personally, she's done phenomenally in the last few years. She's got a lot more prominence in Bristol now than she's had before as local councillor and MP candidate, and a really active campaigner and all sorts of things. She's regularly sought after for media interviews, which is a really nice position for us to be in. I know there is some skepticism in the party somewhere, among some quarters about how realistic is it to get an MP in Bristol. I think, to bear in mind, in 2019, we had a 3-month head start for the campaign, and we still came a strong second. But now that we've been ruthlessly focused on building for the next general election for the last 2 and a bit years, and we'll continue to do that right up until the next general election, we've built a fantastic operation, not just for local election, but also for the general election. We've got a much larger operation. We've got more volunteer capacity, got better, as I said, better sort of fundraising abilities. I think having this second MP is so important for the Green Party as a whole. It will propel us to win more MPs across the whole of the UK in every sort of seat. And I'm really looking forward to the next general election campaign and having sort of Greens join us from around the whole country to help fight this historic campaign.
So while I give people an opportunity to put any final questions they have for you in the chat, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to say, from your perspective, making a call today, do you think that Carla Denyer will be a member of Parliament after the next election?
I absolutely do think that, yes, and I'm really excited to help make that a reality.
So that's a bold prediction that I'm sure you will be held to in the next election. I think I saw a final other question that came in earlier, but I'm just going to try and dig it out now. If you bear with me for one moment. Apologies, it's been quite a busy chat. I'm
glad to be popular.
So the question is, you've just been elected. What are the biggest issues you want to tackle in Bristol?
So in my ward specifically, there is a huge problem with community consultation, or the lack thereof. We've got a lot of really controversial proposals and developments which have been rammed through in the past with not really there's no sort of ability or desire to determine community consent for these things. And it's not just in my ward, it's a big issue in my ward, but it does go across the city. I think one of the reasons the current Labour administration is so unpopular is because it's been ignoring communities for so long on lots of these things. I do want to say everything we do as a local authority is in the backdrop of a decade or more of funding cuts and from local government. Every budget we pass is a cuts budget, so the biggest single challenge probably is just the impact of austerity politics on local authorities and what we can afford to deliver. I don't want to sugarcoat that at all. I'm sure, Chris, you're familiar with this as a councillor yourself. this is why we need to have a strong showing at the next general election, so we can show the whole country that there is a desire for politics beyond austerity, and I think beyond what either of the two main parties are offering.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Patrick. Hope the technical issues weren't too stressful, but I'll let you get with the rest of your Sunday. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Chris. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm sorry about the Wi-Fi.
No worries. So that was Patrick McAllister, who is the newest Green Party councillor in the country, a councillor in Bristol, and his election victory has meant that the Green Party is now the single largest party on Bristol City Council. Please let me know in the chat what you thought about that interview, and any comments or thoughts you have on what Patrick said. Particularly, I'm interested to hear whether you agree with his assessment that Carla Denyer will be a MP in Bristol in the next general election. I'd love to get people's thoughts and assessments on that. Finn White says, congratulations on your by-election win, Patrick. Thank you for that, Finn. Thank you to Phil De Palma, who has shared the show's link on Twitter. Remember, you can share the link on the hashtag Bright Green Live. Please do so. Ben Samuel says on Twitter, people are told across the country that a Green Party vote is a wasted vote. In Bristol, it is a winning vote, says Councillor Patrick on Bright Green Live. Thanks for that, Ben. So if you haven't already, please do hit the subscribe button and please do hit like. We've got a target of reaching 500 subscribers by the end of the show. We are currently on 490 and we have a target of hitting 50 likes by the end of the show, and we are currently on 27. So please do make sure you hit those buttons. If you hit subscribe, it means that you'll get a little notification every time we go live, every time we put out a video, and you can keep on top of all of Bright Green's content on the YouTubes. If you hit like, it means that it will stroke the algorithm, tell YouTube that people are enjoying this show, and put it in more people's feeds on YouTube. Thank you to the person who just clicked like. You are a superstar. We're also trying to raise £100 in donations by the end of the show. You can donate by heading to bright-green.org/donate. There's also a link in the description and somewhere in the chat as well if you are able to donate. We massively appreciate it. The only reason we're able to put out shows like this is because the kind, generous support of people like you. We're not backed by billionaires. We're not backed by big business. We're not backed by vested interests. We're supported by our audience, by our readers, by our viewers, and that's why we're able to have the guests that we have on. That's why we're able to have these conversations from a left-wing perspective on politics. That's why we're able to platform Green parties, trade unions, social movements, and so on, and allow them to speak in their own words about the things that they are working on. So we still have a stacked lineup to come on the show. Next up, we have the former Green Party MEP, Molly Scott Cato. She's going to be talking about the Green Party's policy on the cost of living crisis, how we would alleviate the current crisis, and also the policies that the Greens have, which would address and ensure that there is not that this crisis isn't repeated in the long term, because the economic roots of this go deep. We'll then be joined by Alia, who is from NHS Staff Voices and Keep NHS Public, talking about the mass mobilisation of people on the streets of London on March the 11th to defend the NHS, to end the NHS crisis, and to support the demands of striking health service workers. Catherine Rowett will be joining us at 4 p.m. She's the Green Party spokesperson on work and social security. We'll be discussing why the Green Party supports a £15 an hour minimum wage and the implications that has for the wider economy and how it will be implemented. Our penultimate interview will be with Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson, who are both from Greens for HS2. It'll be a conversation which will lead to a lot of discussion, I am sure, because there are strongly held views on this issue. They will be talking about why they're trying to shift the Green Party's policy away from opposition to HS2 towards supporting that project, and the motion they've got going to the next Green Party conference to do just that. And closing the show, we will have Sophie Perry, who is a journalist with Pink News and is a founder of the LGBTQ+ Journalism Network. We'll be discussing why she set that network up, what she hopes it will achieve, and how it can tackle some of the problems we have right now in reporting on LGBT issues, particularly around trans rights, because we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years the complete hostility to the majority of the media takes towards trans rights and trans issues, and the demonization of trans people that's been whipped up as part of a culture war and a moral panic about trans people. And journalists have a responsibility to report on that fairly. I think at Bright Green, I would argue that we do that. But the LGBTQ plus journalism network, I'm going to be asking Sophie how she thinks that it will be able to improve reporting on those issues. Just going to have a quick look at any comments and questions that have come in from socials and on the chat. So Steve C says, great to hear what can be done locally. I'm assuming that's in relation to the interview with Patrick McAllister. You can go back if you're just joining us now, rewind about 20 odd minutes to get to the start of that interview, and you can hear everything that Patrick had to say about Bristol Green Party, how it's now the largest party in Bristol City Council, and what that means for Bristol politics more broadly, including whether Carla Denyer will be the next Green MP for Bristol West or Bristol Central, depending on whether the boundary changes have been put in force. So please do get questions lined up for our guests that are coming up throughout the show. As always, please do get any questions in that you'd like to see. For me, I'm happy to ask any questions about Bright Green, its plans, its future, its operations, or anything else under the sun. You're welcome to put those questions in the chat too. I mentioned it earlier, but for those who've joined us later on in the show, our next episode of Bright Green Live will not be in our usual slot of the second Sunday of the month, because that's when Green Party of England Wales will be having its spring conference. I'll be at conference bringing you the latest news from conference floor, the speeches, the motions, the debates, the conversations that are happening at conference on our website. I'll also be bringing exclusive interviews and more from some of the key figures in the Green Party. So we're not going to be broadcasting on the 12th of March. Instead, we're going to be a week later on the 19th of March. So get that in your diaries now so you don't miss out on the next show. We've got amazing speakers and guests from People on Planet, from Extinction Rebellion, from Greens of Colour, from the UCU, the Academic Trade Union, and much more still to be announced. The best way that you can make sure that you don't miss out on that show is to hit the subscribe button, and you'll get a notification when we go live in a month or so's time. So our next guest is going to be Molly Scott Cato. We're going to be talking to her very, very soon. I've been talking for a long time now. I'm feeling the weight of the 3.5 hours that I've been streaming for. I'm feeling the weight of the cold virus that has been infecting me over the last week. And so I'm going to take a brief bit of respite and a brief break, but please do stay tuned for our next interview, and please do get comments and questions in the chat for all of our guests and for me, and I'll put them I'll get to as many of them as I can. And don't forget to subscribe, to like the video, and to share the show link on your socials. I'll be back very, very shortly. Thanks so much for tuning in. Hello. Welcome back. Thanks for bearing with me whilst I have that quick break. You're watching episode 4 of Bright Green Live. If you're new to the stream, sorry, I'm just adjusting my camera. If you're new to the video, if you're new to the show, if you're new to the channel, Bright Green Live is a monthly show which it features interviews with a whole range of guests from across the left in the UK, including the UK's Green parties, the Labour movement, social movements, the arts, media, and much more. We've got a stacked lineup of guests today who I'll be talking through in a moment. But before I do that, please do hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and share the show on socials. I've had a few comments and questions come in whilst I've been gone, so I'm just going to run through some of those. Where are we? Sorry, I'm just struggling with my screen. There was a question I wanted to come to on Mastodon, which I saw on my phone, but here we go. Mastodon. So I haven't been keeping an eye on Mastodon. Apologies for any Mastodon stands out there. But Sam Easterby Smith, thanks so much for sharing the show link on Mastodon on the hashtag Bright Green Live. Thank you for that. Thank you to others who've been tweeting along throughout the day on the show. Finn White said that Patrick McAllister was great. Patrick was our last interviewee, the newly elected councillor in Bristol. We've got some great questions for Molly Scott Cato coming up in the chat around some of the cost of living issues, and also some broader questions about finance and the economy and transphobia and a whole bunch of other issues. There's loads of questions for Molly. Obviously, it seems like you're very keen for me to put questions to Molly. If you have any more for Molly, please do pop them in the chat and I'll try and get to as many of them as I can. I've got a bunch of questions lined up for her, but I'll try and get as many of the other ones that you've popped down for her as well. Also, any questions or comments you have from me, any feedback on the show, always much appreciated. If you could let me know who your favourite interviewees and guests were, that's hugely appreciated. Any suggestions for guests on future shows, also much appreciated as well, because I'll be booking guests for the March, April and May shows very soon. So please do get suggestions of those in the chat, questions for our guests on this show, comments on the show so far, and any questions for me. So if you're joining us now, we're in between interviews, but you can scroll back, rewind on the show so far, and watch some of the interviews we've had already. To give you a rundown of what we've done so far, first thing in the morning, we spoke to Mark Serwotka, the General Secretary of the PCS Union. PCS is a union that represents civil servants. His members have been engaged in strike action in a range of areas, so border force, civil servants, driving examiners, a whole bunch of other people. We spoke about the issues underpinning those disputes, as well as what the great wave of industrial action that we're seeing across the country right now means for the Labour movement in the UK. We also spoke about the minimum service levels bill, the anti-strike legislation that the government is putting through Parliament as we speak, and how the trade union movement can defeat that, whether it should be defeated through the courts, whether it should be defeated through militancy on the streets and through the trade union movement. We spoke about all that and more. That was at 10:30 a.m, so you can scroll back through the stream and find that if you wish to watch that. After Mark, we spoke to Mal O'Hara, who is a councillor in Belfast and also the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland. Now, viewers may be aware that Stormont, the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Executive have been in deadlock over the last year. There is no sitting executive currently in Northern Ireland. That means that Northern Ireland is without a government. I spoke to Mal about the reasons behind the deadlock. And actually, I think he gave one of the most clear, succinct and detailed overviews of the political situation in Northern Ireland, where it's come from, the constitutional setup which has led to it, and how we got here. We also spoke about what the Green Party's approach to that would be, including looking at reform of Northern Ireland's institutions and the Greens' prospects in the next set of Assembly elections as well. That was at 11:30. So if you go back in the show about 2 and a bit hours, you'll come to that. Zoë Garbett is the Green Party's candidate for the 2024 London mayoral election. And I spoke to her a little bit earlier on about how she feels about being the candidate, what her priorities and vision is for London, and how she is planning to campaign in that, what the implications of change to the electoral system mean, and a whole bunch more. That was at 12:15. So again, rewind the video about an hour and 20 minutes and you'll find that. And then finally, we spoke to Patrick McAllister, who is the newest Green Party councillor anywhere in the country. He was elected in a by-election in Bristol just a week and a bit ago. And we spoke about the fact that his by-election victory means that the Greens are now the single largest party in Bristol, on Bristol City Council, meaning that they have one more councillor than Labour. They're not in control of the administration because at the moment the Greens have Bristol has a mayoral system, which means executive power is wielded by the mayor. As of the next set of local elections, that will be abolished. And so we talked about whether the Greens will be winning the next set of local elections, becoming the largest party again, and forming an administration. And we also spoke about what his by-election victory means and the fact that the Greens are now the biggest single party in Bristol City Council means for the prospects of the Green Party winning a second MP in Bristol West, where the Green Party's co-leader, Carla Denyer, is currently the prospective parliamentary candidate. Now, Patrick made the strong prediction that Carla will indeed be the next be elected as a second Green MP. I would love to hear people's thoughts about that and whether they agree that Carla will soon be elected, will at the next general election be elected as a Green MP. Please do let me know what you think in the chat. Still to come on the show today, we have an amazing stacked lineup of guests. Before I run through who we've still got coming up and what I'm going to be talking to them about, I have a request for you, which is that you firstly hit the subscribe button. We have an objective by the end of the show collectively to reach 500 subscribers. As of this moment, we're at 491, which means we've got 9 to go. We're almost at the halfway point of the show, and we're making progress. But the best way to make sure that we make that target is for you to hit subscribe right now. We're also aiming to hit 50 likes on the video by the end of the show as well. We're currently on 29, so there are 21 people who we still need to like the video. And if you're able, if you haven't already, please do hit like and let's hit that 50 target. The reason I ask you to hit like is for 2 reasons. One, it gives me a nice little dopamine hit because it means that I see a little thumbs up. It means that people are enjoying the show. But secondly, it also means that this video will appear in more people's feeds. And so more people will see the stream, more people will get to experience the interviews that we're putting out throughout the next 4 hours and 21 minutes. So please do, if you haven't already, hit like and make sure this video appears in more feeds. You can also share the show link on your socials. That means that more people will obviously see it, more people will click through, more people will enjoy the interviews. So if you've enjoyed these interviews, other people will too. And the best way to make sure that they see them is to hit like and to share the link. You can follow Bright Green on all the socials. We're at BrightGRN on Twitter. We're facebook.com/BrightGRN on the Facebooks. On the Instagrams, we're at Bright Green Online. And on Mastodons, we're at Bright Green on the UK server. All those links are in the descriptions of this video, so you can find them down there. Thank you to Anthony Rose, who's recently tweeted the show link. That's much appreciated. And thank you to everyone else who has shared the show on their socials. So we're going to be getting started with our interview with Molly Scott Cato in a little bit. I'm going to be talking to Molly, who many of you will know was a Green MEP from 2014 to 2020, was it? I can't remember when we actually finally lost our MEPs because of Brexit. I think it was January 2020. Someone in the chat will be able to tell me if I'm wrong about that. But she was an MEP for 5 or 6 years, depending on whether I'm right on my dates. She's now the Green Party spokesperson on finance and the economy, and we're going to be discussing the cost of living crisis that the country is currently going through, how the Green Party would respond to it in the short term, i.e. what measures would the Greens introduce right now to alleviate the worst effects of that crisis, but also what are the practical reforms of the UK economy that the Greens would like to see to ensure that we don't see this crisis repeating itself in the future. After Molly, we're going to be speaking to Alia at 3 o'clock, who is the chair of NHS Voices and a member of Keep Our NHS Public. There is a mass demonstration taking place on the 11th of March, which will be a march through London, and we'll see people standing up and fighting for the NHS, for it to be publicly owned and properly funded. It will be, that demonstration will also be calling for solidarity and support for the demands of striking health service workers, the nurses, the ambulance workers, the paramedics, and potentially soon also the junior doctors who have been engaged in industrial action. It's supporting those workers in their struggle. I'm going to be talking to Alia about what we're going to be talking to her about. I'm going to be talking to her about that demonstration, why it's taking place, why it's important for people to support it, and how it fits into the wider struggle for a properly functioning, publicly owned, publicly run, properly financed National Health Service. At 4 o'clock, I'll be speaking to Catherine Rowett, who's the Green Party's spokesperson on work and social security. Now, about 18 months ago, 2 years ago now, the Green Party passed policy supporting the introduction of the minimum wage at £15 an hour, significantly above its current rate. I'm going to be talking to Catherine about why the Green Party support that particular figure, and also why what the implications of that will be for the wider economy, what the implications of it will be for workers, and how it'll be introduced. So at 4 o'clock, I'll be speaking to Catherine. At 4:30, probably going to be the most controversial conversation I'll have of the day. I'll be speaking to Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson of Greens for HS2. They're part of a group that has put forward a motion to the next Green Party conference in spring, in March, calling for the Green Party's position to change on HS2. Whereas now it is a position of opposition to HS2 and that project. The Greens for HS2 are pushing, as the title would suggest, for the Green Party to support HS2, and so I'll be speaking to Emma and Pete about why they're putting that forward, and I'll also be putting a lot of the concerns and criticisms other groups have made about HS2, including Greens, including leading Greens, including environmental NGOs, some transport campaigners, and others. So we'll be talking about all that and more at 4:30. And at 5 o'clock, closing the show, I have Sophie Perry, who's a journalist at Pink News and the founder of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. We'll be talking about why she set that network up, what she hopes to achieve, and how it can improve reporting on LGBT issues. That is the remainder of the show. We still have an amazing array of guests. I hope you will agree. I hope you're looking forward to it. Let me know in the chat if there's anyone in particular that you're looking forward to hearing from. And also let me know any questions you have for them, and I'll try and put as many of them to them as possible. The earlier I get the questions in, the easier it is for me to put them to them. I can see there's a huge range of questions that have already come in from Molly. I'll try and get to as many of those as possible. And please do get questions in from our other guests too. Just from the chat now, Finn has said that I was right. Molly wasn't MEP up until the 31st of January 2020. So that's the date when the UK's MEPs ceased to hold office when Brexit formally happened. So Molly was an MEP from May 2014 to January 2020. And yeah, we're not going to be talking about that though, because we're going to be talking about the economy. Elite Sabre Coaching has said that they're looking forward to the HS2 discussion especially. I'm really glad. I hope lots of people will be looking forward to it as well. And I'm sure it will provoke lots of conversation and discussion, given the strongly held views there are on that project. So I'm going to take another quick break very shortly because I haven't eaten yet today, and I need to put some food in my body in order that I don't pass out. So I'm going to take a few minutes break before I bring Molly in at 2 o'clock. So stay tuned for 2 o'clock to see Molly. In the meantime, please do get questions in the chat. And if you haven't already, hit subscribe, hit like, share the show link, and all the things that I ask you to do all day when we go live. Back in 5 minutes, I'm just going to punch a sandwich into my face and I'll be back. So see you very, very shortly. Hello, 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 and welcome back to episode 4 of Bright Green Live. I've eaten, so I now have slightly more energy. Hopefully that will make this go a little bit smoother. But if you're just joining us, you're watching episode 4 of Bright Green Live, a monthly show which brings together guests and interviews from across the UK's Green parties, the Labour movement, social movements, the arts, the media, the wide left, and much, much, much more. We have an amazing lineup of guests still to come throughout the show. But before I talk about any of those, please do hit the subscribe button, hit like, and share the show link. So next up of our guests for today is Molly Scott Cato. She's a former Green Party MEP and the Green Parties of England and Wales's spokesperson on finance and the economy. We're going to be looking at the cost of living crisis. So we're going to be talking about what policies the Green Party would be putting in place to alleviate and tackle the current cost of living crisis, and also how the rest of the Green Party's policy platform would work to stop similar crises emerging in the future, because we know that this crisis has deep economic roots. It's not come out of nowhere. And so we're going to be looking at how, in the long term, the Greens could, Green policy platform would tackle that. There's loads of questions that have already come in for Molly in the chat. Please do get any more that you want me to put to Molly in the chat as well, and I'll try and pick up as many of them as possible. Just to pick up some of the comments and questions that have come through since I went on a little break. Elite Sabre Coaching says that they're looking forward to the HS2 discussion especially. Actually, I think I might have read that already, but if I haven't, then I'm glad you're looking forward to it. I'm sure many people are. I'm sure it will be an interesting conversation, and lots of strongly held views will be aired in the chat and in the interview. Thank you to Finn and Steve and Ben and others who've been here since the beginning. Let me know if you've been here since the beginning. I'd love to know how many people have been with me since 10 a.m. And again, our guests have been incredibly punctual. So I can see that Molly is in the waiting room. So we'll let Molly in very, very shortly. But before I do that, just to say that you can follow Bright Green on all the socials. You can find us on Twitter at BrightGRN. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/BrightGRN, on Instagram at Bright Green Online, and on Mastodon at Bright Green on the UK server. We're on all those channels. All those links are in the description to this video, so you can catch all of them on there as well. For those of you who are just trickling in now to watch the interview with Molly, you're watching Bright Green Live. If you haven't already, please hit subscribe and hit like, and get any questions and comments you have lined up in the chat, and I'll do my best to put them to Molly and indeed to our other guests. We're trying to hit 50 likes on the video by the end of the show. I think we can do it. We're on 29 now, 21 to go. We're just hitting the halfway mark, and we're halfway there on the likes. We're also trying to hit 500 subscribers, and we're on 491, so just 9 to go. Please do hit like and subscribe and share the show link. So I'm going to start this off a little early because I can see that Molly has joined the call, and hopefully that means we get a little bit more time together. But as Molly is joining, I just wanted to do a brief introduction to Molly, although I'm sure she needs no introduction for many of our viewers. So Molly Scott Cato was the MEP for the Southwest of England from 2014 until January of 2020. She's now the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson on finance and the economy, and we're going to be discussing the cost of living crisis and how the Green Party would tackle it. But before we delve into any of that, I just want to say a massive welcome to Molly, and thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
Not very well, actually, Chris, but I think I'll get through an hour, so that's fine. How are you doing after all these hours of presenting?
I'm also not doing great. I'm very, very tired. We're halfway through the show, and I'm also suffering from a bit of a cold. So I'm getting there, but it's been a bit of a struggle today, but we'll definitely get through it. So let's crack on then. So the cost of living crisis, everyone's experiencing it. It's dominating the news and the headlines. What would the Green Party do to tackle the current crisis?
Well, I'm sure you know, Chris, I have a reputation for being a bit of a girly swat, so I've got quite a lot of stuff to say about this. So I suggest if it turns into too much of a monologue, you just interrupt me, right? But obviously, we have had quite a lot of stuff to say all the way along. So a year ago, we came up with our 5-point plan, and that was largely about making sure people had enough money to afford their bills. That was the first step. And also making sure that the energy companies that were already making huge profits had to contribute those profits into the public purse, and also making sure that we reduced energy demand. So the 5 things we were actually calling for were to invest in domestic energy security, massive ramping up of onshore wind, particularly, which has been blocked, as you know, offshore wind and solar. So building energy resilience and energy security, but also, of course, reducing prices, because it's so much cheaper now to produce energy in that way than from fossil fuels. Then we also called for introducing what we called a dirty profits tax. So a lot of parties have said, oh, let's tax these profits from the energy companies, but they're seeing the North Sea oil and gas as something of a bonanza. And obviously from a green point of view, we have to shut that down and move on to other forms of energy that aren't destroying the climate as quickly as possible. So we didn't want to, frame that in that way. So we've called it dirty profits tax, but obviously there is a lot of money to be made there. And we think that should all be coming to pay for energy efficiency measures. Plus, we always link it to our carbon tax, which is a policy we've had for a long time to drive fossil fuels out of the economy. Then we had a policy of extending fuel payments, which I think we actually announced in October. I think we announced it at Autumn Conference 21, where we said that everybody should receive £320. That actually seemed like quite a radical thing in those days, before government stepped in and started giving people loads and loads of free money. But as time went on, and obviously that was before the invasion of Ukraine, we then had to considerably increase that. And so I'll come to that in a minute. But just to say, right from the start, we've been very focused on people that have been largely ignored, I would say, by the other parties. And that's people on welfare benefits who are living really on incredibly low incomes. And so we said that there was a lot of debate then, you'll recall, about the £20 universal credit uplift, which was given to people during COVID, but it was then taken away, even though they were on incredibly low incomes. So we said that should be restored, and in fact doubled. And so everybody on benefits will get an extra £40. Now, a lot of people said, oh, that's not very much. But I think that just shows how out of touch people are with actually the levels of income people have when they're on benefits, because actually it was about a 50% increase to, the actual incomes people had on universal credit and a range of other benefits. So that's where we were with the 5-point plan. Then we got to the sort of spring of the following year, and prices really going through the roof. And then, every year I write the spring statement arguing with the Chancellor. Imagine I was sitting in number 11. And we very much were in line with the TUC this time last year, who produced a very good paper showing that actually we're not in a cost of living crisis, we're in a wages crisis. And it's the fact that people's wages have been suppressed for so long that has led to these poverty and, in fact, the strikes that we're seeing now. And, they pointed out that wages haven't been suppressed as much as this since the end of the Napoleonic War, which is a pretty astonishing statistic, actually. I'll just quote something from their report. The UK stands out for its poor performance, not just historically, but internationally. When comparing pay growth from 2008 to 2021, so since the financial crisis, the UK comes 5th from bottom of all OECD countries, with an annual average decline of 0.2% against the OECD average growth of 0.8%. And I just point out that's before we've seen these really high rates of inflation. So, people's living standards and wages were already being eroded before we had these big price rises caused by fossil fuel prices getting out of control. And this is dating back to obviously 2010 and the introduction of austerity under the first Labour government. So since George Osborne introduced those cuts, public sector workers have faced a decade of pay restraint, which is a 5% real cut for education workers and 1.6% for health workers. You're going to ask me about the strikes in a minute. I'm on strike myself. I'm effectively 20% worse off than I was a decade ago, and I'm doing twice as much work as I was last year. I mean, I wouldn't have any self-respect, would I, if I didn't strike when that's what I'm being faced with. Right, just to say, we support some of the TUC's key demands from that report, and we're the only political party that's supporting these, namely that pay rises for all public sector workers should not only match inflation this year, but we should look to repair the damage that's been done from 2010 to restore those lost earnings. And The TUC said fully independent pay review bodies, but I think the pay review bodies have lost all credibility now, to be honest. And, you know, collective bargaining seems to be working better, as we see with the firefighters, hopefully also with the universities. I'm hoping we'll get a better offer this week and maybe be able to accept it. Yeah, and obviously, all the way through this, we've had an underlying, you know, how are you going to pay for that? The answer is we would tax rich people more. It's actually fairly simple. We see growing inequality. We see the destruction of our public services. There is an answer to that. It's like moving more towards continental systems of taxation where people are expected to make a much larger contribution when they're on larger incomes. And actually, then you pay that into the public sector and it circulates around. And part of the reason we're not, you know, we have this productivity problem is that we're constantly penny pinching, and that is itself withdrawing, you know, activity, withdrawing energy from the economy. So, you know, I know you're going to ask me in a bit about, so I won't say about why we said to nationalise the energy companies, because I think that's another one of your questions. But essentially, the question of ownership is really important here, because the value that's created in the economy is not being shared widely enough. And that's one of government's key roles. And we would, as a Green government, we would take that role seriously. In fact, we would proudly redistribute wealth a lot more, address inequality and fund our public services properly.
So that leads me on nicely to what I was going to ask you next, which is about the energy companies. So obviously a huge portion of the current cost of living crisis is driven by energy and the cost of energy increasing. And one of the things that the Green Party has called for as part of its response to the cost of living crisis, and indeed the TUC has called for as part of its response, is for the big five energy retail companies to be brought into public ownership. Why do you think that's an important step, and how would it address the issues people are facing with their bills?
Well, you can just look around, you know, look out of the window, look around our country, and you see that the experiment with marketisation that was started about 40 years ago has completely failed. You know, you can see it clearly with the water companies who are just like making massive profits, send them to foreign, you know, sovereign wealth funds and foreign wealthy individuals, money that should be spent improving our waterways. There's no competition. Essentially, it fails because, you know, I mean, even basic economic theory says if you've got a natural monopoly, i.e. there's only really one supplier, or if you've got an essential good like energy or water, then those don't work well in a market. Even, you know, even economists understand that. So it is just a sort of ideology that was brought in during the Thatcher era. Just privatize everything and it'll work better. Nobody really believed that. It was just a way of extracting more value from us. If you think about the cost of water now compared to the cost of water 30 years ago, it's gone through the roof, but that money's not improving our waterways. It's just going into the pockets of shareholders. So I think that's, you know, fundamentally, it's important to recognise that when you have a really serious problem, only the government can have the power and scope to intervene at the required level. So that's true of all our public services, but it's particularly true in the case of energy, because we've got a crisis on our hands here, not just because people can't afford their energy bills, but because the energy system we've got needs to be rapidly transformed to address the climate crisis. And, you know, that just isn't happening with energy companies, whether it's the extraction end, whether it's the distribution, or whether it's just the retail end. It isn't working. You know, we're not seeing the rapid transition we need to see in the public sector. So anyway, just to address the price issue, we actually made a very radical call last August because the price cap had been allowed to increase. So the previous October, it had been £1,200, well, nearly £1,300. And then it had increased, I can't remember, I think more or less to 2,500 or something like that. That was going to be the price cap in April. And all the other parties were saying, oh, freeze the price cap for April, you know, don't let it increase again. But we said, we're already in a situation where people can't afford their bills. So we're going to have to take it back to the last time when they could afford their bills, which we said was October 2020, or no, October 2021. Now, once you set the price in a market like that, obviously you're creating another reason why the market can't work, because those companies are going to have to buy in at market prices, which are incidentally being bid up by speculative activity, and then they sell to their customers at previously agreed prices. So that would have caused the existing energy companies to go bust. So the reason we called for the nationalisation of the energy companies was not primarily for the first reason, which is that we think energy doesn't work in a private market. It was actually primarily for completely pragmatic reasons, which is if you're going to have this massive intervention in the market because you don't want people to freeze to death, then you're going to have to send large amounts of money to the private companies. And we said, well, rather than sending them large amounts of money, let's just take ownership of them. And then we can make sure that they do the energy transition as well. So that was the argument that we made, which actually went down quite well. And again, wasn't something being said by other parties, although, as you say, it was an argument being made by the TUC. And then we had a bit, and this is still up for grabs, this bit of our policy. So if anybody's watching and wants to get stuck in, please do. So I made the case very strongly that we should have a differential tariff, meaning that what we don't want to do is make energy really cheap, because we know that we need people to be using less energy. So on the one hand, we call for investment in energy demand reduction, in public programs to improve the quality of people's homes and install heat pumps and electrify the economy. We should be doing that at a government level. But at the same time, and then people wouldn't need, energy would be more expensive, but people would have lower bills because they wouldn't need to use so much energy. That's our vision. So just saying, endless amounts of cheap energy actually is not consistent with our policy. So, my favoured option, although I'm not quite sure we've got agreement on this yet, but would be to give people a basic allowance of energy. And again, it's difficult to say what that should be and where the exception should be and so on. But maintain a low price for a basic amount of energy. And then as people use more energy, make it increasingly more expensive. So you're putting into the system an incentive for people to use less energy. And again, link that with our carbon tax. And so, again, we were asked how much this will cost, and that was quite difficult to work out. It's actually, you're trying to cost something against a moving target all the time, because once the government intervened in the energy market, it stopped prices rocketing out of control, and it also brought inflation down. So incidentally, there's a large chunk of change left now from their estimated costing of this policy. And then gas prices went down. Anyway, we estimated £37 billion, and £2.8 billion was the TUC estimate for bringing the retail energy companies into public ownership. And that was far less actually than they paid just to save Bulb. Well, when Bulb went bust, they had to shift a lot of customers who'd been offered very low prices, and compensating those people actually cost more than it would have cost just to bring all of the companies into public ownership. And again, there's my favourite tax change is ending the national insurance loophole. If you charge people national insurance fairly, so you pay as much when you're rich as when you're on a lower income, then that in itself would generate £24 billion. Anyway, so between that and extra VAT and changes and the dirty profits tax, we reckon we could fund that policy.
So I'm going to stick on energy for a moment before moving on to, I guess, a few other things. And so there's a great question that's come in from the chat from Steve C. So Steve asks, would the Greens move away from energy being priced on wholesale gas prices?
Well, that's a question that has quite a lot of different levels. I mean, I think we should be looking more closely at how those wholesale gas markets are working. And I can't find anybody to do this work, and I don't know how to do it myself. But essentially, if Martin Lewis goes on the TV and starts saying, oh my God, gas prices going through the roof, automatically that pushes gas prices up, right? And the more people panic about the future price of gas, the more you can charge people in the future for their gas. So to some extent, that is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And there's definitely money being made in the futures trading markets for energy. And we should be finding where that money's being made and taxing it. And in that sense, yes, I think there should be more intervention in terms of how those markets work. But on the other hand, we still rely heavily on gas because we did that dash for gas away from coal, which greatly reduced our CO2 output in the energy system, but we didn't go on and move on to renewables. And so the reason that energy prices are related to gas is that, I'm on good energy green tariff, 100% renewable, but there are days when they can't buy renewable in the market, and then they have to go in and buy electricity generated by gas to heat my home, or I wouldn't get any electricity. And when they have to do that, that is the highest possible electricity to buy, the most expensive possible electricity to buy. And it's inevitably produced by gas, because gas will be there when other sources aren't. Well, maybe, I have a no nuclear requirement on my account. So there's a sense in which, because our electricity system is so dependent on gas, ultimately the pricing will always be about gas until we've sorted out balancing the grid and organising storage and so on. Anyway, I'm telling you everything I learned last summer about energy, which is far more than I ever wanted to know about energy. But a lot of people on this call know a lot more about the energy market than I do. But I can tell you, there's been scamming going on this past year. You can see that if you compare the futures prices and then what happened to gas prices, prices were bid up and up and up to the point when government said, okay, we'll pay. And then wholesale prices started coming down. So, you know, it was working like a market, but it was working like a speculative market, and it should be working like a basic commodity market, in my view. And I think that at the European level, they tried to do more work on that, but it was all tangled up with dependence on Putin. But I think ultimately there should be I think we should get a grip on the energy companies, both to make sure that they're not profiteering for something so basic, but also to make sure that they are rapidly managed out of existence, basically, the fossil fuel companies.
So I'm going to move on now to talk a little bit more long term. So obviously a lot of the things we talked about at the beginning of this conversation were kind of short-term interventions that you can make to alleviate the current crisis. But I guess what you've talked about and alluded to in the rest of the conversation is that actually this crisis isn't solely built in immediate geopolitical or economic circumstances. It's been baked into the economic system that we have, and it has deep roots. So what are the long-term shifts in the UK's economic policy that the Greens would like to see that would prevent future crises like these reoccurring?
Well, I think, again, going back to what I was saying at the beginning about marketisation, the most important thing is that we raise those questions about ownership and who owns economic productive capacity and how they come to own it. And if they do own it, then are they paying sufficient tax on the value that they generate from that? Those are the absolutely fundamental questions that effectively the answers to those questions were radically changed during the process of neoliberalisation from about 1980 onwards, first in the UK and then elsewhere. And we really need to put those questions back on the table. And again, that's a job for us as the Green Party, because Labour have, obviously under Corbyn, Labour had those questions there. And I'm a big fan of John McDonnell. I think it would have been fantastic if he'd been Chancellor, apart from possibly speculation against him. But anyway, he would have, he was very close to what Greens think about economic policy, actually. But, this Labour Party is just not going to raise those questions. And so they're going to really struggle to achieve anything they want to achieve if they're not prepared to make different sorts of demands on the value of production and on the ownership of the means of production, actually. So we would just take a more empowered approach, I would say, to thinking this is our economy. The fact that businesses are running parts of it doesn't mean we don't all have a right to share in the value of that. And that's about deciding where the limits to the market are, what should be in public hands and where it's in private hands, taxing more strongly and taxing the wealth of people who've accumulated wealth through this system more strongly as well. I think it's clear that, well, this is our policy. We, in a sense, for pragmatic reasons, as I explained before, but also because of the desire to have greater equality, we ask serious questions about where the limits of the market should be. So, for example, we're very clear there should be no role for the market in public services, basic public services. So that's health, also education, also universities. And then we have essential services like energy and water and so on. And again, we're clear that those should be socially owned in some way, so you can't make a profit from them. Essentially, if something's necessary for people to live, you shouldn't be able to make a profit from it. I think that's our basic principle. And on that basis, I would really question the so-called private housing market as well. I mean, I don't, we have policies that would really intervene strongly in the housing market, like in stopping evictions and rent controls and so on. But if I'm correct, and the principle is something that you need, that's an absolutely fundamental requirement, shouldn't be controlled in the market, then I can't see why housing doesn't go in that box as well, actually. That's not our policy, I have to say that as a spokesperson, but I struggle to see the difference between that and the other things I mentioned.
Just to pick up on that quickly, actually, because it's an interesting one, and the question that it raises in my mind is food, right? In that food is a basic necessity that people need for life. And I guess the logical extension of your argument would be that food shouldn't be subject to the market either.
Well, I did actually propose that. But so various governments do put a maximum price on types of food. I mean, like especially like, I mean, Egypt has a maximum bread price, doesn't it? Or always used to anyway, maybe Pakistan as well. That's because if people go hungry, they go out rioting and they overthrow a government. So, you know, it's a fairly, it's a fairly pragmatic response to that, really. But yeah, I think, I don't know. I think the trouble is with food, it's not like it's not like a house, is it? There's lots of different types of food. You want to have the freedom to choose. The problem with, say, I mean, you could potentially, especially when food prices are just rocketing out of control like they are now, you could put maximum prices on food. You could also subsidize food so that it reaches that price. You could also certainly end speculation in food prices. I mean, a lot of the reason wheat, oil, basic commodities like that are so expensive is because people, again, using the Ukraine war. So some of that's real, but a lot of it's also speculative. And although that's making prices very high for us here, it's actually causing starvation in other countries where people depend on those basic commodities. So yeah, I mean, it's another one. Well, we're debating this now, and it's definitely worth debating. But I think where we are as Greens is thinking that, you know, markets work well for basic commodities, because unless you say have a system where it's like, you know, there's 5 things you can have to eat: flour, sugar, oil, you know, and they're all in state shops and they're all at fixed prices, then what people do is they spend more money on beer that they could be spending on bread. And we say, well, that's absolutely your choice to do that. So I think that's, yeah, I mean, I think the market works well in terms of allowing people to express their preferences with their income. So it's more our responsibility to make sure they have adequate income to express those preferences. And that's where the attack on income inequality comes in, I think. Anyway, going back to some of the other key points, which I think are really important. Obviously, UBI is very important in terms of our policy. And it's important because it gives people freedom, but it's also important because it gives people more power in the labour market. You know, the sort of work or starve mantra is the reason people go and do awful jobs and destructive jobs and soul destroying jobs and so on. And even though the UBI would be at quite a low level, I think it would allow people to choose the kind of work they're doing. And similarly, you know, we're very strong on encouraging union membership, and I'm really encouraged to see that the consequence of the strike, far from people turning against the unions as the government expected, is that lots of people are thinking, oh, it's great to have somebody to stand up for you. I think I'll join a union too. So, you know, that's something that we very much encourage. And I think both of those things are about, you know, building the strength of labour in the workplace, really, and just of citizens, never mind if you're working or not, but just, yeah, establishing citizens' rights in the economy much more strongly.
So you mentioned the industrial disputes that are going on across the country right now. Obviously, it's the biggest wave of industrial action for a generation. You yourself are on strike, and many of the people in a whole range of sectors and workplaces are taking industrial action, I guess, in response to the cost of living crisis. What do you make of the current wave of strike action, both in terms of, I guess, in terms of like where it's come from, I guess in terms of what its impact will be on labour relations and the power of labour versus capital in the long term, and also in terms of how it could be, how the Great Strike wave could be resolved?
Well, I see it very much in that context of wages having been suppressed for the longest period since, you know, the Napoleonic War, because the Napoleonic War led to the increase of the franchise and reform bills and really significant political change, because people were just finding that they didn't have the power to ensure their basic needs were met. And that's what people are finding again now. And I think what's really encouraging, and I heard Frances O'Grady talking about this on Question Time, and she was really brilliant, talking about how working people are standing up for themselves. And it's, you know, it does take a lot of pressure for people to do that, because it's really disruptive going on strike, and obviously you lose money as well. But, you know, it's really good to see people saying, well, I won't put up with this any longer. You know, like I said about my situation, doubled workload. I have no power to stop that. You know, they don't negotiate with you. They just impose work on you. And every year you get poorer. I mean, why would you put up with that? Why would anybody put up with that? And everybody, I can hear my indignation. And everybody across the public services is feeling this same sense of indignation. But the problem with it is, and again, I think this is common right across the public services, is that you work in the public sector because you're caring about people in some way. You know, I'm educating young people so they have chance of a better future. So are teachers. Nurses are caring for people when they're sick, like doctors. And so you know that when you go on strike, actually the people that you came into work to help are suffering as a result of your strike action. So it's actually, you feel very conflicted. I feel very conflicted when I'm not there for my students. And, you know, you hear nurses say the same. So you kind of have to reach the end of your tether before you do it. But yeah, well, we're all there, aren't we? Because we've been pushed too far, basically. And you reach, I mean, in higher education, in my case, it's like, just, I suppose, again, parallel with the nurses, it's not just the fact that I'm getting poorer, it's the fact that there's casualization, they're bringing in VLs, the quality of teaching is going down, it's turning into sort of mass market education, the quality of universities is being undermined. There's now a strong incentive to have foreign students, and there's fewer places for British students because they just don't bring as much money in. So once you turn it into a business, which happened under the coalition governments, you know, you're destroying the quality of the service. And that's also why UCU have come out on strike, the University and College Union. So that's very similar in the health service as well, that people are realizing that, yeah, people are dying because nurses are on strike. But on the other hand, people were dying anyway. And the same with ambulance drivers, because the quality of the service has been so undermined by lack of funding that, yeah, it's not possible to run a safe service. And so I think that's the other thing. You know, if you're a professional working in public service, it just goes against the grain to go to work every day knowing you're not providing the service that you should be providing. And I think that's also, people recognize that. That's why there's such strong support for the nurses, because people have been in hospital and they've got, you know, their parents have been in hospital and they understand what's happening, that, you know, the Tories are basically running the NHS into the ground. And so, yeah, that's why it's like, these strikes are a bit different, because it's like, whatever sector you're in, people are saying, yeah, that's right. You know, we know that you're standing up for your students or your patients or whoever else, and not just greedily asking for more pay. And so that's why it feels like more of a social movement than an individual claim for better pay, to be honest with you. And that's the side of it I'm liking. The side of it I'm not liking so much, obviously losing a lot of money. I mean, I'm losing half my work days this month, so that's a considerable part of my income, but also conflict with other people that aren't in the union, you know, conflict with management, so on. So yeah, that's not so much fun. But I think, yeah, what keeps you going is the sense that there is strong public support. And I really think, you know, you said that I ceased to be an MEP in January 2020, but you very politely didn't say Brexit. But, you know, I was sent home, really, wasn't I? But I think that vote for Brexit, people interpret it in lots of ways. But to me, it was like the end of a long period of austerity. It was a vote of utter desperation by people who'd been oppressed by Tory governments. And David Cameron said, do this. And so they did the other thing. And obviously there was a lot of shit stirrers telling them things would happen that would help them if they voted for Brexit. But, you know, that vote for Brexit and then Johnson offering people the earth, you know, you can say, why on earth did people believe such a chancer? But on the other hand, the answer to that question is because they were so desperate, they were clutching at anything. And I think they've seen that both of those have failed. And now we're into the next phase, which is actually, you know, workers expressing their right not to put up with this any longer. And where is it going? I mean, I'm astonished that the government is so stupid as to think they're going to ride this one out, because that's obviously not going to happen. People are furious, and every time you strike, you get more reinforced in that. So the government's going to lose. Have they got the good sense to lose with some face in, you know, kept keeping some face and as offering us 7% or whatever, and like they've done with the firefighters? I think probably not. So I think, you know, it'll just go on and on in more and more bitterness, and eventually we'll get a Labour government, and then they're going to have a real handful, aren't they? Because, yeah, unless they introduce a proper tax system, they're going to find it hard to give the pay rises that people need as well. But at least there won't be so much hostility to them.
So I've got a couple of questions that have come in to the chat on slightly different topics, which I hope you don't mind if I put to you. So the first of them has come from Pete Johnson, and Pete asks, many Greens believe that we need to invest heavily into a move to a more sustainable society. How can that be funded without spooking in the financial markets?
Right. Well, I don't think there's I challenge the dichotomy inherent in that question, if I'm allowed to do that, because the reality is capitalists are really keen on the green economy these days. So the issue is not green economy and financial collapse, or not green economy and economic success, the choice is capitalist green economy, where we still see really unequal sharing of the proceeds, or more, a green version of that, where we actually make sure that a lot of the energy production, for example, is in public hands, and the value of that production goes into the public coffers, and we tax the private companies properly, and so on. So if you look at what's happening now with the subsidy program that Biden's brought in, and that the European Union has sort of responded in kind, we're seeing huge public subsidies now in both those major markets, and obviously the Chinese have been doing that for some time, for green economic sectors and for a rapid shift towards green industry. So that's where the smart money is now. That's where the market's going. So it's not, I mean, I said that, I mean, if they're going to speculate against a green government, it would be on the basis of our monetary policy and our tax policy, not on the basis of us wanting to build a green economy. And actually, the other point to make slightly more theoretical is that the current economy is destroying its own asset base. And so, because it's creating stranded assets, property that will be flooded, fossil fuels that can't be burned, soil that's so poor it can't produce food, just in a whole range of areas now. So really, money should be getting out of those areas. And that's one of the things I worked on as an MEP, creating the right incentives. So the stranded asset risks then become a pressure for money to move in the direction of the green economy. Because unless we do that, the economic collapse, the risk of economic collapse is actually because the stranded assets come home to roost. I mean, imagine the barrage in London fails and all that water floods into southwest London. The property values that would be destroyed then are sufficient that's what would spook the financial markets, not people going through an orderly transition towards a green economy.
So the last question I'm going to put to you, it's coming from the chat, and it's on a completely different area, but it's a recurring question that we get whenever I interview anyone from the Green Party at the moment. And I think it's important to put it to you as well, because firstly, you're a spokesperson, but also you sit on the Green Party's executive. And so Finn White has asked what your thoughts are on transphobia within the Green Party.
Well, my first thought, and I said this when I was first elected to the job I'm in now more than 2 years ago, is that we need a definition of transphobia, because we don't have an agreed definition. And once we had an agreed definition, then we could go through the standard complaints process, and people that have been transphobic then don't belong in our party. But at the moment, everybody has a different view of what is transphobia. And some of what people define as transphobia to me is within the realms of considered political debate, and we have to be clear about where the line is between actively transphobic people who hate and fear trans people, and people who are exploiting this issue and in a grey area and need to be told and taught and trained and helped to behave better by being more considered in how they speak and about issues, and then issues that can be the topic of considered debate. For example, the issue that's come up in Scotland about which type of prisons trans people can be held in. There are different views held on that issue. The Scottish Green Party holds one view. I agree with the Scottish Green Party's view, but I can see that other people can have perfectly legitimate other views, and my view of green values is that they are allowed to express and debate those. In fact, the Diverse Matters report that we commissioned as the executive said that this issue was an existential threat to the party, not because the party was full of transphobes, but because we were not finding a way to debate this issue in a way that enabled respectful debate and allowed people to hold different views. So yeah, that's an area where there's being a lot of work undertaken at the moment. But to me, we need to start with a definition of what transphobia is, and I think that's happening. There's progress, I think, but we're not there yet. And until we are, Finn and I might not agree about what transphobic behaviour is, and while we're in that situation, we can't really make any progress.
It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, Molly. Thank you so much for joining us and for answering a sprawling array of questions, some of which are outside your brief. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chris. Nice to see you. Hope you feel better soon.
Likewise, I hope you do too.
Cheers.
So that was Molly Scott Cato, who was a former Green Party MEP and is now the Green Party spokesperson on finance and economy matters. She's also on the Green Party executive as the party's external communications coordinator. Please do let me know in the chat your thoughts on that conversation and interview. I'd love to hear your feedback. I can already see some that has come through already. So Steve C says it was a really fascinating talk. And Steve also hopes she feels better soon. Finn White says, thank you so much for that answer, Molly. I think that was in response to the question on transphobia. If you've just been joining us for that interview, please do hit the like button and the subscribe button. We're trying to hit 50 likes by the end of the show and 500 subscribers by the end of the show. We're on track. We're making progress, but with your help, we can hit those targets. So we're on 31 likes at the moment, and I'll just have a little peeky look at the subscriber count. We are currently on 492 subscribers. So that means we need 8 more subscribers to hit our target, and we need 19 more likes on the video. So please, please, please do hit like and subscribe. We still have 4 interviews to come for the rest of the show. We have Alia Butt, who's the chair of NHS Staff Voices and a campaign with NHS Keep Our NHS Public, who's going to be joining us to talk about a demonstration that's taking place on March the 11th. We have Catherine Rowett, who's also, like Molly, a former Green Party MEP who represented the Eastern region and is going to be talking to us about the Green Party's policy for a £15 an hour minimum wage. So hopefully building on some of that conversation we had with Molly just now. We'll then be joined by Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson from Greens for HS2, who'll be talking about why they want to see why they want to see the Green Party supporting HS2 and changing its current policies on the project. And finally, we'll be joined by Sophie Perry, who is a journalist with Pink News and the founder of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. Pete Johnson has just said in the chat, Pete Johnson, who is coming up soon in the show, says, thanks, Molly, for the answer to my question. Interesting that an investment in sustainable future is now the smart thing to do with your money. I'll just check the socials and see if we have any comments and so on coming in through there. If you haven't already, please do share the link to the show on your social media to make sure that other people can see the show. If you've enjoyed the interviews we've been putting out, other people most certainly will too. So we're going to be speaking to our next guest very, very soon. But I am going to take another break because I'm flagging. We're 4.5 hours into the show. I've been staring at the screen and this camera for a long time now. It's actually really hurts my eyes. There's a ring light on it, which is really bright. And I spend the next sort of 24 hours after these shows with a little ring in my eyes, which is probably doing me untold damage. So I'm going to rest my eyes. I'm going to have a quick break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes time. We can get on with the rest of the show. In the meantime, please do hit like, please do hit subscribe, and please do line up questions and comments for the rest of our guests on the show. And also if you have any questions for me, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to episode 4 of Bright Green Live. We're past the halfway mark. We're in the final stretch. We've got 3 and a bit hours left to go and 4 amazing guests still to come. If you haven't already, please do hit the subscribe button and hit like. We've got a target of hitting 500 subscribers before the end of the day and also 50 likes on the video. We're currently on 492 subscribers, so just 8 to go, and 31 likes, just 29 to go on the like front. Please do make sure that we hit those targets. Before I run down what's still to come and what's happened so far, Steve C says, another great set of interviews today, but said sadly they need to go out for a few hours, so going to catch up on the show later on. That is a great prompt for me to remind you that you can catch up on every single episode of Bright Green Live on our YouTube channel. So click the little button, you can see our YouTube channel, you can see the past 3 episodes, as the full shows. You could also see all the individual interviews which are uploaded onto our YouTube channel. They're in a little playlist which you can find on the YouTube channel at your leisure. And you can also watch back this episode and all the individual interviews as well after the show. Throughout the show so far, we have spoken to some brilliant people, some of the most inspirational, the most interesting, engaging people from across the British left. We started off the day with Mark Serwotka, the General Secretary of the PCS union. PCS is the union that represents civil servants. We talked about the strikes that civil servants are currently engaging in across the country, and also what the great wave of industrial action we're seeing right now means for the future of the labour movement, and how the trade union movement can defeat the minimum service levels bill, the anti-strike law that's currently going through Parliament. That was at 10:30, so you can find that in the show sort of half an hour in. At 11:30, we spoke to Mal O'Hara, the leader of the Green Party in Northern Ireland, about the current political deadlock at Stormont and how the Greens would resolve it, as well as what the Greens' prospects are in the next set of Northern Ireland Assembly elections. At 12:15, I had the pleasure of speaking to Zoë Garbett, who is the Green Party's newly selected candidate for the Mayor of London. We spoke about why she stood for to become the candidate, what the priorities she has for London are, and also what the Greens hope to achieve in that election. And it was a great interview, really interesting. We also talked about drugs policy, policing, a whole bunch of other things. That was 12:15, so you can rewind and find that. We spoke to Patrick McAllister earlier, who is the newest Green Party councillor in the country. He was elected in a by-election a week or so ago in Bristol. His election meant that the Green Party is now the largest party on Bristol City Council, and that the 17 out of the 20 seats that 17 out of the 20 councillors that represent wards within the Bristol West parliamentary constituency are now Greens. We discussed the prospects of the Greens winning a second MP in Bristol, or rather a second MP in the country, but that MP being in Bristol and that MP being Carla Denyer. He made the bold prediction that Carla Denyer will be a Green MP after the next general election. And following that, just recently I spoke to Molly Scott Cato. Now, Molly is a former Green Party MEP, and she's also the Green Party of England Wales' spokesperson on finance and the economy. We discussed the cost of living crisis. We discussed the great wave of industrial action taking place across the country. We talked about the Green Party's response to the economy, the cost of living crisis, how it would rebalance the economy, and much, much more. So you can rewind a little bit to find that interview. I'm just going to have a little sip before I tell you about the amazing guests we have still to come. So coming up next, we have Alia from NHS Staff Voices and Keep NHS Public. We're going to be talking about the demonstration that's taking place on March the 11th, which will be a demonstration through London, which is calling for an end to the NHS crisis. It's calling for a properly funded, publicly run NHS, and it's calling for the demands of striking health workers to be met. We're going to be talking about why the demonstration is taking place, the links between those demands, and how that demonstration fits into wider campaigning for the NHS. At 4 o'clock, I'll be joined by Catherine Rowett, who is also a former Green Party MEP, and she's now the Green Party spokesperson on work and social security. We're going to be spending our time together discussing the Green Party's policy for a £15 an hour minimum wage, why the party wants to introduce that minimum wage at that level, and also what the implications of that will be for the wider economy, and how it will be implemented. At 4:30, I'll have a conversation with Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson from Greens for HS2. I suspect it's going to be the conversation that provokes the most wider conversation. We'll be talking about why the Greens for HS2 want to shift the Green Party's policy on HS2 away from opposition towards, as the name suggests, supporting that project. And I'll be putting some of the concerns and criticisms of the project that environmental groups, NGOs, some transport campaigners and Green Party members have levelled at HS2. I'm sure people will have lots of questions in the bag ready to go for that one. And finally, closing the show, I'll be speaking to Sophie Perry, who's a Pink News journalist and the founder of the LGBTQ+ journalism network. We will be discussing why she set up the LGBTQ+ journalism network, what it hopes to achieve, and how it can improve reporting on LGBT issues. So if you have any questions for any of those guests, please do get them in the chat. There are lots of questions for some of them already in here. Please do get more in as and when you are able to. The earlier I see the questions, the more likely it is that I'll be able to put them to them because I have more time to pick them up. If you haven't already, please do share the link to the show on socials, and that will mean that if you enjoy these interviews that we're putting out as part of the show, other people will too, and it means that other people will get to see them. So the big asks are hit the like button, hit subscribe, give us your question in the chat, questions for upcoming guests, also any questions you have for me, and share the show link on your socials. Now, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 50 minutes thus far. It's a long old haul. It's a long show, this one. It's 8 hours long, and we try and cram in as much as we possibly can into the show, as many interviews with the most interesting, engaging, inspiring guests. The only way that we're able to run this show, the only reason we're able to put out all the videos and content that Bright Green puts out is because of the kind and generous support and donations of people just like you. It won't surprise you to know that Bright Green does not have the backing of billionaires, big business or vested interests. We rely on those donations, small donations from you folks. And the reason we're able to platform the people that we're able to platform, the reason that we're able to bring the voices that we bring into the room, the reason we're able to have the conversations that we have, and the reason that we're able to be fearless and independent in our reporting, our interviews and our journalism is because we are not backed and bankrolled by those vested interests. Is because we're people powered, and we need more people to power our reporting, our journalism and our content. So if you are able to, please do head to bright-green.org/donate to set up a donation. There's a link in the chat. There's also a link in the description, and I've just told you the URL. So if you are able to, please do set up a donation. We're currently aiming to get £100 in donations by the end of the show. We're currently on £35, so we're a little bit behind schedule. There's 10 people watching. If each of you donated just £5, we would be on £85 and we would nearly be there. So please, if you are able to, just set up a small donation to fund Bright Green's work. So our next guest is going to be joining us very, very soon. So make sure that you get questions in the chat. I'll try and get as many of them as I can put to them. You can also put your questions on the hashtag BrightGreenLive. If they're on Twitter or Mastodon or other places, I'll try and pick as many of them up as possible. I'm going to do a little check-in on our numbers to see where we are at. We're aiming for 500 subscribers, and drum roll, please, we are still on 492, so I need a few more of you to hit that subscribe button. I know that there'll be people watching who are not yet subscribed. The benefit for us of you subscribing is that it means that our videos will reach more people. So if you've enjoyed these interviews, other people will too, and it will mean that more people will see them. The benefit to you is that you won't miss out on any of the other interviews and videos that we put out, or indeed future episodes of Bright Green Live. It'll appear in your feed, you'll get a notification. So please, if you enjoy the show, do hit subscribe and don't miss out. That's the best way to make sure that you don't miss our next episode of Bright Green Live, which is taking place on March the 19th. And on that show, we'll be joined by guests from People and Planet, the Student Activist Campaigning Network. We'll be joined by a trade union rep at UEA UCU. So that's the UCU branch at the University of East Anglia, to talk about some of the issues that staff at that university are facing. We'll be joined by a representative of Extinction Rebellion, who will be there to talk about the mobilisation that Extinction Rebellion have planned for April. And we'll also be joined by Tyrone Scott, who is the new chair of Greens of Colour. And you may remember he came second in the Green Party of England and Wales deputy leadership election last year. So if you don't want to miss out on that show, make sure you hit subscribe, and you'll also find all the other videos and interviews that we put out in your feed if you hit subscribe. The sorts of things that we put out on our channel, obviously including this show, but we also put out long form interviews with candidates in internal Green Party election selection processes. So in advance of the London mayoral selection, we interviewed all 3 of the candidates for that post. We also put out interviews with the candidates in leadership elections for the Green Party, the UK's Green Parties, interviews with candidates from for internal offices like the Green Party executive. We've also done a range of interviews with people, for example, those who are standing to be on the executive committee, the national coordinating group of Momentum. We're hoping to do more with people standing internally with internal elections of the Labour Party and trade unions and all those sorts of things. The best way that you can make sure that you don't miss out on any of those videos, any of that content, is to hit subscribe. But for now, once you've hit subscribe, your task for the next 5 minutes is to get questions lined up for our next guest, who is Alia Butt, who is the chair of NHS Staff Voices and a campaigner with Keep Our NHS Public. We're going to be talking about the NHS, the crisis it's currently facing, and a big mobilisation that's taking place on March the 11th. So please get your questions lined up for her, and I'll put them to her very, very shortly when she joins. In addition to questions, please, any feedback on the show is also much appreciated. Any questions you have for me, anything you want to say at all, really get it in the chat, and I'll read out some of the best questions and comments. So I can see now, again, our guests are on fire today. Normally I'm panicked at 1 minute past the time they're supposed to be on. Today, all of our guests have been early. That is remarkable. So I am going to very shortly let our next guest into the call, which means that hopefully we'll get a little bit longer with them. So I'm just letting Alia on now. And as I do that, whilst they connect to the call, just to give a quick introduction so that all of our viewers know who they're going to be hearing from. So I'm absolutely delighted today to be joined by Alia Butt, who is the chair of NHS Staff Voices and a campaigner with Keep Our NHS Public. And over the next bit of time, we're going to be discussing the crisis that's currently facing the NHS and why thousands of people are set to demonstrate in London on March the 11th to campaign for a properly funded, publicly owned National Health Service and to campaign for the demands of striking health workers to be met in those demands that they're currently making. I can see we now have Alia on the call. So before we get into any of that, it's an absolute pleasure. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. Nice to be here.
Well, thank you so much for joining. So to kick us off, hopefully nice and easy. So this big demonstration is being planned on March the 11th. Why are thousands of people set to march through London on that date?
I think anybody who lives in Britain really can see that the NHS is really struggling, and it's been struggling for a long time. Pre-pandemic, we had huge vacancies in the NHS. We had really difficult scenes on the wards already. I work in mental health services, so I'm a psychotherapist, and we haven't seen more staffing since 2009, despite a huge influx in demand and a sort of need for mental health services, really. In fact, we've seen a huge increase in recent years. Obviously, over the pandemic, things got a lot worse. Staff were struggling far more. An example of the kind of unsafeness of the situation was that, you know, you usually have one nurse working on a ITU bed or an ICU bed, and we had one nurse sort of dividing their care between 4 beds. That naturally means it's only common sense really that people are going to suffer. Currently, we're seeing 500 excess deaths per week. I'm sure people would have heard this statistic, and that basically means that a lot of people are losing their lives where had we been properly funded, had we been properly staffed, we would not be seeing these. You know, obviously, we are not immortal beings. People do lose their lives to bad health, to ill health. But when you have, you know, the 6th largest economy in the world, you know, we have all of this wealth in this country that we know about because we know that the wealthy are becoming more wealthy in this country. It's an absolute scandal that we're seeing so many people losing their lives unnecessarily. So I think really what it comes down to is patient safety and the fact that we can't do our jobs properly. And I feel like there's this kind of, you know, health workers particularly, but, you know, the NHS is made up of many, many workers, not just health workers. You know, there are lots of other people who work in the NHS who are paid far worse than we are actually. But health workers, I think, are renowned for kind of having this sort of, I don't know, moral blackmail in a way that we feel as though we can't go on strike. We can't withhold our care. But I think what's actually happened is we are having to do that. And I think you can see it with the Royal College of Nursing. People do not want to go on strike. It's a historical vote to go on strike. Nurses are not ordinarily this way inclined. But as with the rail workers, as with the postal workers, as with all of the workers that we're seeing going on strike at the moment, we have been pushed to this point. So it's a really desperate time. I think in the NHS, if we don't fight for it, we are going to lose it. And we can see that now, and more of the public are seeing that now.
And so the demonstration on March the 11th, that has a range of demands, but crucially, it talks about demanding proper funding for the health service, which you've talked about, making sure that the NHS is reinstated as a fully public service, so abolishing privatisation in the health service, and also demanding proper pay for staff in the health service. How are all these things linked together?
So if you look at, I mean, we've spoken very, very briefly about resources and the fact that there have been huge cuts to our services, you know, austerity and general sort of, you know, this drive to privatize the NHS actually has meant that it has been entirely dismantled, systematically pulled apart, and parts of it are basically being or sort of contracts are being sold off or given to private companies that A, don't know how to do the work properly, they don't have the experience, B, they're not particularly interested, they just want to make money, let's be honest, and C, lots of this money is going into these companies and not coming back into the NHS, which is what usually happens. You know, this is taxpayer money. When you have a publicly funded and a publicly owned service, it means that money continues to be recycled and utilized by the service instead of being pushed into the coffers of private companies and profiteers. It's essentially corruption. We've seen it over the pandemic. We've seen billions of pounds being wasted on dodgy PPE contracts. We've seen people like these examples like Baroness Moan, you know, people who have been making lots of money. We saw, for example, I mean, I'm sure people know lots of these examples, but I guess the most kind of outrageous ones are sort of, you know, I think it was the pub landlord of Matt Hancock who just texted him and said, yo, can I have a contract for PPE? And his company was his company essentially made cups or provided cups, plastic cups and paper cups to festivals. They don't know the first thing about PPE, and we had the highest number of health worker deaths in Europe. These things are very connected. Privatization is very connected to the fact that workers are not paid enough, because this is essentially our money, this is the public's money. Many of the workers are the public, you know, we are part of the public, we're all part of the same group of people. So these things are really connected, and it basically means that our patients don't get the care. We've got these huge gaps in our staffing groups. We haven't, I mean, again, I work in mental health services. We haven't had any more staff since 2009 in our kind of departments. We've seen a third of our services cut before the pandemic. So all of this stuff really, really is connected. But I think what's also really connected is the fact that the wealthier are getting wealthier. Companies and corporations are making lots of money from the discontent and suffering of the general public. And, you know, the fact that we've seen the highest kind of increase in disparity of wealth over the past few years, you know, the fact that we've seen, you know, when Rishi Sunak was Chancellor, there were these huge tax breaks. I think £7.3 billion were allocated to banks, essentially, and people who work within banks. So the priorities are all messed up, I think, and actually we are seeing a redistribution of wealth. It's going the wrong way. People are dying, and it's really just got to stop.
So over the last few months, what we've seen, I think, is there's been a recognition that there's a massive crisis in the health service, although tellingly the government refuses to use that word. But we've seen, in response to that, a number of political figures saying that, well, to deal with the backlogs, to deal with, you know, the ambulance waiting times, what we need more of is utilising the private sector, i.e. private hospitals or private ambulance services, to plug the gaps. And you've seen that from the Labour front bench, from Wes Streeting and from others. Why are they wrong? What do you make of that argument?
I think it's really quite disappointing. I would say heartbroken, but I think, I think we've all kind of really had to confront the reality of the situation, that a lot of the politicians are not on the side of the public. So it was very, very hard to hear and to read about Wes Streeting and Keir Starmer, in fact, suggesting that privatisation is the answer, when we know the public are becoming more and more aware that it's not the answer. When you have a problem that is creating, a staffing crisis, that is creating a resource crisis, that is creating a crisis that means that people are dying unnecessarily, using that same structure to then fix the problem, it doesn't really make sense. And that's the reality. I think the public have been bamboozled for a very, very long time. And I think people have been encouraged to think that privatization is the answer. But even when you look at outsourcing of staff, you know, that means that we're paying 7 times more for staff who could just be in-house. We could just be using staff within the NHS. But, you know, it's the oldest trick in the book, really. Break down infrastructure and then say, oh, it's not working. And that's exactly what they've done with the NHS. They're proposing a solution that is actually the problem. It's not going to work. We are essentially going to lose the NHS if this continues. We're going to end up with an American-style healthcare service, and people won't be able to get the care that they need. We are already seeing that people are not getting the care that they need. The disasters in the ambulance services are very much linked to privatisation, because we are not properly funding services that could be providing more. You know, we've got this huge lack of beds. There are lots of beds in the private sector, and we're having to buy them back. So you can just see what's going on, can't you? It's basically creating a problem and then posing the solution, you know, with the same problem. It doesn't make any sense, and it's just going to continue leaking money out of the NHS, and this is taxpayer money. So I think, you know, what's really interesting and quite it fills me with some optimism is that we've seen rail workers, and that's not just train drivers, that's lots of different people who keep the trains running, as with the NHS. So we've seen this group of workers coming out and saying this is unsustainable. We really need to basically hold the government accountable, where they're refusing to do what's right for the workers and for the public. The public are having to pay so much money to use trains, and the train services are making lots of money. It's just not being seen by the majority of the workers, exactly the same as in the NHS, exactly the same as in the postal services. So we're seeing lots of workers coming out and saying, this is not sustainable. You guys have really got to stop with this horribly corrupt way that you're running services. We've now seen midwives, ambulance workers, essentially paramedics, physiotherapists, nurses, lots of different people in the NHS inspiring one another and saying this is completely unsustainable. And we're seeing lots and lots of strikes popping up. What we really need is a coordination I would suggest not just across union, but across industry. And I think we might even see that moving forward. I really, really hope so. This sort of demonstration that we are organising for March 11th, I think is really important. We need to get as many people there as possible. And it's not just to show the public or show the government, it's also to show the NHS workers that the public support us and stand with these workers who are going on strike. They're getting a lot of abuse. You know, it's not easy to withhold care. I do feel, and maybe wrongly, that health workers and NHS workers are in a slightly different position where there is this real difficulty of saying, okay, we're not going to do our job, because you hear from a lot of people, you know, people are going to die. People are dying already, unfortunately. We already work in a service where people are not cared for properly. And actually, the only way to prevent that from happening any further is by holding the government accountable and saying, please, can you pay us properly? We need to retain staff. We need to recruit staff. These kind of, you know, I think the government and MPs, including the Labour politicians, they sort of wax lyrical about we're going to recruit all of this staff. Where from? People are leaving the NHS to go and work in supermarkets, perfectly good jobs, but they're not going to be in the health service anymore. Who's going to do those jobs? So it's really important that people do come out on March 11th and show support. And I think it's quite different to previous demonstrations because of all of this sort of action that's going on. So exciting is not the right word, I think, but something's happening, and it's I'm hopeful.
So that leads me nicely onto the last question I wanted to put to you before I come to some questions from the chat. So there's a general reminder for folks watching, please do pop any questions in the chat on YouTube. Before we come to those questions, over the last decade, there's been countless marches around the NHS. So, you know, there was mass mobilisations against the Health and Social Care Act in 2012. We've seen, you know, anti-austerity demonstrations that have called for an end to health service cuts, have called for an end to privatisation and so on. I wondered if you could, I guess, give your view on why this demonstration on March the 11th is different and how it can fit in with a broader campaign that can secure the demands that you're calling for.
So, yeah, I think I've touched on it a little bit, that there's so much going on currently in terms of workers coming out and saying, you know, we need to come together and we need to sort of work together on this. In the same way I would sort of suggest that the government do, or that, you know, the wealthy people of this country sort of work together to help each other. I think that's happening more within the working class. And I think when you think about the setting under which all of these strikes are taking place, it does make it a little bit easier to imagine their success. I think because we've had all of these horrible cuts in the NHS, and I think we've had cuts to all services really that have meant that everything is working in a less successful way. Things that people are unhappy, people are not getting that much for their money, and they don't even have that much money. Wage suppression is rife. People are in multiple jobs. They are still struggling to put food on the table. 40% of people who are on universal credit are in jobs. This is all quite unusual in this country, actually. Well, within the past however many years, this is something that's happening that hasn't been happening in my lifetime, that's for sure. And I think we are becoming more aware of the fact that taxation of the wealthy is not sufficient, and even the way that it is set up, there are so many loopholes. You know, just look at the politicians, just look at all these countless people who are so wealthy and who are not paying their taxes properly. And then you've got working class people who haven't had a pay rise for 10 years, essentially. Inflation is skyrocketing. So I think the lived experience of general people means that it's very difficult to kind of distract oneself or avoid, because life is so hard. People can't avoid the reality. The consciousness of our general public has changed. So I think it is a very different time, you know, when people are reading about Shell's profits having rocketed, and I think, you know, we all know somebody, or we are that somebody who isn't putting on the heating, who is looking at their water bill and going, you know, I mean, we're all suffering from that same anxiety, I think, of how are we going to pay our bills. This is new, this kind of level of struggle. And I think this level of struggle means that change is it's imminent. It's kind of it's unavoidable, because we're struggling, you know, we're hearing about elderly people dying of hypothermia, when we know that Shell are making billions of pounds. So I guess workers aren't really able to live this way. People are unable to live this way. I think it's a really important time. I think if we don't utilize it, if we don't jump on it and say, okay, we've got to keep this momentum going, we need more coordination, we need much more solidarity. I mean, we did have some solidarity demonstrations. They were really inspiring. The fact that we had so many people out on the streets clapping, that's new. Bus drivers who I thought were getting really angry were, you know, basically fist pumping people on the march. You know, people are really supportive of workers, and how can they not be? It's too unfair, really, what's going on now, and it's so obvious. So I think it's a different time. I think get out on the streets on March 11th and show your support. I think, as you know, the last thing I want to say on the matter is people are aware, because every time they use an NHS service, they are struggling to get the care that they need and deserve, and they pay for. We pay for this. This is our money. This is our NHS, and we don't want to lose it. And I think people are realizing that we will lose it unless we fight for it.
So I've got two final questions for you that have come through in the chat. The first is around the minimum service levels bill, the anti-strike legislation that is currently going through Parliament. And this morning we spoke to, we had Mark Serwotka from the PCS union on the show, who talked about this and the impact it could have on public services, the workers that staff those services, and on the trade union movement more broadly. I wondered what your thoughts are on that legislation, what the impact you think it will be on the NHS, and how you think it can be defeated.
I think it's a very dangerous suggestion. I mean, the fact that we have the House of Lords basically helping working people and saying, you know, this is actually, we can't have people not being able to exercise their democratic right to say that they have, you know, that they don't think something's the right way. I mean, it's almost bizarre. So I think, you know, we have got to fight all of these types of draconian, really kind of regressive policies that the Conservative Party are basically trying to push through, because if we don't, then we are in a really difficult position. I think the way that we do that is by saying, you know, we're going to hold more protests, we're going to go on strike even more. I think that the idea that, you know, we're not going to be able to provide a certain level of care during strikes, this, you know, we should have been worrying about this before. Why were there not these kind of these worries about minimum service and, you know, how much service we're providing? We in the NHS have been crying, literally weeping about the fact that we aren't able to give the correct level of service. People, you know, I walk into rooms and people are devastated at the fact that we're not able to give the right care. It's not something that we are unaware of. It's not something that we are proud of or excited about. You know, the fact that we're going on strike and struggling to provide care. But then I think also we have been reorganizing our staffing and, you know, redeploying staff here and there for years now. And that's what we do during a strike as well. That's what we do. We basically do what we've been doing for years. We're very good at it now because we've had to be. So I think, you know, when we consider the fact that A, people are already struggling in the NHS, B, we know in the NHS how to reorganize things, and we can reorganize things. I think people can maybe feel slightly more kind of not comfortable, but slightly more comforted, I guess, by the fact that, we've been doing this for ages, guys, and we don't want to either. We want to be providing the best care we can. So I guess we really have to fight these kind of really backward ideas that people shouldn't be allowed to have any say in the way that they live, and people should just work. I mean, there's a word for that, that's not democracy, is it? When people are forced to work without being paid properly, without having proper breaks, without being allowed proper sick leave, without having any say in the way that they provide that work, it's not a good look, and it's not a good system.
And so finally, I've got a question that's come in from the chat, and a lot of our viewers are members or supporters of the Green Party. And the Green Party conference this year is taking place, unfortunately, on the 10th and 11th of March, the spring conference. So I've got a question that's come in from Elite Sabre Coaching, who has asked, so a lot of us are going to be at spring conference on March the 11th. So what can people who are there do to show solidarity with the marchers in London?
I think, first of all, join Keep Our NHS Public, which is an important organisation that has been fighting privatisation for many years. Join the campaign SOS NHS, have a look at our demands, and if you can donate, that's really, really helpful. We do a lot of what we do without getting any money for it, essentially voluntarily, on an honorary basis, I guess, but we do need money, and we're not a political party or anything as such. We do take, we have to do everything through donation. So if you can afford to donate, then please do donate to the cause, because that's how we get things going. That's how we make our literature. That's how we disseminate our literature. That's how we help people understand what's going on. That's how we fund our marches. So that's where the money goes. It goes on these things anyway. It goes on basically getting the word out and helping people understand what's going on in the NHS, because I think there's a lot of mystification that we have through the language that the government use, through certain media outlets and things like that. So if you can donate, if you can join the campaign, join Keep Our NHS Public, that would be really, really helpful. And I think really and truly just talking about the NHS and talking about the fact that actually privatisation is going to essentially be the final nail in the coffin. I mean, it's already three parts there, I would say, 3 out of 4. 3/4 is what I'm trying to say there, of the way there. And actually, we really need to sound this alarm, but more than the NHS workers, we need the public to be sounding this alarm, I guess is what I would say. So I think maybe at conference, if you have any opportunity to talk about what's going on in the NHS and talk about Keep Our NHS Public and just basically the campaign SOS NHS, which is, as you said, about pay, about public ownership, and about sort of staffing and resourcing of the NHS. And I think that will be really helpful.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I'll let you get on with the rest of your day, but thank you so much for joining us.
It was a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Firstly, thank you so much for all that you do for the NHS. And for our viewers, you were listening then to Alia, who is the chair of NHS Staff Voices and an activist with Keep Our NHS Public. I hope you enjoyed that interview. Please do let us know what you thought in the chat, and I'll read out some of your comments on the rest of the show. Hopefully you enjoyed that interview, one of the many interviews that we have on today, and I hope that some of you will be able to join the demonstration that we were discussing on March the 11th. So we still have 3 interviews to go for the rest of the day. We'll be here live streaming on YouTube until 6 p.m. Next up, we have Catherine Rowett, who is a former Green Party MEP and the Green Party spokesperson on employment and social security. We're going to be discussing the Green Party's policy for a £15 an hour minimum wage, how it would be introduced, what the implications would be for the rest of the economy, and much, much more. Following that, we'll be discussing with two members of Greens for HS2, Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson, why they want to see the Green Party's policy and position shift on HS2 from opposition to support. And then finally, closing the show, we have Sophie Perry, who is a Pink News journalist at the LGBT online news platform, and also the co-founder, or the founder rather, of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. I'll be speaking to Sophie about that network, why she set it up, what she hopes it will achieve, and how it can improve reporting on LGBT issues, particularly on trans rights in the current context. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of a break in a moment or two, but just I'll come to your comments and questions in a second. Before I do that, please do, if you're just joining us and you haven't already, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. We have an aim of hitting 50 likes by the end of the show and 500 subscribers by the end of the show too. We have 2.5 hours to go on the show, and we're nearly there on the subscriber front. So please do hit subscribe, please do hit like, and let's see if we can reach those targets. Currently, right now, we have 592 subscribers. So we have 8 to go that we still need to hit subscribe. If you're one of those people who hasn't yet done so, please do hit subscribe now. And also, we have 29 likes to go on our like target. So please hit like, massage the algorithm, and help Bright Green out, as well as giving me a dopamine hit. So just to go to some of the comments and questions in the chat. So Peter Welsh says the interview with Alia was great, and that now in the NHS it is fight or flight. March the 11th, 2023 protest is an important marker of our fight for professional and personal lives. Appreciated for the interview. Thanks so much for watching, Peter. Very much appreciate you joining. You can put your comments on the hashtag BrightGreenLive as well, and I'll read out some of those questions and comments throughout the rest of the show. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be joined by Catherine Rowett very soon. If you're just joining and going, oh God, a break, you can rewind the show and catch all the interviews we've had throughout the day. We've had a stellar, amazing lineup of guests, 6 interviews thus far. Please do rewind and watch them at your leisure, and we'll be very, very shortly joined by the rest of our guests. I've just seen that Elite Sabre Coaching has said in the chat that they are heartbroken at what's happening to our NHS and asked if there is a link to the campaign. I'm going to pop a link to SOS NHS in the chat now, where you can find out more about the demonstration on March the 11th. You can see all the organisations and groups that are backing that campaign and that demonstration, and see how you can get involved as well. So whilst I'm on my break, please do click that link, please do hit subscribe, please do hit like, please do hit share the show link, and please, of course, as always, get questions lined up for the rest of our guests, and indeed for me, and any feedback on the show so far. I'll be back with you in around 5 minutes time. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you very, very Hello, 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 and welcome back to episode 4 of Bright Green Live. We are hurtling towards the end of the show. We've got 2 and a bit hours left, and we have a packed final 2 hours of the show with 3 amazing guests who I'll run through very, very shortly. If you're just joining us, you're watching Bright Green's monthly live show, which brings you interviews with some of the best, most interesting, exciting, engaging figures from across the British left, from the Labour movement, from the Green Party, UK's Green Parties, from social movements, the arts, the media, and much, much more. If you're just joining us, please do hit the like button. It means that more people will be able to see the stream, and hit subscribe as well, so that you don't miss out on any of our future shows. Just going to have a little look at comments since I've been on my little break. So Elite Sabre Coaching has revealed their identity. And apparently it's Meg, whoever Meg is, logged into their work account. So thanks, Meg, for letting me know your true identity, and thank you for being a consistent viewer of the show. It's brilliant to have you here, and thanks for all your questions and comments throughout. Maybe Meg is Meg Shepherd Foster, who has tweeted that hearing that our wonderful and precious NHS being described as 3/4 gone on Bright Green is heartbreaking. Their children have just already lost access to an NHS dentist, and we have to fight for it. And Meg has shared the demonstration that's coming up on March the 11th, which our last interview with Alia from the Keep NHS Public and NHS Staff Voices was all about. So thank you for sharing that, Meg, and I'm sorry to hear about the healthcare situation there that you're facing. So coming up in the rest of the show, we have 3 final interviews for you. The first of them is with Catherine Rowett, who is a former Green Party MEP. She was an MEP from 2019 to 2020 in that short window before Brexit. She is now the Green Party spokesperson on work and social security. She is going to be talking to us about the Green Party's policy that supports a £15 an hour minimum wage. So about 18 months ago, 2 years ago, the Green Party passed policy to support a minimum wage set at the level of £15 an hour. I'm going to be talking to Catherine about why the party supports a minimum wage at that level, and how it would be implemented, and what its implications are for the economy and for workers. At 4:30, I'll be talking to Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson, who are 2 Green Party members who are active in Greens for HS2. As the name of their group suggests, they support the HS2, and they want to see the Green Party supporting HS2 as well. And so at Spring Conference in March, Green Party members will be discussing a motion which seeks to shift the party's policy away from opposition to HS2 and towards supporting it. I'll be asking Emma and Pete why they support HS2, and also getting them to address a lot of the concerns and criticisms the project has had from environmental NGOs, from some transport campaigners, from Greens and so on. And wrapping up the show at 5 o'clock, I'll be joined by Sophie Perry, who is a journalist with Pink News and also the founder of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. And we'll be discussing why she set that network up and what she hopes to achieve with it, as well as how it can improve reporting on LGBT issues, particularly around trans rights, given the overwhelming hostility the British media has to trans people and trans rights, and the contribution it has made to whipping up a moral panic and a culture war about the dignity of trans people. If you haven't already, please do follow us on the socials. You can find us on Twitter at BrightGRN, on Facebook at facebook.com/BrightGRN, on Instagram at BrightGreenOnline, on Mastodon at BrightGreen on the UK server, and you can find all the links to those social channels in the description of this video. I'm just gonna have a little sip and then I'll continue. So far in the show, we have had an amazing array of speakers, from trade union general secretaries to leaders of political parties to grassroots campaigners and activists, and everything in between. If you wish to, you can rewind to any point of the show and watch those interviews back. And after the show, the whole show will still be available on YouTube, and in the coming weeks, we'll be releasing the individual interviews as standalone videos. What that means is that every previous episode of Bright Green Live, you can do just the same for as well. So we've had 3 episodes before this. We've had an incredible array of guests over the past 4 months. You can find all those interviews, all those shows on our YouTube channel. And there's a whole playlist of the interviews that we've been putting out, and you can also find the various interviews on the YouTube channel. Our previous guests have included Deputy Leader of the Wales Green Party, the Leader of Brighton Hove City Council, the Director of Unlock Democracy, the lead campaigner at We Own It. We've had the editor of the national newspaper. We have had activists with Just Stop Oil. We have had Green Party peer Natalie Bennett on the show. We have had Scottish Green Party MSP Maggie Chapman. We've had the Green Party of England and Wales spokesperson on sport, Jack Lennox. We have had the statistician behind Stats for Lefties, Al Folan. We've had campaigners from Abolish Eton. We have had the leader of the Wales Green Party. We've had trade unionists from Myanmar. We've had activists from the Labour Party campaigning for freedom of movement. We've had the co-chair of the Young Greens, the Green Party's education spokesperson, the Green Party's trade union liaison officer. We've had the founder of Labour for a Green New Deal. We've had former MEP Jean Lambert. We've had the Green Party's migration spokesperson, Banali Hamdash. We've had Zach Polanski, the Deputy Leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, and more. And we will have many, many more guests on the show to come. The best way that you can find all those interviews is to hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. The reason I'm saying that is because it means that every time we put out a video, every time we go live, you'll get a little notification and you won't miss out on any of the things that we're putting out in the coming weeks and months, including the next episode of Bright Green Live, which will be on March the 19th. So get that in your diaries now and hit subscribe. On that show, we'll be joined by Jay Clark. Now, Jay works for People and Planet, which, full disclosure, I also used to work for. But at the moment, People and Planet are running a campaign called Fossil Free Careers. And what that campaign is seeking to do is it's seeking to take the momentum that has been gained through the many, many years that People and Planet and the student movement have been campaigning for universities and public sector organisations to cut their financial ties with the fossil fuel industry. And we're now in a situation where over 100 UK universities have done that, and taking that momentum and pushing for universities to not only connect their financial ties, but also stop the careers pipeline, which sees fossil fuel companies recruiting students on campuses across the country into the fossil fuel industry. And we're going to be talking to Jay about why it is that they want to see that careers pipeline stopped, the impact that fossil fuel careers recruitment has on students, and how the campaign is going so far. So we're going to be having that discussion with Jay next month on March the 19th. I'll also be joined by Michael Kyriakou, who is the chair of the University of East Anglia branch of the UCU Union, the University and Colleges Union. The reason I'm talking to Michael is, well, firstly, because I'm trying to talk to trade unionists as often as I can on this show and representatives from the Labour movement. But specifically, I'm talking to Michael because UEA, the University of East Anglia, has recently announced a series of financial difficulties that it's had, and is proposing massive redundancies at the institution. And I'm going to be talking about Michael about what's going on there and how workers are fighting back. I'm also going to be talking to a representative of Extinction Rebellion, and we're going to be discussing the climate movement, and specifically the mobilisation that Extinction Rebellion is coordinating in April, which is seeking to generate mass mobilisation around the Extinction Rebellion's demands and for climate justice. So we'll be talking about that. And finally, I'll be speaking to Tyrone Scott, who is the new chair of Greens of Colour, the body within the Green Party that represents people of colour, and I'll be talking to him about his plans for Greens of Colour over the next few months. You may remember Tyrone stood as deputy leader of the Green Party in the last deputy leadership election, coming second to the eventual winner, Zach Polanski. So that's the next show. We'll also have a bunch of other guests lined up for the March show as well, but March 19th is the date. Get it in your diaries, and of course hit subscribe so you don't miss out. I can see that Adriana Spalinki is back from their lunch break, or rather they're on their lunch break. Adriana at the start of the show said they couldn't make it because they're at work, so I hope that you are enjoying your lunch break, and I'm very glad that you've chosen to spend it watching Bright Green Live. You've missed a whole bunch. You've missed 6 interviews thus far, which you can rewind through and watch at your leisure, including Mark Serwotka, Mal O'Hara, Molly Scott Cato, Patrick McAllister, Zoë Garbett and Alia that we've had so far on a whole range of issues, from the cost of living crisis, the NHS crisis, to the wave of strike action, a whole lot more. So thank you for joining us, Adriana, a regular viewer of the show, and sadly hasn't been able to watch for most of the day, but very, very glad to have you with us. If you haven't already, folks, please do share the link to the show on your social media channels so that more people can catch it and more people can see the interviews that we're putting out as part of the show. In about 10 minutes' time, we're going to be joined by our next guest, who is Catherine Rowett, the Green Party spokesperson on work and social security, and we'll be discussing the £15 minimum wage and why it should be implemented. We'll be discussing all that and more in about 10 minutes' time. As always, please do put questions and comments in the chat. I would love to hear your feedback on the show so far. I really do value and appreciate the feedback that people send in. I know that, and some of you will know that in previous shows, some of the comments we've had in the chat about potential guests that we can book in the future has led to those guests being booked on today's episode or previous episodes. And indeed, some of the suggestions we've had today, I'm hoping to get booked for future episodes as well. So any suggestions you have for future guests, any comments and feedback you have on the show so far, much, much appreciated. If you hate the show, well, first, I don't know why you stuck around for 6 hours, but if you hate the show, please do let me know in the chat as well. That's absolutely fine. Comments and feedback, positive and negative, much appreciated. Because we've got about 10 minutes to go into the next interview, I'm going to take a brief break to give myself a little bit of a rest, because we've got a pretty full on we're pretty full on for the rest of the show. So just have a little window, little break. I'll be back very, very soon. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll be ready to start with the next interview at 4 o'clock. Hello, and welcome back. Apologies for taking another break, but I damn well needed it. So thank you for staying tuned. I'd love to hear if anyone's been here since the start of the day. I know that I've seen some names trickling in and out throughout the day, but I would love to. I'd love to know who's been here since the very, very start and been with me since 10 a.m. But also, if you're just joining, please do feel welcome too. Welcome to you. And of course, if you haven't already and you're just joining us, hit like, hit subscribe, and help the channel out a big amount. For those of you who haven't watched the show before, you'll start to realize that when I get about 5 or 6 hours in, my diction starts to dissipate, and the words that I choose don't necessarily accord with their actual literal English language meaning. As my levels of fatigue continue to grow and as my voice becomes more hoarse and husky, the further throughout the show that we go. So apologies for that. If you want to see me being very lucid and very clear and eloquent, you can scroll back and rewind the video about 4 hours when I was more awake, although not too far back because I hadn't really woken up by the time I started streaming. So there's probably a sweet spot about midday where I'm on fire, and for the rest of the show it's a bit of a shambles. But thank you everyone for watching. We'll be joined by Catherine Rowett, our next guest, in about 5 minutes time. We'll be talking about £15 minimum wage and why the Green Party supports it. Thank you so much, Finn, for being here the entire time. Finn, you're one of our regular viewers who's here as a stalwart of Bright Green. Thank you for being here, and thank you for watching all the interviews and for the wonderful feedback and indeed the questions that you've been putting in the chat throughout. It's brilliant to have you with us and brilliant that you contribute so much to the show. Anyone else been here the whole time? I would love to find out. I know that there's been some people who were here a lot during the morning, who've been quieter now. So Ben Samuel, I don't know whether you're still here. I know that Steve C had to leave, but would love to hear if some of the others who were here at the start are still with us. At the back end of this, just to break down the what goes on behind the scenes, I can see exactly how many people are watching, how many people have tuned in throughout the show, and how long people watch for. At the moment, people have been watching for an average of 32 minutes, which is a pretty long, lengthy time to be listening to me drawing on and listening to our guests. That's about 10 minutes longer than people stick around for on this show normally. So thank you so much for contributing to that today. And I'm glad that people have found this show 10 minutes more engaging than they have done previous ones that we put out. Let's get that up to about 35 minutes by the end of the show, shall we? So the best way we can do that is by sticking around. We do have those targets of the number of subscribers and likes that we want to see throughout the show. We want to hit 500 subscribers. At the last count, we were at 492. So we're a little bit shy of where we wanted to be. So make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And we want to hit 50 likes by the end of the show as well. So please do hit like. We're 18 likes short at the moment. We're getting towards the end of the show. I really want to make sure that we make it. You really want to make sure that we make it. So please hit like. It helps the show out because it means that this video will appear in more people's feeds. Thank you so much, Pete Johnson, who's been here also throughout. And I think in 33 minutes time, will be not just in the chat, but on your screens as one of our guests from Greens for HS2. I'll be speaking to Pete at 4:30 with Emma Garnett as well. So our next guest is Catherine Rowett. She is a former Green Party MEP and is now the Green Party spokesperson on work and social security. We're going to be talking about that. And specifically, we're going to be talking about the Green Party's policy in support of £15 an hour minimum wage. If you have any questions for Catherine, please do get them in the chat. I can see that 1 or 2 have already come in. But get more in and I will put them to her. So get your questions in and I'll ask her those questions. I can see that Finn's put a question in. I think I saw one earlier from Ben, maybe. No, Ben didn't, did he? No, okay. In which case, at the moment, we've only got one question from the chat for Catherine. So get more in the chat and I'll put them to her. And she should be joining in about 2 minutes' time. I'll just check to make sure because every single one of our previous guests has been way early, and so I've got really comfortable and been like, oh yeah, people will just turn up and there'll be no stress and no one will be late. and I just want to make sure that that's the case. And actually, Catherine has just emailed me saying that she's lost the link, so I'm going to re-forward that link to her. It's a good job I checked. Apologies, I'm just messaging and I can't do two things at once. So hopefully Catherine will be joining us imminently once she has found the link that I've passed on to her again. We've had a few technical difficulties throughout, but our guests have been punctual. Catherine still has 1 minute in order to be on time, so let's hope we can do that and have a smooth running close to the show. We have a jam-packed remaining 2 hours with 3 interviews with really interesting people still to come, so stick around. I'm going to take a little sip whilst I wait for Catherine to join. Hope that link got through to her. Fingers crossed that she'll be joining imminently. Whilst you wait, please do share the show link. Please do pop questions in the chat, and please do hit like and subscribe if you haven't done already. All those things help the show out significantly. I'll just double check that Catherine's got the link still. Oh, that's not got the link in it. I'm sorry. This is very scrappy, and you're seeing quality broadcasting happening right here, because what I'm doing is I'm trying to get our guests on the call, and you're watching that live, which I'm sure is thrilling. Apologies, give me 1 second. Grand. Okay, thank you so much, people who are just joining us. Apologies, what you're watching is me trying to send the link to join the call for our next guest, Catherine Rowett. Somehow the link got lost. I think I don't know whose fault it was. Let's not assign blame. But she now has the link. Hopefully we'll be able to join imminently, and we'll get on with the final interview. If you want, please do pop questions in the chat for Catherine. We're going to be discussing the Green Party's £15 an hour minimum wage policy, why the party supports that position, how it will be implemented, and its implications for the economy and for workers. Fingers crossed that's now done the trick, and fingers crossed that Catherine will be able to join. I'm just going to DM it to her on Twitter as well so that she has it. You don't need a full narrative on this, just rest assured that I'm doing important work trying to get our next guest on the call. Right. Every show has to have something go wrong. The first show, I thought that I did this. I thought I was broadcasting live for 15 minutes when in fact I was not, and was just talking to myself on an empty Zoom call to nobody. So we've come a long way since then. Brilliant. I can see that Catherine now has joined the call. So whilst Catherine is connecting to the call, I'll just do a brief introduction. So Catherine Rowett is a former MEP for the Green Party. She was an MEP for the Eastern region and is now the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson on work and social security. Apologies for the delay getting Catherine on the call, but we now have Catherine. And so before we get into any of the conversation we're going to be having, I just wanted to welcome Catherine and say, Catherine, thanks so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
I'm so sorry. I've got a terrible email program, which if you double click something thinking that you're going to open it, it appears to delete it and it's impossible to rescue it. And so I'm in a complete state because having deleted your email, which had the Zoom link by accident, I've then been searching for it for the last 15 minutes. So well, there we are.
We've got you now, so that's fantastic. But apologies for the stress that will have caused.
Never mind.
So we're going to be talking about the minimum wage and the Green Party's position on that. So the Green Party, about 18 months, 2 years ago, passed policy that said it supported the introduction of a £15 an hour minimum wage. Why is that the Green Party's position?
Well, it's an interesting history in a way, because the Green Party has been working towards getting exactly that policy for a while. So it started in autumn 2021 when we passed a motion supporting the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union fight for a £15 minimum wage campaign, and somehow by passing support for that, we appeared to be already passing support for a £15 minimum wage. But then it took another year before we actually got round to saying, well, yeah, we do support a £15 minimum wage. And of course, it's part of our policy that there should be more equality among, that people should benefit from the wealth that this country has, and that we shouldn't be on low wages. Especially with the cost of living, it's really important that people earn properly what they're worth. And so £15 minimum wage, obviously, it's about £5 more than the current minimum wage for 23-year-olds and above. And shockingly, the country still has minimum wage that goes below that for younger people. So there's age discrimination, which we would be rid of. I don't know, that's probably not explained why we have it very well, but I can go into more detail about what the advantages would be if you want.
Please do, yeah, go ahead.
So one of the problems at the moment is that a lot of people are supported on in-work benefits, because it's actually not possible to live and live well on the wages that are prescribed as the national living wage. It's not a living wage. It doesn't comply with what's actually calculated to be the cost of a living wage. And even then, if you could calculate what's the cost of a living wage, you might not actually be thinking about what it would be to live in such a way that you're not deprived of opportunities and possibilities, and that families are not having to struggle. So one of the things that happens at the moment is we've got people who are in full-time work, but they're also on universal credit. They're also having free school meals. They're also having rent support. All of this is actually coming out of the public purse. And effectively it's subsidizing employers to pay below what it actually costs to live and to rent. At the same time, of course, we're building up educational disadvantage for people who can't really afford to feed their children at home properly, can't afford heating, lighting, and so on. We're also building up health inequalities and so on. So there would be many benefits from having a workforce that was actually properly rewarded for what it does. But the expectation at the moment under a Tory government is always that the point of work is to feed money to the wealthy who are the shareholders and wanting the profit, and not to pay the workers. So we think that it should be the other way around.
So one of the criticisms people sort of level at substantial increases in the minimum wage is that a policy that would raise the minimum wage to say £15 an hour would be inflationary, and it would drive inflation in the economy. What do you make of that argument?
Well, it's certainly a mistake at the moment. What's driving inflation at the moment are there are a number of things that are driving inflation. One of the most obvious ones, obviously, is the cost of energy. And you can see in the profits that are going to Shell and BP and so on, that we are paying enormous amounts out for our energy, that it's far more than energy actually costs. So that's one of the huge sources of inflation. And the details of exactly why energy prices are so much higher than the cost of actually producing energy is well, it's pretty complicated, but it's partly to do with Brexit and food prices, very much to do with Brexit. Those have gone up 16%, which is massive, right? Because that's a really, really hard hit on those for whom food is a major part of their costs. I was just looking up the increases in rents. So there's been a 13% rise in the cost of rents in Greater London in the last year, and a 7.4% increase in the east of England. I mean, obviously rents vary, but rents are going up. All these things are going up because the costs of the commodities, the cost of the labour, and so on, for some of these things are going up. So the rise in pay, if you have a rise in pay, which is what we need across the board at the moment, really, and particularly in the public sector, is what is lagging behind the inflation. So the inflation goes ahead. It's the cost of the commodities, the cost of the energy, and so on. Then you need the wages to catch up. So it's not the wages that are causing the inflation; it's the commodity prices, and so that's one reason why it won't be inflationary. Because in fact, it's just a way of making sure that people are not having to have benefits and go to food banks in order to make up the shortfall between their wages and what it actually costs to live. And while we're actually making up that shortfall from the public purse, then the taxes have to go up, and that's inflationary too. So in relation to inflation, I think none of the wage rises that we've been talking about in relation to the current pay claims and strikes and so on, these are not the source of inflation. And I think one of the problems at the moment is that the Bank of England doesn't really know what to do because it's not used to inflation that is not caused by an excessive money supply. And so it's responding as if the inflation was caused by money supply, and putting up interest rates, which is inflationary. So interest rates go up, that means mortgages go up, that means rents go up. So interest rate rises are a source of inflation. If you then have a wage freeze, you've got a really dire situation of destitution and shortfall of income towards what it costs to live. So the Bank of England doesn't know what to do, and the government doesn't appear to know what to do because it thinks that you need to freeze wages, which is actually a nightmare situation and leads to more problems, because if you freeze wages, then nobody can spend any money. So this is another reason why there's a sort of virtuous circle if you pay the £15 minimum wage, because one of the main problems for small businesses and so on is a lack of resource if they can't sell their product. If people can't afford to go to the pub will close. So you need people to be able to afford to go to the local pub. Otherwise, the pub will close, and then the pub will not employ the people who they would have been paying. So you need people to have spending money. If you cut out all the spending money by freezing wages while prices go up, then everybody has to cut back, and you can't afford to go to the pub. Pub will close, and then you don't get the tax income from the VAT and the alcohol sales and so on. So tax revenues fall. Those people who are out of work, they will then have to be on benefits and so on. So the businesses will close, the people will be out of work, and you've got a worse situation. So it isn't as if leaving people with less spending money is helpful. Leaving people with less spending money actually causes worse problems.
So on that point around small business, this is another areas where there's, I guess, quite a bit of concern, at least, about a substantial increase to the minimum wage. And a lot of small businesses would turn around and say, looking at our books right now, we can't afford to pay anywhere near a £15 an hour minimum wage. What do you make of that argument, and how would you alleviate the concerns that people who run independent small businesses, the kinds of things that the Green Party wants to see more of relative to the big chains? How do you alleviate those concerns?
So there are a couple of things to say there. One is that in the past there have been the same worries when they introduced the minimum wage the first time, and whenever it goes up, always some of the small employers in particular will say, well, we couldn't afford this and our prices will go up if we do this, and there isn't room in the market for the prices to go up to the level that they would have to go up to, and things like that. I think that past experience shows that actually having more money flowing in the local economy turns out to be better for business, not worse. It's true that in the past, in the sort of Brexit, pre-Brexit period, there was more of a it was easier to run a business. Businesses were more able to compete, but on a level playing field, because there weren't the costs. So, for example, many of our small businesses that we particularly support as a Green Party are niche market, quite ecologically sound kind of production and that sort of thing, and maybe they need a market bigger than their local area, and they would normally benefit from being able, for example, to sell goods across Europe and send them by courier and so on to where the demand was. And you can see things like fisheries and so on that have been struggling since Brexit because of the barriers to trade. But I don't think that we should infer that because there are barriers to trade and so the businesses are struggling because of Brexit, that therefore we should say, oh, well, we mustn't have an increase in the minimum wage because look, Brexit, right? Brexit was supposed to deliver something that was better, not something that was worse. So the last thing we want to do is then say, okay, so to mend the problems that have been introduced by Brexit, you have to destroy the spending power and cut the wages of British people. And so what should you do? Well, how about supporting the small businesses? If there is a difficulty for the small businesses, then support the small businesses, right? Don't support small businesses by penalising the workers. Why should the workers have less than they can live on? And then we subsidise the workers from the public purse. Why not make sure that there's a good level playing field for the small businesses? So one of the main problems there is competing with, for example, businesses like Amazon and so on that don't pay proper tax, use our roads without paying adequately for them, don't have high street stores and so on, whereas the people who have the small shops in our high street are struggling because they have to pay the taxes. Well, you can shift the money around so that inequity is not there. Address the problem where the problem is, not by making the wages of the people who work there low.
And so I've got some questions that have come in the chat, and they're on they're on a range of different topics actually, which I hope you don't mind that I put to you. Some of them within your brief and some of them not. So Steve C has asked, does Catherine think that a kind of more collaborative EU style of politics would aid in dealing with the cost of living crisis and other crises in the UK?
Oh, that's an interesting question. So clearly, collaborative politics on the whole tends to be less divisive and less likely to be maybe favouring one group of people over another. I think we can see the benefits in Scotland, where the Green Party is in collaborative government there, and things are going much better for them. But I wonder what the questioner has in mind that might be beneficial, that would lead to improvements with regard to the cost of living. Any
I guess not wanting to put words into their mouth, but I guess the trying to, I guess, get under the skin of the question. I think, like, you know, we have a very adversarial system which is based on you know, not conceding ground to the opposition, not negotiating with the opposition, and so what you don't get is opposition parties putting forward policy proposals that then are integrated into the political program because they're not forced to through collaborative decision making. And whether, when you've got a crisis like the cost of living crisis or indeed the climate crisis or other issues, whether a more collaborative, consensus oriented politics might deliver better results.
Yes, up to a point, I think so. But another part of me thinks that we're actually suffering from a lack of opposition at the moment in the UK, and a lack of leadership and willingness to stand up and speak. So both on the climate crisis and the cost of living crisis, there's almost too much consensus between the government and the opposition, and they are going the same way. They're not, the opposition is not properly supporting the strikes, and the unions is quite reluctant to stand with the workers, quite reluctant to say that we need to fund the NHS properly, quite reluctant to say that fossil fuels need to be ended or taxed properly, and so on. So there's too much of the status quo and collaborative politics, in my view. We need more leadership, especially on, I mean, you know, beyond my brief, but on immigration, it's absolutely catastrophic. So I don't know that I think that we want anything in the way of collaboration between the main parties. Not if it means that the opposition just say yeah to everything that Tories want.
And so I've got other guests who'll be joining very, very shortly. So I wanted to put one final question to you, which again has come from the chat, and it is completely outside of your brief, so understandable if you don't want to address it. But every time I interview someone from the Green Party at the moment, I get asked to ask the same question. Okay. And so Finn has asked what your views are on transphobia in the Green Party.
Oh, well, so I don't really want to answer this question, but I think that it's perhaps a bad idea to call it transphobia, because many people will be deeply upset by that accusation. And I think that the party has made it clear that it doesn't hold with any kind of transphobia, and that all the recent conferences have passed inclusive and suitable policy. Every party is being wound up by various kinds of attempts to get the culture war going, to break up the left. And I think we need to be extremely careful that the Green Party doesn't get destroyed by that.
Thank you very much for being willing to answer some questions that are slightly beyond your portfolio, and indeed for your insights on the £15 an hour minimum wage. I'm going to have to let you go now because very, very soon I've got the next guest joining. So I'll let you enjoy the rest of your Sunday, but I just wanted to say a massive thank you for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you, Catherine.
I'm so sorry for messing up and losing my email, but I think I'll change my email program so that can't happen in the future, because it's not the first time. Okay.
Not at
thanks.
all. No worries.
Thanks very much
Thanks
for
so
having
much
me
for
on.
being with us. Cheers,
Thanks.
Catherine.
Bye.
So that was Catherine Rowett, the Green Party spokesperson on work and social security, and also a former Green Party MEP. Thank you for those of you who put questions in the chat for Catherine. And for those of you who are just joining, you're watching episode 4 of Bright Green Live. We still have two more interviews to go with some brilliant guests. If you haven't already, please hit the like button and hit subscribe, which will help out the show, but also means that you won't miss out on future interviews that we're putting out in the coming weeks and months. We will be very shortly speaking to our next guests, and that's guests plural, because I have 2 representatives from Greens for HS2, which for those of you who don't know, the name might be a giveaway. They are a group within the Green Party of England and Wales that is campaigning for and seeking to change the party's policy on HS2. At the moment, the Green Party's policy is in opposition to HS2. Greens for HS2 naturally want to see that change. They have a motion coming to the Green Party's conference in March, which would seek to change the party position into supporting the project. I'm sure this interview will provoke lots of questions, comments, conversation, because I know there are strongly held views on all sides of this debate. And so please do get those comments in the chat, and any questions you have for our 2 guests in there as well. Pete Johnson and Emma Garnett, the 2 representatives of Greens for HS2 that I'll be joined with very, very soon. Questions for them in the chat, please. In the meantime, please do hit that subscribe button. Please do hit like on the video. We're trying to hit 500 subscribers by the end of the show. We are currently on 492 still. We need 8 more people to hit subscribe. So please crack on and do that. And we're also looking to hit 50 likes by the end of the show. We've gone down, unfortunately, to 30 likes, which is pretty devastating. So we still need 20 to go. We've got 90 minutes left, but I believe in you. I believe you can do it. So hit that like button if you haven't already. And make sure that you follow Bright Green on all the socials, links to which are in the description of this video. As I said, we'll be joined very shortly by Emma Garnett and Pete Johnson from Greens for HS2. And following that, we will have our final interview of the day, which will be with Sophie Perry, who is a journalist with Pink News and also the founder of the LGBTQ+ journalism network. I'll be speaking to Sophie about why she set up that network, what she hopes to achieve with it, and how it can improve reporting on LGBT issues, particularly around trans rights, given the media hostility there is in the UK around trans rights and trans people. As Catherine Rowett just said at the tail end of that interview, there is an attempt, there is an ongoing attempt to drive a culture war around trans rights and trans issues. We're seeing a moral panic where trans people are being demonized, are being attacked, and their rights people are seeking to undermine their rights. And part of that attack, part of that demonization, part of that attempt to reduce trans people's rights in this country is coming from the media. And so journalists have a really important role to play in reporting fairly, honestly, accurately around trans issues and trans rights. And so I'm looking forward to speaking to Sophie about her take on how that network, the LGBTQ+ journalism network, can do that. Now, I can see that our next 2 guests have just joined the call. So I'm going to admit them and let them in. And whilst they find their way into the wonderful world of Zoom, I'll just do a quick introduction for the 2 of them. So today, on our penultimate interview on episode 4 of Bright Green Live, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by 2 representatives of Greens for HS2. I'll be joined by Pete Johnson and Emma Garnett. And over the next 30 minutes, we're going to be discussing HS2 and why they are trying to get the Green Party into a position where it supports the project rather than opposes it. But before we do any of that, I just want to say a massive welcome to Emma and Pete. Firstly, Emma, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Thanks, Chris. Thank you very much for having us. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing? It's a long day for you.
It's a long day. I'm slightly tired, but we're getting towards the end, so I'm holding it together. Pete, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks, Chris. And yeah, as I said in the chat, admiring your stamina. You're doing a grand job keeping this going.
Thank you very much. So we've got a lot to get into, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions that will come through in the chat. So basically, I'm going to leave it up to the two of you to decide who wants to take various questions, and feel free to chip in as and when. But let's start things off with kind of where we are now with the Green Party. So at the moment, the Green Party has policy that opposes HS2, and you've got a motion coming to Spring Conference, which is taking place in March, to change that, to get the party to a position where it supports HS2 and calls for it to be fully funded. Why are you trying to shift the party's position?
Well, very important question. And I think, firstly, it's worth noting that the Green Party policies on HS2 are a bit mixed. So there have been a number of, at least one conference motion opposing it. But in our Policies for a Sustainable Society document, we state that the Green Party supports, in principle, a high-speed north-south railway line to cut domestic flights, which is what HS2 is. It's a north-south high-speed railway line. And in a nutshell, domestic transport is responsible for 27% of our emissions in the UK. It's our highest emitting sector, and emissions just aren't falling. And the good news is that electric rail is the most environmentally friendly form of transport for middle to long distances. It's got the smallest energy use, smallest land footprint per passenger kilometre. And we desperately need to increase rail capacity for a greener transport system, which is what Northern Powerhouse Rail and HS2 together can do. And so our motion is calling for the Green Party of England and Wales to oppose the Tory cuts to public transport investment in the north of England, particularly the northeast. Well, many regions of the whole UK outside of London, and even London, we need and deserve better public transport. And when these rail cuts were announced by the Tory government in autumn 2021, there was huge backlash from many politicians in the north of England. So the government said, well, we're not going to build Northern Powerhouse Rail in full. This is an east-west line from Liverpool through to Leeds, which also relies on HS2 being completely built. And they also said, we're cutting the eastern leg of HS2, which goes from Birmingham to Leeds, which really slashes the benefits of the project, whilst we've still got most of the financial and ecological costs already. So it makes very little sense. So from our point of view, this motion just completely aligns with green values.
So I'll pick up one thing from that before I move on to some other questions. So you said there that the Green Party's position is slightly muddled on, I can't remember the exact word you used. You didn't use the word muddled, but that's what I'm going to...
Mixed, yeah.
Mixed is the word that you used. On HS2, you said that the party's position is relatively mixed. I just wanted to push back on that a little bit, because I think most people watching and most members of the Green Party will think, well, there's one thing to support a principle, and you're right to say the party's policy book says that the Green Party in principle supports a north-south high-speed rail link, and there's another thing to support a project in practice. And those are two very different things, and the party does have clear policy saying that it opposes the project in practice. And I think if you were asked to ask most Green Party members, they would say that is what the policy is and has been for some time. And definitely if you were to ask members of the leadership team and its representatives who've been doing media gigs for a long time on this, they would certainly say that's been the policy. So what would you say to that?
I'll pass over to Pete for this one.
Yeah, I'll pick that one up. Yes, I mean the policy is mixed. But I think a key thing that we need to recognise now is that time is moving on. HS2 is actually being built right now. The phase one work is well underway. I mean, and anyone, we've seen anyone who lives nearby the line, and that goes all the way from Euston Station in London right through to Curzon Station in Birmingham. There are works taking place up there. Currently, there are 20,000 people at work on HS2. So it's a massive amount of work going on. And so the time to actually get it stopped has now gone. The ecological problems that it's causing, not completely over yet, but a lot of them have now occurred. The ancient woodland of phase one has been cut back. The tunnelling under the Chilterns, which is seen as a threat to the aquifers, that is over halfway complete now. Similarly, for the viaduct over the Colne Valley, which is a massive structure, 3-mile long bridge, is well under construction, and all the piling work has been done on there. So a lot of the things that we were objecting to as Greens have already happened, and so I think we need to shift focus now and think, well, okay, look, it's going to be built. Our job now is to make sure that it does its job that we want it to do as Greens, to make our transport network more sustainable, and it certainly can do that. I mean, the way that it does that is that, as Emma has indicated, what it does is it clears up all the bottlenecks on the major main lines and stations, which mean that we can run an awful lot more local trains, regional trains and freight trains. So it's equivalent to a massive upgrade of our existing rail network. And so there's a massive opportunity there. At the moment, of course, we've only got half of it is on the table, the bit that goes up to Birmingham and then on a bit to Crewe. Going through Parliament is the bit that extends that to Manchester. And the bit that the current government has cut back, although if there's a change in government, it will come back because Labour policy is to build HS2 in full, is the bit up to Leeds. And that is the bit that really has the maximum amount of value. That's the bit which enables many more people to travel by train across the north than they can at the moment, because it clears the bottlenecks at Leeds station. It opens up the Midland Main Line, which is the line from St Pancras up to Sheffield, Nottingham, Derby, so that many more local trains can run on that by taking the fast trains off it. Similarly, on the East Coast Main Line, the line from King's Cross up to Leeds and York. Without that eastern leg, those lines don't get relieved, and so the people who live on those lines can't get better services. And we come on to the need to have good rail transport across the north. It can't happen unless we completely rejig what happens at Leeds station and at Manchester Piccadilly station. They're the sort of the key hubs there, and HS2 is the thing that actually unplugs those bottlenecks, so that Northern Powerhouse Rail can work, and we can actually get those additional services in there, which is what everybody's crying out for in the north.
So I'll move on now to talk about, I guess, one of the main objections to HS2 from Greens, but also from others outside of, I guess, big G, green politics, is the ecological impact of the project, which is something you touched on earlier. But one of the big concerns has been around the damage the construction in particular will do to natural environment, with impacts on ancient woodlands, on wetlands, on sites of special scientific interest and others. And for a lot of people, that's sufficient to say that, we're currently in a biodiversity crisis. This project is ecologically destructive and therefore shouldn't go ahead. How would you respond to that argument?
Oh, firstly, as Greens, I think all of us feel any natural habitat loss is horrible, and that is not something any of us in Greens for HS2 take lightly. And it's particularly upsetting when it's in your local area. And I really sympathise for the people who are near to the site. And just to say, it's entirely possible to feel sad and angry about that, about your local green areas getting disrupted, and still support the project. We absolutely need to decarbonize. Like, my background is in biodiversity conservation and ecology, and climate science. I joined the Green Party. My route in was as a sort of nature and wildlife lover. I was a member of the Young Ornithologist Club as a kid, and all of that. Like, I really love nature, in case anyone was in any doubt. But all net zero infrastructure is going to have some sort of ecological impact, from wind turbines to solar panels to electric rails to mines for lithium. It all has some sort of ecological impact. What we need to look at is at the trade-offs and how can we best meet human needs, transport needs, energy needs, with least cost to nature. And I think this is one of the arguments we come across quite often. People say, oh, we don't need rail, we've got electric cars. And we can't just expect other countries to bear all the ecological impacts of decarbonising the UK. The electric cars, that a lot of the materials and minerals for that and metals are being mined in other countries, and imported. And I just don't think that's reasonable. We need to take responsibility ourselves for decarbonising the UK. The Woodland Trust itself lists roads, within the UK as a much higher threat to nature than railway lines. There is all of this opposition to one railway line, which is also spilling over into opposition for other schemes to reopen pre-existing railway lines, the East-West Rail from Cambridge, where I used to live, to Oxford, where I currently live. I'm seeing comments from people saying HS2 is a waste of money and let's not build East-West Rail either, while they're silent on the road expansions that are being approved from Cambridge to Bedford and onwards. And the wider environmental movement, I think, has really got priorities misaligned. Road projects are being approved and relatively speaking ignored in comparison. So one of the Greens for HS2 members set up a Stop RIS2, that's Road Investment Strategy 2, which very few people have heard of. We were all trying to get signatures to say, look, we need to stop building roads because of the climate and biodiversity impacts, which are much, much higher compared to rail. And that got about 8,000 signatures before the 6-month time limit ran out. That was for thousands of road kilometres being built. The Stop HS2 petition got 155,000 signatures and got a whole parliament debate. So even if you oppose HS2, I think it's hard to deny that the microphone where campaigning resources being allocated is massively, massively misaligned. We need a big national campaign, against road expansion, which we're just not seeing at the moment. I think, unless you're really interested in transport and live near the, HS2, you shouldn't have heard of it. And yet we all have, because of this huge, huge focus around it. And I want to say, yes, HS2 has caused habitat loss, an ancient woodland loss, and that's if that were being done for a road or a golf course or something else, I would absolutely be joining the protesters in opposing that. But as Greens, we have to look at the costs and benefits. If we don't tackle climate change, all of our ecosystems are at risk. And one of the reasons I support rail projects, as an ecologist, as a nature lover, is because rail per passenger kilometre takes up so much less land use than road. So if we're moving from a road-heavy society to a rail-heavy society, that frees up so much more land, which biodiversity can return to. So that's one of the reasons that for road and rail, there isn't even a trade-off between climate and biodiversity. Rail's got smaller energy use, smaller emissions, smaller land footprint. It's really good news. And a lot of people talk about, okay, let's reopen all railway lines. It sounds like we've just put like a closed sign on them and we can just flip it around to open and they'll be good to go, which is not the case. Those need to be rebuilt. And so Brampton Wood is a second biggest ancient woodland in Cambridgeshire. It's one I visited, lovely bluebells. There is a disused railway line that runs west of Huntingdon that runs right alongside that. If you reopened and rebuilt that railway line, that's going to impact that natural ancient woodland. One of the other interesting things, which you can see on the Wildlife Trust website about Brampton Wood, is that the wood, except for a few trees, was entirely clear felled in World War II. So ancient woodland often means quite young trees. What's really kind of special about it is the soil. It's not ancient. When we think of ancient woodland, we're probably thinking trees that are hundreds and hundreds of years old. That often isn't the case, unfortunately, because they've been felled before. The soil is what's special. It's one of the things which is special. And HS2 Limited have been doing work on translocating the soils so that flora and fauna is going somewhere else. Obviously better if it didn't need to be moved at all, but that is an important mitigation strategy. So let's hold HS2 Limited to account to minimize habitat loss and do lots of world-leading restoration, but we've got to consider the bigger picture within the UK and internationally too. If you're following the green adage of think global, act local, that rail is the obvious choice for transport, not cars and coaches.
So there's a couple of things I want to pick up on there. One of them is just, I guess, a comment really, and then the second is a question. I guess the comment is, I think there'll be some people who'll be watching this and and will be quite frustrated by some of the comments you made in there around opposition to road building. I'm thinking particular for Greens in London, who have been fighting tirelessly against the Silvertown Tunnel and also opposing HS2. To hear them to be told that they're not putting sufficient energy into opposing road building, I think they'd struggle with. The question
can I come back on that, please? So I'm talking about kind of the kind of national picture. There's fantastic local opposition to road schemes. I haven't really found, a big joined up campaign. The wildlife trusts and other organisations, if you look at the amount of coverage HS2 is getting compared to road building, I think that's disproportionate. There are lots of brilliant campaigners again, but we don't have that big joined up campaign from leading green organisations. So it's not to minimise any of the work people are doing on the ground. I want them to have a bigger voice at a national level.
So then just to I guess link to that last point then, in terms of those environmental NGOs, at the moment you've got Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, Extinction Rebellion, Wildlife Trust, the Woodland Trust, and loads of other environmental NGOs who all fundamentally disagree with you on this point about HS2 and are opposing it on the impact it's having on biodiversity, on the natural environment, whilst also recognising the need to decarbonise transport. How would you respond to those people and those organisations that are campaigning specifically on HS2, but part of a wider picture of their work on the climate and the natural environment?
Shall I pick that one up?
Go for it.
One of the things that we found when kind of looking at why exactly do these organisations oppose HS2, quite often they haven't grasped, and it's not their fault, they haven't really grasped what HS2 actually gives us. There sort of persists this sort of notion that the purpose of it is to whisk businessmen rapidly from one meeting to another between London and Birmingham in a slightly quicker time than they could do before. I mean, they may be able to do that, but that's really not what HS2 is all about. What it's all about is just making it possible for far more trips, and we're really talking far more, and there are trips to be made by train than by car or by domestic plane, and far more truckloads of goods to be handled by rail rather than by road. And so they tend to see the downsides of HS2 without actually understanding the upsides of it. And of course, most people within the Green Party as well, and within the nation at large, actually. I mean, I think another question you've got is about the political support across the country for HS2. You ask anybody about HS2 and they say, well, what's it for? Well, it's basically just a slightly faster train between London and Birmingham. And as I say, we have to unpick that notion, because it really isn't. That's sort of completely missing the point about what HS2 does. So that's the first thing. So the NGOs, the environmental organizations, don't see the environmental benefit. I mean, there is a whole story about, there's this another kind of thing that's bandied around, and I'm sure we won't have time to cover, which is about the carbon neutrality in XX years, 120 years is spoken of, which is a kind of a big issue for people. We've said an awful lot about that on our Greens for HS2 website and in our Twitter thread. So rather than pick it up here, I would recommend that people go and look at that, but it is actually nonsense. But the other thing is, the other point I want to make is that it's probably not the fault of the NGOs themselves, but it's the people who go into bat on their behalf have been really guilty of hyperbole. So, for example, we take ancient woodland. We have this figure of 108 woodlands being destroyed. The HS2 is destroying 108 ancient woodlands. It just isn't. There's the amount of woodland that HS2 is losing. It's about 24 hectares of ancient woodland in phase 1, a little bit more in phase 2A, a little bit more still in phase 2B. 24 hectares is about a third of the area of one golf course. And we've got 131 golf courses just in London. So there's an awful lot of land is kind of just used up by golf courses. But but HS2 is really just using losing a pretty small amount, considering that it's 200 odd miles of railway line. That's actually a really small amount of woodland, especially when you consider how scattered about the countryside it is in little small pieces. It's really hard to miss it all. So that represents 1 part in 10,000 of the country's ancient woodlands. I'm sure if you ask a kind of somebody who's read all the material or seen the videos about the ancient woodland, they'd imagine that it's a much higher number than that. But it's to say it's actually a really small amount. And as as Emma said, I mean, we need to kind of take a grown-up view here. We need to kind of trade off that loss, which we all hate. I mean, Emma said, we're all Greens. We don't want to see trees chopped down, woodlands damaged, and habitats, destroyed. But it's really hard to kind of move from where we are now to the sustainable transport infrastructure and networks that we need without some of that having to happen. So that was the third. I've got one other quick point before we move on this one, which is what we mean by supporting HS2. We in Greens for HS2 have always drawn a distinction between the need to build a railway line to do the things that we've described to add capacity to the network. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're fully signed up to everything that HS2 Limited, which is the company that's responsible for building it, is up to. And we think that that a lot of the things could be done an awful lot better. And this, for example, this recent report on biodiversity loss by the wildlife trusts. Some of the things that they say there we would entirely agree with. We want HS2 Limited to use absolute best practice and the latest knowledge and understanding to measure the biodiversity and to carry out their activities to minimize the loss. Absolutely. What we say is we can engage with them much more effectively if it's done from the position of actually recognizing they've got a job to do and they're building a railway which we actually want. But we can say, look, you've got to do it. You've got to do the job properly. You've got to obey best practice. And not only that, but you've actually got to build the railway that we all want. We as Greens want a railway which is it's accessible to families, it's disabled accessible. You can take your bike on it. It's connected up to local transport wherever it goes. I mean, one of the things HS2 has kind of assumed is that when you go and get on HS2, you'll turn up at the station in a car. So they build these massive car parks, for example, at Interchange Station near Birmingham. And we say, no, we don't want to do that. We want it properly plugged into the Birmingham tram network and proper bus routes in there and a proper cycle lane to it, so that if you're accessing HS2, you do it by sustainable means. And these are all things that we can fight for once we get over the fact that we're just opposing the whole railway.
And just to add to Pete's points, what you say, Chris, is entirely true. A number of green NGOs have put out statements kind of against HS2, but I've seen also social media posts from Extinction Rebellion, from Greenpeace and others in support of high-speed rail and train travel, and a post saying, look, Italy's high-speed rail network has really decimated the domestic flying industry. And a lot of us are slightly banging our heads against the wall saying, yes, look, all these other countries have got high-speed rail. We want that for the UK as well. German Greens coming and visiting saying, oh, train travel in the UK is so slow. Could we get some more lines? So yes, and I think if we want more trains, we also need some more track.
So I'm going to move on now to, I guess, the political ramifications of the position. Before I come to some questions in the chat, and there are loads of comments in the chat, as I'm sure you would expect. But on the political implications of the Green Party's position on this. So at the moment, we're in a situation where public opinion is opposed. A plurality of public opinion is opposed to HS2, and more people oppose HS2 than support it. Not significantly, but more people do oppose it than support it. And there is obviously very, very, very deeply felt opposition to HS2, particularly in certain areas where they're close to the proposed line in particular. I would argue that there's probably, I don't think this is uncharitable, and maybe you'll challenge me on it, but I would argue that there is very little in terms of strongly held public support for HS2 as a project. Improving railways, high-speed rail in general, you can say there is, but for HS2 as a project, I don't think there is that same level of deeply felt support. And so I guess the question I wanted to put to you is, in light of that, in light of the fact that public opinion is against you and it's deeply felt, is the risk attached to what you're trying to do in shifting the Green Party's policy position on this, not to risk electoral implications for the Green Party in terms of damaging its electability in the future?
It's an important point, and I do acknowledge that that could be a risk. I think we also should be aware that there's an electoral risk to continued opposition. The London to Birmingham part of HS2 is well underway. It's being built. I really feel for the people who've had that disruption. That clearance has happened. That railway line is going ahead. And then to say, okay, this is being built, but we want to scrap, the northern segments of the railway line. We don't want Birmingham to Manchester built. We don't want Birmingham to Leeds getting built. I think, opposing ambitious public transport investment in the north of England also risks harming our electoral prospects as well. And Carla, Adrian and Zach have recommended that members prioritised our motion for debate at conference, which we were really delighted by. They put it third. And they make the point that whatever people may have thought about it before, the project is well underway. We're in 2023 now. Let's make it the best that it can be. And I think it's not really a question of if the Green Party of England and Wales supports HS2, but when, because when London to Birmingham is open and operational, are we going to be saying, don't use this electric railway, we oppose it? That would, I think, make us look, quite very foolish. That once this is ready and open, of course, we want people to be using electric rail instead of driving. And I've seen, comments from a few Greens on Twitter who are, fairly anti-HS2, saying, look, I'm getting to the point where, yeah, it's so far through, what's the value in opposing it further? And so I think, given the first half is happening, let's get all of it and all of the benefits. You don't build half a bridge, you build a whole bridge. And in terms of public opinion, I think that also has been guided by organisations, including the Green Party's previous very vocal opposition to it. So I think we're in, an increasing political force, and we can use that to say, look, we've our transport policy is joined up. We're looking at the big picture. As Zoe was talking earlier about, Green Party drugs policy that looked at the evidence and what was the best outcome for for people, and climate justice, racial justice, social justice. I think we need to look at that within our transport policy as well. And there's a bit of an idea that Greens are always anti-stuff, and I think we need to show that we've got our eye on the on those trade-offs and on those difficult political decisions, and that we're thinking nationally, not just locally.
Oh, sorry.
If you're very quick, Pete, because we've got 4 minutes till my next guest joins us.
Okay, all right. All I want to do is just wheel into the discussion HS1, which is the Channel Tunnel rail link, which was built started in the late 80s, built through the early 90s, and came into service in full 1997, I think it was. At the time that it was being planned and built, there was an awful lot of opposition to it in Kent. I mean, of course, you imagine siding a high-speed railway line right through the Garden of England, and actually going right through some ancient woodlands as well, was not at all popular. But not only, do we not sort of complain about it anymore now? I mean, we would recommend that anybody who's traveling to mainland Europe would jump on the Eurostar, use the train. But the people who were complaining about it in Kent have also stopped complaining about it and said, yeah, you know what, I was wrong. It's actually been fantastic for us. And not only that, we just don't notice it. It's tucked away in the landscape. It was a hell of a mess while they were building it, and there were trucks and mud and all sorts of mess all over the place and disruption. But now it's just a railway line. And just one very final point on this. One of the things that HS1 does is run right next to an RSPB reserve in the sort of the eastern end of London, and Rainham Marshes. it runs exactly along the border of that RSPB reserve. The RSPB reserve is doing fine. It's absolutely stacked with wading birds and wonderful birds of every kind. And so, you know, although there was obviously disruption when it was built, it all sorts itself out quite quickly. So that's it. Sorry, that was the final point.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you so much for joining us. You have, as you would, I'm sure, expect, triggered lots of support in the YouTube chat, but naturally also lots of opposition. The chat has mostly stayed civil though, which I'm very grateful for, which is a rare beast when people talk about HS2. Now, members of the Green Party will get the opportunity to debate all of this in full at Green Party conference in a few weeks' time, provided that it ends up high enough up the prioritisation ballot. So these arguments will be hashed out in more detail, I'm sure, in a month's time in Birmingham at the party spring conference. So members will be able to look forward to that, and viewers, you'll be able to find coverage of that debate and all of Green Party conference on Bright Green. So I'm going to have to let the two of you go now because our next guest is arriving very, very soon. But I wanted to say a massive thank you for joining me today. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Been a pleasure to join. Thanks very much, Chris, for the opportunity. It's been good to talk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. All the best.
Thanks so much, the two of you. That was Pete Johnson and Emma Garnett from Greens for HS2. For the many people who've joined to watch that interview, please do make sure that you hit the subscribe button. It means that you won't miss out on any of the interviews and the episodes of Bright Green Live that are coming up in the coming weeks and months. You can also hit like to help the show out too. We have our final guest just about to join us on this episode of Bright Green Live, so please do stick around for that and get questions and comments for them in the chat. If you missed the whole interview, you can rewind and watch it back now with Emma and Pete from Greens for HS2. If you enjoyed it, please do share the link to the show on your social media channels. I'm now going to bring in our final guest for the day, who's just joining now. As they enter the call, I am absolutely delighted to be joined by Sophie Perry. Now, Sophie is a journalist currently with Pink News and also the founder of the LGBTQ plus journalism network. And it's that which we're going to be talking about today. But before we get into all of that, I just wanted to say a massive welcome to Sophie. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for asking me to take part, Chris. I really appreciate it.
Well, I'm very glad that you did, and it's been a long old day for me. We just had a heated conversation about HS2. We've discussed a million other things on the show, but very glad that you can be here for the final interview. So to kick things off, could you tell us just a little bit about the LGBTQ plus journalism network and why you decided to set it up?
Yeah, so it's a community space for LGBTQ plus journalists in the UK, and we do have a few people who are members from across the world. So I set it up basically because last January I was looking into groups like Women in Journalism and We Are Black Journos, and I thought I'd really love to join a group like that, a community space for people to come together, share their stories and just make connections really. And I looked and there wasn't anything in the UK for LGBTQ plus journalists. So there's LGBT sports media, which is specifically for like sports coverage and sports journalists, but there wasn't anything more general than that. There's Intramedia, which is a sort of steering group for places like Sky News or BBC or ITV that might have their own internal sort of pride groups or LGBT groups, but it's not so much a community space so there's kind of limits in that sense. So I decided to set it up because I simply was just annoyed there wasn't a space. So I thought, be the change you want to see in the world. 30 minutes on Canva, made a Facebook group, and it's grown from there really. So that's the story behind why I set it up. And yeah, I just think it's really, grown quite phenomenally. In just a year, we had our first birthday party about 3 weeks ago, and it was lovely to kind of have so many people attend and say that they appreciate what the group is and what it does.
So on that, in terms of what the group is and what it does, what do you think the network has achieved so far?
Yes, we've achieved quite a lot of things. I'd say the main thing really is creating that space. So we have a Facebook community group which people join. People will organically share their stories, maybe put calls out for pitches, or if they're looking for a source to talk about something, maybe, I don't know, they're doing a story about engineering and LGBT rights and they want to talk to a trans person or someone who works in that field, obviously that's quite a niche thing to find. So they might put a call out. Someone might say, oh, I know someone, or I am that person, or whatever, who specializes in that. And people, you know, have just networked with each other and connected and met each other in ways they wouldn't have before. So the group is open to people of all levels. So whether you're a student journalist or you're a very seasoned editor, whether you work in broadcast, radio, print, freelance on a little bit of everything, everybody's welcome. And it's just a great way for people to connect. So I'd say that's the main thing I'm really proud of and what we've done. We also have a Journalist Like Me series, which we run with Queer AF, which is another LGBT platform. And there we pay writers and they share their experiences in the industry. So, for example, we've covered stories. People have written about their stories of being Muslim and being closeted, but also being a journalist, and about how one person wrote about their alcoholism and how the environment they work in, because it's a very queer newsroom and they feel very supported, really helped them with that. So those are the main things. And then we've been nominated for an NCTJ award, which that will be in March. And we won the first ever News Quest Equality and Diversity Award as well, which I'm exceptionally proud of. But I would say amongst all of that, the main thing is the community. That's the thing I'm really happy that's grown and thrived, and people are using it very organically.
That's incredible to hear. And one of the things that I wanted to ask you about was, I guess, the impact the network could have on journalism and the media more broadly. Mm-hmm. And I think we're having this conversation in a context at the moment where media reporting on LGBT issues, I think it's fair to say, is generally pretty poor at best, particularly when it comes to trans issues and trans rights. You know, at the moment we're seeing increasing hostility towards trans people, both in public policy, in public life, and a part of that is I guess whipped up and manufactured by elements of the media. And actually, if you look at the mainstream print media, if you look at broadcasting, a lot of it is pretty hostile towards trans people and their rights. I guess, what do you make of the current situation and landscape of reporting on LGBT issues, particularly trans issues, and how do you think kind of infrastructure like the LGBT Journalism Network could help improve that?
Yeah, so I think with the narrative around trans people and LGBT issues in general in the media, a lot of it comes down to the fact that people aren't represented in those positions. So, for example, issues of class, let's talk about that. You know, journalism is an exceptionally middle class and upper industry. There's been a lot of research by the NCTJ into that, and it's found that 80% of journalists, this is their most recent report, by the way, come from the top 3 economic backgrounds. So that's just an example of why often reporting on things like poverty is really poor, quite literally, because people don't come from those backgrounds, they don't have those experiences. And the same goes for LGBT issues. If people aren't represented in newsrooms, then there's no one there to call out narratives or the way in which stories are being written, to sort of debunk things as such, and then to tell those stories in a much more authentic way and know how to explore them in a very sensitive way. So the LGBTQ plus journalism network, a big thing for us is making connections with the wider media. So we have really, really good working connection with the NCTJ, and I flagged it to them that their diversity report should include things like gender identity and sexuality, which it's troublesome because they glean a lot of their data from the Labour report, which the Office for National Statistics do, but of course they don't use those categories and characteristics, so it's difficult for them to then be able to find the information and sort of work out like that. But it is something that I know they've mentioned to me that they are trying to work on and try and find a way of documenting it and doing that research. And so once those numbers are available of how many, you know, queer journalists are working in the UK, there can be kind of that emphasis of, okay, what can we do more to attract people into the media? Because, you know, for young trans people who see how toxic the media narrative is, they would naturally think that newsrooms are the same, that all journalists are the same, that it would be a horrible place to work. And, you know, it's simply not true that all newsrooms are that toxic. And it's important that trans people are journalists. It's important that they're telling the stories and being at the forefront of, you know, revealing these issues, looking into these policies. So a lot of it is representation. It comes down to having those people in those positions in order to tell those stories. So much like the work of women in journalism, which I mentioned earlier, that helps promote the work of women and try to, really make a change when it started about getting women in newsroom to be promoted up. And We Are Black Journals, which again emphasises the importance of having Black journalists in newsrooms. The LGBTQ plus journalism network is there to promote queer journalists. Say, we're here, we're queer, we want to write stories. So that's very much what we're there for. And so I think, just to quickly summarise, I think a lot of it, is a representation issue, having the people in the position to call out these narratives and to then tell the stories authentically.
That's really interesting, and I guess the question that's brought up in my mind is really around other bits of the media and your relationship to that, really. So the NUJ has quite clear guidelines and a lot of things for journalists. So it has its code of ethics, it has guidelines for reporting on migration, on welfare, on suicide, and a whole bunch of things. I don't know whether it currently does have guidelines for reporting on LGBT issues and trans issues in particular. You might be able to tell me whether that they do or not. But if they don't, is that something that you might be looking into working with the NUJ on developing so that we can get fair and accurate and non-sensationalist reporting on trans issues in the future?
I think this is a really important thing, because what a lot of people don't realise, that there's a massive distinction in journalism between what's legal and what's ethical. They're two very, very different things and not often mutually exclusive. So a lot of newspapers and big publications subscribe to IPSO, which is the Independent Press Standards Organisation. So IPSO has its guidelines, which very famously include things such as discrimination, privacy, accuracy, all those things, and they're standards that publications should hold themselves to. There are other ethical guidelines that sort of other papers and publications subscribe to, but IPSO is the main one, I would say. And so it's difficult because while there's clauses about discrimination, a lot of the time there's sort of loopholes with how things can be discussed. And again, there's a difference between what's legal, what would breach the Equality Act as discrimination, and what is ethically, not discrimination. And then also there's freedom of speech clause and things like that. So in terms of being able to report things in an ethical way, it's actually quite interesting, because the IPSO has launched a consultation in the last few days on how publications should report gender identity and sex. And I think it runs until the end of March, and then they'll feed back and change their guidelines or update it depending on what the feedback has been from journalists and the public and stuff. And that's obviously a really important step that they're taking. But again, publications aren't bound to subscribe to IPSO. They do it voluntarily to show that they hold themselves to high standards. So with the NUJ, again, their guidelines, it's if the publication subscribes and would follow that, the NUJ being a union, sort of thing. So I think the step that IPSO is taking to hold this consultation on sex and gender identity is massive, because if they make quite sweeping changes to their guidelines under particularly the discrimination clause or things like that, it would impact these narratives and how they are told. It would change the way in which these issues can be reported effectively, because otherwise, if a particular publication says, I'm not going to follow that, then they could get pretty much sued for every single story they do and get slapped quite severely on the wrist by IPSO, which could result in fines and other such things. So yeah, I think it's a difficult one, I think, for people who don't work in journalism to wrap their head around, that there's a difference between the legalities of what you should follow, for example, like the Contempt of Court Act, to ethical decisions you make. Because as well, the thing is, what you see as ethical in one way is different to another person. And, this is why sometimes certain reporters do certain things that I wouldn't do, or vice versa. I do things that maybe they wouldn't do. So I think it's a thing people need to wrap their heads around, and that's an important part of changing the narrative of these stories, is understanding what is ethical, what does that mean, and also what's legal.
I'm going to leave it there, Sophie, but thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Always a pleasure to speak to you. And for viewers, make sure that you check out Sophie's reporting on Pink News and also the work the LGBTQ plus journalism network is doing. You can find them on Twitter, on Facebook and elsewhere. But it's been an absolute pleasure, Sophie. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you for inviting me along, and that lovely little plug for all my work at Pink News. Thank you. Have a good night.
Cheers, Sophie. Thanks so much. So Sophie was our final guest of the day. So we're going to be wrapping things up very, very shortly. But I wanted to say a massive thank you to all of our guests who have joined us throughout the day. We have had 9 separate interviews, which I think have been interesting, insightful, engaging conversations, and I hope you have too. We've had dozens and dozens and dozens of people watching throughout the day. So I'm going to give an absolute shout out to all of you who've joined us, even for a short moment, or indeed those of you who've been with us since 10 a.m. today. And I'll read through some of the final comments before I close the show. But before I do any of that, I wanted to remind you, if you haven't already, to hit that subscribe button. We had an aim of reaching 500 subscribers by the end of the show. We're on 495, so it looks like we're not going to make it. But if you haven't hit subscribe yet, do it right away. And please hit the like button so the video appears in more people's feeds. I wanted to give a quick shout out and a plug for the next episode of Bright Green Live, which is going to be out of our usual cycle. We're not going to be on the second Sunday of March. We're going to be the week after. The reason for that is because I'll be at Green Party conference reporting on all the developments, policies, speeches, debates that take place at conference, including the one on HS2 that we were just discussing a few minutes ago. So we're going to be on March the 19th, and on that show I'm going to have a representative from People and Planet, from the UEA, University of East Anglia branch of the University and College Union, the UCU, from Extinction Rebellion, and from Greens of Colour. We're going to be debating a whole range of issues. So also I'll be joined by someone from Culture Unstained as well. So we've got loads of campaign groups, trade unions, Green Party figures and more joining us on March the 19th. The best way that you can make sure you don't miss out on that show is to hit subscribe right now. We'll be having more guests lined up very, very soon for that show as well. So please do subscribe and do pop that date in your diary so that you don't miss out. Before I leave you, just a final reminder, you can follow us on the Facebook at facebook.com/BrightGRN, Twitter at BrightGRN, Instagram at BrightGreenOnline, and Mastodon at BrightGreen on the UK server. All those links are in the chat on this video as well as in the description. And a final plug before I go through your comments is this show's only possible because of the kind and generous support of our donors, our readers, our viewers, our supporters. If you are able to donate, please do head to bright-green.org/donate. You can find the link in the description and in the chat, and please set up a regular donation because we are not bankrolled by billionaires. We are not bankrolled by big business. We are not bankrolled by vested interests. We are bankrolled only by you. So the reason we're able to do the kind of reporting, the kind of interviews, the kind of journalism, the kind of stories that we do at Bright Green is because we have the support of our readers. So please do head over there and set up a regular donation right now. So before I let you all go, before I leave, I'll just rattle through the last of the comments that have been coming through on the chat and social media. So firstly, from the socials, I'll just quickly rattle through some of the comments. So Emma Garnett says, thanks for having us on. Great to enthuse about high-speed rail on a Sunday afternoon. Thank you so much, Emma, for joining us. Emma from Greens for HS2. You can watch back that interview about half an hour ago if you wish to, and to pick up some of the comments on social media. So Meg says, thanks, Chris and Bright Green. Thank you so much, Meg. You've been here with us, I think, since the beginning. So thanks so much for being a part of it. There are a shit ton of comments about HS2 in the chat, which I'm not proposing that I read through. There is a lengthy debate which people can find and follow if they wish to. They can join it too. Thanks for all the comments that people have put in there, the contributions to discussion about HS2, which will rumble on in the Green Party in the coming weeks and months, I have no doubt, especially as we come forward towards conference. I think I've picked up all the comments. I think I've picked up all the posts on social media. I think I've picked up everything I need to do for the day. So I'm going to leave it here. And just to say, before I leave, a massive thank you once again to all of our guests throughout the show, to Mark Serwotka, to Mal O'Hara, to Zoë Garbett, Patrick McAllister, Molly Scott Cato, Alia, Catherine Rowett, Emma Garnett, Pete Johnson and Sophie Perry for being part of the show. It's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you all. It's been an absolute pleasure to have all of you watching. Thank you to Finn, who's been here since the beginning. He said it's been great to watch the interviews today. Thank you so much, Finn, for joining us throughout the day and for your comments and questions. It's been an absolute joy to present episode 4 of Bright Green Live. Stay tuned in a month's time for episode 5. Keep on top of everything we're doing by subscribing, by following us on socials, and by signing up to our newsletter on our website. I'm going to leave it there. A little bit earlier than usual, but I would quite like a rest. So I'm going to wrap up now, and I will see you all